This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate what if Naruto was captured by Itachi during Gaara Retrieval mission. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Not wasting no more time. Let's start the story.
Kakashi cautioned, "Don't look in his eyes." Kakashi had looked away from Itachi's eyes as soon as Kisame and Itachi had emerged. Kakashi was aware that he didn't want to be a victim of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan again after having already fallen victim to it once. "Just give us the Kyuubi and we'll leave," Kisame called over with a sly smile. Sakura put her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes. "Yeah? Why should we do that when we already know what you are going to do once you get Naruto and the Kyuubi in your hands?" said Sakura. "Just try and take me," yelled Naruto, glaring at the two missing nin's feet. His gaze was slowly approaching Itachi's face. "Don't look in his eyes, Naruto," Kakashi said again. With Yamato at Naruto's back right, Sai at his back left, Kakashi at his front left, and Sakura at his front right, the group had formed a protective circle around Naruto. "Are we gonna fight?" Kisame asked excitedly. The thought of a good fight made his face light up with a sly smile. "It looks that way," Itachi noted coolly. He was closely observing each of the ninja in front of him, hoping that one would err and glance up for even a fleeting second. Kisame cast a worried glance in Itachi's direction, reminding the Uchiha, "Don't use those eyes too much." "I won't." "Good," he exclaimed, laughing wildly and joyfully. Itachi called out, "You'll accompany us, Naruto." Naruto briefly raised his gaze in response to this remark before lowering it back to the floor at his feet. Itachi grinned to himself. The look had been sufficient. Now Naruto found himself trapped in his genjutsu. Naruto tried to make a hand sign with his hands. He discovered that his hands were uncooperative and unresponsive to his commands. He looked down at them and scowled in exasperation. "Why can't I move?" As if it were made of paper that was being ripped away from him. The landscape around him vanished in strips. Desperately, he looked around and saw Sakura, Kakashi, Sai, and Yamato vanish, to be surrounded by rough, dark walls. As he looked around for a way out, he discovered that he was inside a cave with no obvious entrance and that the only light coming from a nearby torch on the wall was enough to illuminate the area a few feet around him. His arms shifted from his sides until they were bound and extended from his body. Itachi emerged from a shadowed area to face the pinned ninja. Naruto glanced down at the katana in Itachi's hand after seeing a flash of light. Itachi barely missed important body organs when he stabbed him on his side, beneath the rib cage. As the sword moved more painfully in and out of his body, Naruto grimaced. Itachi never hit the same spot twice. Itachi carried on for the remainder of the day and the following day, and at the end of the third day, Naruto's bonds broke free, causing him to collapse onto the wet cave floor. Kakashi must have gone through this, was the last thing he thought before he opened his eyes to the engulfing darkness. Sakura exclaimed, "Naruto," as her teammate passed out on the ground. "Damn. Sai, get Naruto out of here," Kakashi swore, turning back to face his pupil. Without hesitation, Sai pulled out a scroll and summoned one of his paintings of birds. "All that work for nothing. Huh, Itachi?" he complained as he fled after dragging the unconscious Jinchuriki onto the bird. To wipe a trail of bloody tears from his eyes, Itachi raised a hand. He terminated his Sharingan. "Let's go, Kisame." The two members of Akatsuki ran after Sai. In order to capture Sai's jutsu and rip the chakra from the ink drawing, Kisame threw himself from a tree trunk and swung his sword through the air. Sai dove back down to the tree cover, where Itachi waited for his victim. He emerged from the shadows as Sai was almost upon him, and without the Konoha ninja having time or space to avoid the blow, he punched him in the gut, sending him flying backwards and doubling over in agony. As Naruto flew backward, Itachi snatched his jacket and yanked the Jinchuriki from Sai's grasp. As he fell to a lower branch, Itachi watched. "Well?" Kisame asked, looking down at their target after landing beside Itachi. Itachi moved Naruto to be tucked under one arm and said, "Let's go." Pushing off the branch, the Uchiha turned. He trailed behind the former Uchiha as they left the leaf ninjas in the forest. "Ah, too bad," he said. To get their catch to the extraction chamber, they sought out one of the Akatsuki's secret hiding places. When they arrived at this location, Itachi placed Naruto on the ground, and the two of them started the teleportation jutsu. However, as they performed the final hand sign, a massive chakra split the earth they were in. Naruto vanished. Xavier Institute for Gifted Children is the location. Jean shifted around, looking for new mutants with emerging abilities. She had so far only been able to identify possible X gene carriers when she noticed a vivid flare of red and blue aura. "Professor, I'm sensing something really strange that I've never sensed before. It's not just a mutant manifesting into their powers? Charles questioned. No, it's different. Somehow. I don't know how to explain it. After turning off Cerebro, she gave the helmet to Charles, who put it on his head and turned the machine back on. In order to find the enigmatic feeling his pupil had experienced, the bald mutant closed his eyes and concentrated his thoughts. He hesitated, then said, I'm not. He sensed something throbbing with an odd aura of red and blue. He whispered, but where? A picture of the trees and picnic tables outside Bayville High and a boy beneath one of the trees appeared in his mind. You're correct, Jean. There is a boy at Bayville High near the picnic tables who is pulsing with the strangest aura. Take Logan, Scott, and Storm and see what is going on. Be careful though. This is something I have never seen before. When Jean left the room, Scott was waiting for her outside the doors. Okay, she said. Scott was left to follow her through the hallways as she kept on moving. Scott nervously followed her as she left, saying, Hey, Jean, would you like to grab a bite to eat for dinner later? Sure, she said, but first we've got to check out some person who is giving off a strange aura at the high school. Okay. Who else is coming, or is it just us two? Scott said with a victorious smile. Logan and Aurora. Scott gave a small crestfallen nod. Logan glared. So where's this guy? He raised his nose and inhaled deeply before complaining about the lingering odor of smoke and drugs in the vicinity of the high school. Jean led the way and said, the professor sensed him near the picnic tables underneath one of the trees. What's that? Storm asked, gesturing toward a tree from which they could see some blonde hair. As the group moved around, they came across a teenage boy wearing bright orange clothes, a headband with a metal plate that had an engraved curly leaf of some kind, and some faint whiskers. He seemed to be roughly the same age as Jean and Scott. Jean said, anyone recognize him? To the others. Everybody gave a headshake. Jean knelt beside the boy and checked for a pulse. Well? Inquired Scott. He's alive and he appears to be perfectly healthy other than the fact that he's unconscious? Well, let's grab Brighty here and get him back to Chuck before he wakes up, Logan said. Before calling the professor, Jean telekinetically lifted the boy, followed the other three back to the car, and settled him in a seat. Professor? Yes, Jean, I am present. What did you discover? We discovered a teenage boy who was unconscious, and aside from a few whiskers, I didn't notice any outward changes, unless they were internal. Has he woken up? I wonder. No, okay. I'll see what I can do if you bring him back. After returning to the institute, everyone parted ways. Hank motioned for her to put the teenager on one of the examination tables as Jean and Scott made their way down to the infirmary. Jean said, is the professor here? To Hank. The professor said, yes, I am, Jean, and wheeled into the room. Wheeling to the table, he did so. He probed the enigmatic boy's mind by placing his hands on his temples. Who is present? As Charles became ingrained in the boy's thoughts, a voice emerged from the shadows. I am aware of your presence. I smell you. You can't fool me, intruder. You're not Naruto. Who is Naruto? Charles flinched in surprise as he tried to see who was speaking. The boy in whom I am imprisoned. Who else? Charles was surrounded by a damp room. Looking around, he saw a large barred doorway with chains, a lock, and what appeared to be a paper seal on it. He could only see two red, menacing eyes staring back at him from the shadows behind the gate. Who are you? Are you aware of Naruto's reason for unconsciousness? The voice snarled, and a cursed Sharingan user who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan attacked him. I apologize. That term is unfamiliar to me. What does it signify? I can show you everything that occurred and more if you open the gates. Charles viewed the offer with suspicion. Whatever was being detained here clearly desired freedom, and doing so could have disastrous repercussions that he was not yet aware of. If I do, what will happen? I am the only one who can show you what you want to see. This thing is sealed inside this boy for a reason, Charles thought as he gazed at the gateway. However, what might that cause be? His thoughts were interrupted by another voice. Don't unseal the gate. When Charles turned around, he saw the boy he had first made mental contact with. Are you Naruto? Indeed. Additionally, if you are Akatsuki, there is little chance that you will be able to avoid touching those gates. Charles looked at the boy with interest. Why? He inquired. He wanted to know why this boy had something sealed inside of him and what might have been harmful. Naruto's expression was bewildered as he looked at him. That is the location of the Kyuubi. Depending on what he decides to do once he is free, everyone around me, everyone in this place, and thousands of others will all perish if he escapes. What is a Kyuubi? He was approached by Naruto. You're not sure? You belong to the Akatsuki, don't you? Charles gave a headshake. Being the nine-tailed fox, the Kyuubi is a tailed beast and, in fact, the strongest. Additionally, he is very cunning. It's a strong animal, then, so how did it get sealed inside your body? With a shrug, Naruto said, I'm not sure. When he was first sealed inside of me, I was a newborn baby. I only know what I have learned from people who opposed him. Do you hail from a village that is hidden? A secret village? I'm from the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto said, pointing to his headband. I apologize, but we're not in the ninja world anymore, the Kyuubi interrupted Naruto. Yes, indeed. Where in hell are we then? Naruto retaliated against the fox. Why do you ask me? The Kyuubi sneered. This is my first time here. Charles told the two that they were in the US state of New York. Why would someone name a place New York? Inquired Naruto. I can show you if you'll wake up. You've already heard from Nine Tails here. A Sharingan user attacked me. Specifically, I was attacked by Itachi Uchiha, who possesses a powerful Sharingan that imprisons you in a genjutsu and prevents you from leaving until he releases you. Charles held out his hand and said, well, then I'll help you out of here and then we can talk more. Naruto accepted it. Charles drew Naruto and himself away from Naruto's inner thoughts. Opening his eyes, Charles turned to face Naruto. The professor's nervous face was staring at the boys as his eyelids flickered and then opened. He said, hi. With a warm smile, he said, hello Naruto. I don't think I introduced myself before. I'm Professor Charles Xavier, and it is nice to meet you. Charles wheeled to the side and pushed himself away from the table. After pushing himself up, Naruto sat down. He noticed two teenagers his age and a man with a stocky build and pointy hair who appeared to be partially animal. Charles said, hello again, Naruto. The man jokingly said, hey, Brighty is alive. Naruto questioned, who are you calling Brighty? That would be you, said the man. Protesting, my name is Naruto, not Brighty, he said. A man with blue fur suggested, well, introductions might be in order, don't you think, Charles? Naruto exclaimed, bewildered, what the hell? Why is there another big blue guy here? Another? That is Hank, Naruto, Charles said. Happily, Naruto remarked, well, at least you aren't with the Akatsuki like Kisame is. All Hank could do was stand there dumbfounded. Jean moved forward so Hank wouldn't have to answer. She extended her hand in greeting, saying, it's nice to meet you Naruto. I'm Jean. Naruto returned her handshake with a smile. In addition, Scott moved forward to introduce himself and Logan, who had been leaning against the door's wall. Two more teenagers entered to investigate the disturbance. Naruto gazed curiously at the creature with yellow eyes, a tail, and blue fur. What the hell are you supposed to be? Asked the man. With a downward glance, he said, right, my image inducer is off. She told him, he's a mutant, silly, the girl with the boy. By the way, I'm Kitty and this is Kurt. I'm Naruto, he said, grinning broadly. He said, so I'm in New York. Just how big is your village? As he turned back to the professor. Big, shouted the group. Kurt informed him, and it is more of a city than a village. Naruto, how about we take you to a more comfortable room and talk, shall we? Charles offered the idea. Sure, said Naruto. He appeared to be very perplexed by a lot of things to the group. After chasing the others away to give Naruto some breathing room, Charles and Logan escorted him to the library. So how did I get here? Naruto asked after settling into a couch. Logan and Charles exchanged glances. According to Charles, we thought you would know that. Nope, no idea, Naruto said, biting his lip. All I remember is that I ran into the Akatsuki and that Itachi had me in a genjutsu. Nothing else happened until you appeared in front of the Kyuubi's seal. A fox with 9 tails? Logan cut me off. It is sealed inside of Naruto, Charles explained. And how did this thing end up inside of you? Naruto asked, nodding. With suspicion, Logan inquired. All I know is that the Kyuubi went on a rampage to destroy our village and the 4th Hokage managed to defeat and seal it inside a newborn baby, who happened to be me. How is it possible to seal something so strong? This is the seal. Naruto shrugged, pointing to the markings on his stomach. I have no knowledge of seals. Just looks like some weird drawing to me, Logan said, frowning. Naruto jumped up and said, I've got a thought, before his dizziness caused him to fall back again. Logan grinned and said, if I were you, I wouldn't do that again. What's this idea now? Instead of responding, Naruto bit his thumb, which caused his blood to rise, and started making hand signals for the summoning jutsu. Logan and Charles gawked as Naruto slammed his hand to the ground in front of him, and the smoke cleared to reveal a massive, 5-foot, red toad wearing a vest. Why is this such a great idea? How the hell does a toad get to be that size? You just brought a giant toad into the house, Logan growled. I'll let you know that I am Gamakichi, son of Gamabunto, and I am a ninja toad, the toad said, turning to face them with a displeased expression. It's good to see you, Naruto, he said, turning back to him. When they discovered Itachi and Kisame, everyone was terrified, and you simply vanished. In any case, where are we? Nice to see you too, Gamakichi, and to answer your question, we're in a place called New York. So, this is no longer the ninja world? Nope. And what would you like me to say to Tsunade, Kakashi, and Jiraiya? I'm not really sure, was Naruto's sheepish smile. Thanks for the help, he said, turning back to the other two. Can you talk to me about this place? Okay, said Charles, what do you want to know? Just give me some clue as to what this place is and what it is like, Gamakichi said. If you come to me, I'll transfer some of my knowledge over to you so you can let these others know what we're like. With a scratch to his head, Gamakichi said, now you've lost me. Just unwind and clear your head. Let me handle it from there, Charles said. The professor drew nearer to the Nin Toad, who closed his eyes and let the professor enter his head. What do you want to know now? Just provide the essential details. When Charles sensed confusion coming from the Toad, he started to pour information into Gamakichi, making sure he understood everything. He primarily provided information about the city they were in, some about the mutants that were appearing, and more about the institute they were in. What a fascinating world. I'll return to Konoha and inform the others. Charles disconnected. Naruto, you will need to summon me again in about 20 minutes or so. Will do, Gamakichi. Gamakichi's departure was signaled by a puff of smoke. Konoha. Office of the Hokage Tsunade was pacing when Jiraiya entered. Any news on Naruto's whereabouts? Not just yet. Have you yet to get in touch with the Toads? I'll try now, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. I hope they'll know something. Flashing through the signs, he summoned a Toad to him while biting his thumb. When Gamakichi arrived, the air was filled with a puff of smoke. Jiraiya. Tsunade. I appreciate you calling me here before I had to travel all the way to the well. Naruto is safe, and I know where he is. Where? Tsunade insisted. A location known as New York. You probably won't be able to reach him because it's not in the ninja world. New York? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in response. How does this New York look? From the information that Charles, a man who has taken Naruto in, it is a very large village that they call a city, and Naruto is in a place called the Xavier Institute for Gifted Children. Really, it's a school meant for mutants, Gamakichi said. Do you think Naruto will be alright there until we figure out how to get him back to Konoha? Tsunade inquired. I believe he is in good hands, Lady Tsunade. Then return to Naruto and tell him to stay with Charles until we can find a way to bring him home. Gamakichi said, yes ma'am, and vanished in the same cloud of smoke that had brought him. Location. Charles Xavier's office at the Xavier Institute for Gifted Children. I hope he was able to get to Konoha safely, Naruto said, frowning slightly. I don't think he'll have any concerns. Charles assured him, you are welcome to stay as long as you wish, but I'm still not sure how you got here. Thanks, Naruto said with a grin. You should probably try summoning your friend again, Logan said. In order to use the summoning jutsu, Naruto nodded and bit his thumb again. Gamakichi reappeared with another puff of smoke. Naruto, great news. I informed Tsunade and Jiraiya. Stay put until we can figure out a way to get you home, they said. All right. I'll train until I'm stronger and Pervy Sage won't recognize me while I'm waiting. Naruto sat on the couch, imagining himself as a large, muscular Hokage, with Sakura kissing him for his manliness. Don't work too hard, warned Gamakichi. Remember, Yamato isn't here to stop the transformation from occurring. I'll keep that in mind, Naruto said with a grimace. What's this about a transformation? Logan inquired. Although the Kyuubi's and Naruto's chakras can coexist, the Kyuubi's chakra will compete for control of Naruto's body when he becomes less chakra and slightly more irate than normal. Gamakichi informed Naruto, therefore, no multi-shadow clone training with a lot of chakra. The ninja Toad was reassured by Charles that, we will keep an eye on him. We have the perfect room if you want to train, said Logan with a smile. Actually, yep, and you can come by in the morning after you get some rest and food. One more thing, Naruto said, glancing between the two, any ramen on hand? I think we might, Charles was thinking. Naruto nodded in agreement, saying, good, adding, "At least I won't have to suffer without ramen." "You'd better stock up," Gamakichi whispered to Logan. "He consumes at least 20 bowls of ramen every day, if not every meal." Logan grimaced and said, "We'll stock up then. Oh, and one more thing, Naruto." "Yes? Any ramen you eat is something you're cooking, deal?" "Agree," Charles said. "Let's get you to a room then, shall we?" and wheeled towards the bedrooms. Charles and Logan chuckled quietly as he led Naruto to an unoccupied bedroom, where he plopped down on the bed and fell asleep without any worries or concerns. When Logan said, "Whatever happened took a lot out of him." "Take it easy on him tomorrow, Logan," said Charles, turning to face him and grinning. "All right, Chuck." "Yes. Naruto," Logan called as he knocked on Naruto's door the following morning. After knocking several times without getting a response, Logan opened the door and entered. Naruto was still wearing his orange outfit from the previous day, sprawled over his bed, snoring loudly. Logan smirked at the scene and strode over to shake the sleeping figure. Logan said, "Naruto, it's time to wake up," and gave him another shake. "Just one more minute, Sakura," Naruto muttered as he turned onto his side. "Who is Sakura being called by?" "It's Logan, Brighty," growled Logan. Naruto rolled off the other side of the bed, startled awake by the snarling. "Whoa, ouch. Are you awake now?" Logan had a grin of amusement on his face as he stood there. "Yes, but did you really need to be so harsh? I just gave you a shake." "Come on, sleepyhead," Logan said. "You're the one who rolled off the bed. Come on. Here, training begins early." Logan left the room on foot. Naruto complained about the early morning trainings and how they always became a regular morning training because Kakashi was always late. After laughing at the boy's sulky demeanor, Logan led Naruto into a room below ground level that was filled with windows and a variety of controls. Logan, who was at a control panel watching Logan's students as they went through a predetermined training course, looked out the windows to watch them as they trained, but Naruto hurried past him to the professor's side. "What's up with them?" Logan questioned Charles. "So far, they're collaborating well and haven't had any conflicts, so I'd say they're doing pretty well. At lunch today, Naruto, we'll introduce you to everyone else who isn't present for training. Logan, you can bring Naruto in and get started once the students are finished." Naruto was so enthralled with the group of mutants in the room that he didn't pay any attention to what the professor had to say. His teamwork was incredible, and he watched as one of the teenagers he had met the other night, he remembered the boy's name as Kurt, disappeared and then reappeared 20 feet away. Another person was flying above the group. Jean? Another person was shooting red rays of destructive light from his eyes, but Naruto couldn't see his face to determine whether or not he had met him that night. Finally, Kitty, whom he remembered from the other last person in the room, was covered in ice and somehow shooting ice from his hands. "This is amazing. I wonder what kind of ninjutsu they're using," thought Naruto. He asked, turning to face Logan and the professor, "What ninjutsu are those guys using?" "Ninjutsu? Unless it's those weird hand signals you used to call forth that enormous toad yesterday, I have no idea what you're talking about," Logan asked. "All of this is unadulterated, natural power that is produced by a gene in our bodies." "Gene? Yeah, part of your DNA," said Logan in passing. "What is your power, then, me?" Logan revealed his claws to the ninja by unsheathing them. Naruto's eyes widened in amazement. "That's awesome. Yeah, you ought to check out some of the other odd abilities here. Each of them is distinct in its own way," Logan said. "Nice." Logan's gaze strayed to a timer on the control board, and he saw the professor turn off the danger room after the timer had moved to 0. "Brighty, hurry up. Now it's our turn." As they made their way to the room's entrance, they came across a brunette adolescent girl with a sour expression on her face and a white strip of hair. "We're training tomorrow at 5 a.m. Rogue," Logan told her. Frowning, Rogue said, "Splendid." When they entered the danger room, they discovered the boy who had been chasing Kurt and Kitty around the space earlier, covered in ice. "You can't apprehend us," Kitty called to one of the people in the group. Logan was rolling his eyes at the two miscreants when Kitty ran through the wall and Kurt vanished from view. Scott and Jean waved at Naruto, and the others all laughed before turning to see who had come in. "Hi, Naruto. Enjoy your training with Logan," Jean grinned. Bobby approached Naruto. He extended his hand and said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Bobby." Naruto smiled and accepted it. "I'm Naruto." "All right, let's meet here at 5 in the morning." To a chorus of moans from the three mutants, Logan declared, "And be sure to tell Kitty and Kurt that tomorrow morning is sharp." Naruto and Logan were the only people left in the danger room after the group filed out. Logan challenged, "Well, show me what you got, Brighty, and don't hold back." Naruto summoned 50 clones using the multi-shadow clone jutsu, and they all attacked the mutant together. Interesting. Logan told the professor, Charles, he can make actual doppelgangers of himself. 2 Narutos were standing away from the other attacking clones when he noticed them. A ball of energy was forming between them, and one of them disappeared. As he entered the body fight, the second Naruto yelled something. Logan grunted as he was flung backwards, and he hit him, pulling it back just enough to be deadly but still have a punch. Logan grimaced and pushed himself up. You got some intriguing ploys planned. Again, what did you call that stuff? Ninjutsu, Naruto replied, grinning broadly. However, you could do better in close combat. Your skill would keep you from using a lot of the energy that I'm sure goes into creating those clones of yours, even though you certainly have the numbers, Logan said. I was never very good at taijutsu, and my ninjutsu has always been my strongest suit. That is Bushy Brow's specialty. Who? My friend Rock Lee. All right. That's something we'll work on with you, Logan said. Are there any weapons you use on you? Yes. Naruto replied, peering into his leg pouch, kunai knives and throwing stars. Use those too, when you're attacking me, and don't hold back either unless you're going to rip my heart out. But I don't exactly want to injure you. Before Naruto knew what he was doing, Logan exposed his claws and slashed his arm, leaving a long slash that took only a few minutes to heal. Believe me, child. From what we can see, I'm essentially unbreakable. Use a range of your weapons, jutsus, and taijutsu once more. After giving a nod, Naruto drew a kunai and charged at Logan, who used his blades to block the blow and then punched Naruto in the side. Pulling out more throwing stars, Naruto jumped back and threw them at Logan, who used his blades to parry them. His chest was hit by another wave of stars that appeared behind the ones he had just dodged. Naruto, anticipating this, blocked the stars with a kunai knife and ran around the room until he was right behind Logan, who jumped out of the way as Naruto punched where his head had been. Logan had pulled the stars out of his body and thrown them back at the ninja. Logan challenged him by saying, "Is that all you got?" In response, Naruto produced another kunai knife and swung it in Logan's direction, surprising him by hurling it at his right shoulder. After removing the knife from his shoulder, Logan hurried Naruto while regaining control of the kunai. Having more tricks up his sleeve, Naruto ran up the wall, carefully managing his chakra so that when he stopped, he could stand on the wall. Great, another imp who can run on walls, snarled Logan. After giggling at his remark, Naruto charged back down the wall, stumbling as he came down the wall to attack Logan. As the mutant fell to the ground, Naruto covered the seal on his stomach with his hand and gazed up at him anxiously. Logan observed that Naruto's eyes had become red and his whiskers more noticeable. Logan watched in concern as red bubbles started to emerge from Naruto's skin's pores and layered to form a fox figure. Chuck! Logan exclaimed in his head. Logan, I see it. I'm heading inside right now. The red chakra was bubbling up around Naruto as he stood in front of the Kyuubi's sealed gate once more. Naruto yelled, "What are you doing? I am exploiting the seal's vulnerability since entering this land. What do you think?" Charles showed up next to Naruto in the room. "What's up, Naruto?" Since the gate's seal appears to be weaker here, the Kyuubi has some plans to take over my physical form. The red liquid was now bubbling up to Naruto's chest and continuing to spread outward. Charles said, "Do you know how to stop it? Yamato always used his wood-style jutsu to stop the Kyuubi's chakra, but he's not here now, so be on the lookout for my fourth tail. If he makes it that far, the Kyuubi will be in control and I won't be able to control myself. I'll be right back. Try to avoid the Kyuubi as long as you can." In his own imagination, Charles looked down to see Logan in a fighting stance, simultaneously observing the growth of a second red tail and the formation of a stub on a third tail. Logan. Yes, Chuck. It looks like that red bubbling liquid is dissolving Naruto's skin, so when the fourth tail appears, Naruto won't be able to stop the Kyuubi from attacking you or anyone else. Gotcha. I'll be defending myself then and keeping him in the danger room if at all possible. We might also want to get Hank in here. Okay. I need all the X-Men in the danger room right now, Charles called, spreading awareness throughout the mansion. Jean, Scott, Storm, and Rogue all came at once, but Kurt, Kitty, and Bobby were the first to enter the control room, phasing through the walls like they were in water. "What is the matter, Professor?" Jean inquired. "I don't have time to elaborate. Jean, I need your assistance to calm Naruto's energy. Logan is assisted by the rest of you in keeping Naruto in check. He is still in charge at the moment, but he won't identify anyone as a friend when you see the fourth tail." While Kitty took Storm and Scott, Kurt teleported Bobby and Rogue into the danger room. Be careful not to touch him, Logan cautioned them. Your skin will be stripped away by that whirling energy, and I can assure you that it won't be enjoyable. How are we meant to restrain him, Zen? Kurt inquired. Bobby, cover him in ice. When the ice started to melt from the inside out, Bobby, who had wrapped Naruto in a cube, became a little concerned. Kitty said, that does not look good. Is that energy really hot enough to melt ice? Bobby grimaced. Logan was currently ignoring the others because he had his sights set on the tails. He searched for the fourth tail, which was a tiny stub that was slowly growing larger, while the other three were fluttering agitatedly back and forth. He cautioned, brace yourselves. The fourth tail was growing slowly when it stopped in the middle. Logan looked up to see Jean and Charles in the control room, both of them focused intently. Are you okay, Naruto? Charles inquired. Jean stood next to him, observing the sewer-like room with curiosity. She gasped when she saw the blonde boy, who was completely covered in red, bubbling chakra. I'm holding him back as much as I can, but I'm losing control, Naruto growled as he turned his head. With a tone of gleeful malice, the fox suggested that Naruto be given up. A new voice startled Jean. Jean, please assist me in removing Naruto from this energy mass. Push it back with your abilities, and I'll temporarily block the energy flow. Are you ready, Naruto? The fourth tail is already growing, so just do it. Jean started pushing the energy away from Naruto, and as Charles created a barrier where the energy's edge was, they both pushed the energy back, causing it to lose control inch by inch. Logan watched as the third tail swiftly followed the fourth as it retreated into the cloak of energy. As soon as the red energy was gone, Kitty, get him out of there. Bobby, you can stop with the ice, Logan said. Get Hank up here, Kurt. Kurt teleported back into the control room and ran out the door to get Hank, and the three followed orders. Kitty ran through the ice and pulled Naruto out as the second tail gradually vanished, followed by the first, and finally the red cloak of energy left and retreated back into Naruto's skin. Naruto slumped to the ground as the red bubbling liquid vanished. They could all see the damage the red liquid had caused to Naruto's body when she laid him down. His skin had been completely removed, leaving only muscles. Ouch, that looks really bad, she said. The door to the danger room opened, allowing Hank and Kurt to return, and Hank hurried to Naruto's side, knelt down, and opened Naruto's shirt to discover that all of his body was made of raw muscle, with a sliver of skin forming on his stomach where the seal lived. Is he? Logan asked. Yes, his skin has begun to heal. I wonder why, Hank said, not as fast as yours, Logan, but pretty close. After hooking Naruto up to the infirmary's machines and applying an ointment to his skin to ensure that his wounds healed without infection, Hank turned to look at Naruto, who was still unconscious and lying shirtless on a bed after the fox's attack. He turned back to the machines to see that everything was still normal. As the professor entered, the door opened on its own. How is he doing? He's just about finished with his healing with no infections or scars, said Hank. As Charles wheeled up to Naruto's bedside, he observed the final few patches of skin disappearing over the muscle. Charles remarked, his healing is really a lot like Logan's. Yes, it is. It's pretty amazing. Hank remarked as he approached Charles. I never imagined we'd meet someone else with the same regeneration as Logan. Could you take him to my office when he wakes up? Of course, Professor. Could you tell me why? The professor wheeled back out of the infirmary. If he feels up to it, I would like him to summon Gamakichi here again to keep an eye on him as well as tell us everything he knows about the Nine Tails, Charles explained. After 20 minutes, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, closed them against the light, and turned his head away while holding up a hand to block the light. How are you feeling? Hank inquired. Head pounding from a headache, Naruto sat up and dangled his legs over the side of the bed. When Naruto said, like my head is about to explode. I'm sure it will pass, Hank laughed. Hank held out a cup of water for him to sip. After they stopped the fox, what happened? Thanks, he said, taking the cup and taking a sip of water. Well, Charles placed a barrier in front of the fox's gate and then we brought you down here to the infirmary. Well, wait, what obstacle? There's already a seal preventing the Nine Tails from fully emerging, inquired Naruto. Don't worry, Naruto. Hank reassured him that the barrier would only last temporarily. Oh, okay. Are you able to walk? Do you feel lightheaded? Leaping from the table, Naruto exclaimed, you kidding? I'm prepared to leave. Given Naruto's enthusiasm, Hank laughed and said, well, then the professor would like to talk with you. After leading Naruto to the professor's office through the mansion, Hank pushed open the door and said, Charles? Naruto is moving around. Hello Naruto, he said, waving them in after looking up from a book he was reading. How do you feel? Fine, said Naruto. Do you recall the events that took place in the danger room? Well, all I can remember is that you and some strange girl pushed back the fox's chakra to the sealed doors, and after that I don't remember anything except waking up in the infirmary. It's better than I expected, Charles said with a nod. Please only summon Gamakichi once more, Naruto, if you are capable of doing so. Don't attempt anything too challenging until you are completely well. Naruto replied, yeah, I think I could in a bit. It's okay. Take a nap and call upon Gamakichi when you're ready. With a nod of agreement, Hank said, let's get you to a room then so you can rest up. The professor was left to read by Hank and Naruto. Konoha, is there anything new? Jiraiya inquired. Not just yet. In an attempt to find a way to reach Naruto and retrieve him, I have some Anbu working on it. Knowing what type of jutsu Itachi and Kisame initially used would make things a lot simpler. Tsunade added, I also have Anbu follow the two Akatsuki to see if they can figure out what they use. The Hokage was confronted by two Anbu, one wearing a mask resembling a cat and the other wearing one with stripes of light. Lady Tsunade, they both said. Report. We tracked the two Akatsuki to a forest clearing where they performed a strange jutsu and disappeared. Unfortunately, they were facing each other and we weren't able to see the entire thing and we're not sure where they are anymore, Anbu said. Is there anything else? Tsunade inquired. No, said Anbu in the mask with the lightning stripes. Very well, try and pick up the trail, and as soon as you do, report back and keep someone at the clearing in case they decide to come back, Tsunade said. As the Anbu departed in a cloud of smoke, Jiraiya, who was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, complained, That's great, we have no way to get to Naruto and now the Akatsuki could very likely have just gone to get him. The Anbu had reported that they were quiet and were now being dismissed. In agreement, Tsunade humped, this is getting quite frustrating now. Jiraiya said, I'm going to go and see what information I can possibly dig up, and left the room. Tsunade nodded and resumed pacing her office in an attempt to determine how they would get to Naruto and back. Lunch at Bayville High as Kurt, Kitty, Scott, Jean, and Spike sat around a picnic table talking about school. The topic of the new kid they didn't know much about came up. Kurt said, So what do you think of the new kid? Making a face, Kitty said, he's kind of weird. That makes two, jokingly said Spike. Hey. Kitty hurled her apple in his direction. To see if there was any more flying fruit, Spike ducked and peered over the edge. He is a bit strange, Kurt said. Don't we all seem a little odd? Scott made a point. Not everyone is as strange as others, Kitty said, gesturing to Spike as Kurt and Kitty laughed. What does that mean, anyway? He inquired. Exactly what I said, said Kitty. Before a fight broke out, Jean stepped in and said, Now, let's just live together, shall we? Sure, just as soon as I've delivered a knuckle sandwich to a certain someone, said Spike. Spike stood up across the table, and Kitty squeaked, saying, Help me, Kurt. She slipped behind Kurt and phased through the bench. Kurt responded, I'm staying out of this one, and Kitty hurried away from Spike. Students filed into the building as the distant school bell rang, but Spike was too preoccupied trying to catch Kitty to notice it. Scott yelled at the two, Come on or we'll be late, saying, That was the bell you know. Spike sank through Kitty and said, Fine, giving in. Kurt chuckled at Kitty's remark, Few saved by the bell, literally. The two strangers appeared in black cloaks with red clouds, and they led the rest of the school inside and into their classes, leaving the lunch area empty except for the birds fighting squirrels and eating crumbs or leftover food. Where are we? Kisame inquired. How am I supposed to know? Do you sense the Jinchuriki? Itachi answered. No, Kisame said, pointing to Bayville High, but I'm picking up some strange chakra coming from in that place. A ninja academy most likely, wrote Itachi. Really just for a select few. As Kisame noted, oh, what am I concerned about? In order to finish, let's get the 9 tails and go. The pair of ninjas hurried off to look. Science classroom at Bayville High. As he played with an eraser, bored to death by his science teacher's rambling lecture, Spike watched some birds picking at a sandwich that had been left on a table. A puff of smoke suddenly appeared in the empty lunch area, startling the birds into flight. Spike looked down, forgetting the eraser, and saw two men wearing identical black cloaks with red clouds on them. They looked around, spoke, and then vanished again. He thought about the strange men and turned back to the lecture, wondering what that was all about and who those men were. The Xavier Institute around noon. Naruto had woken up to discover the mansion deserted and quiet. Are they at the educational institution they mentioned? He pondered. He went to the kitchen, heated some water in a teapot, pulled a packet of ramen from a package on the counter, poured the water and noodles into a bowl, sat down to let the water soak into the dry noodles, chopped up some mushrooms and tofu, and looked out the window, not realizing that someone had noticed him and was waiting to see what he would do. After 5 minutes of staring, he decided it was ready and guessed at it because he couldn't read the writing on the package. Logan entered the room and spoke to Charles. "Naruto, good afternoon. Did you sleep well last night?" Charles said. "Hello?" He said, "Yep," between mouthfuls. "Could you call forth Gamakichi when you feel like it?" he asked. Gamakichi emerged in a cloud of smoke, and Naruto nodded as he finished his mouthful, bit his thumb, drawing blood, and made the hand signals, slamming his hand into the ground. "Hi. How are things going?" Gamakichi said. "Hello." Charles said, "Hello again, Gamakichi," instead. "Hey, any updates?" Gamakichi inquired. "No, other than we had a little incident with the Kyuubi and so we thought that we would ask you to let his parents," Charles said. "My parents are dead," Naruto told Logan and Charles. "Alas, what about his guardians?" "Don't have any." Then, Logan said, "Who looks after you?" "Me. And my teammates Sakura and Kakashi," Naruto answered. "And I guess Pervy, Sage and Granny Tsunade. Would you mind telling Granny Tsunade?" Gamakichi nodded his head, saying, "Sounds good to me," adding, "She is Hokage after all." Charles started over. "Excellent. Inform Tsunade that, as you can see, the minor issue we had with the Kyuubi has been resolved." "Okay. Anything more?" Yes, if you could return here to help us keep an extra eye on Naruto and if you could tell us any more info on the Kyuubi when you get back," Charles said. "No problem, I'll be back," he said before disappearing into yet another smoke cloud. With a bewildered expression, Naruto asked, "What will Gamakichi do if I go Kyuubi?" "I'd like him here in order to be able to take messages back and forth when needed, and if you do go Kyuubi, we won't need you to summon him back here in order to inform your people about it," he said. Naruto said, Sure," and returned his attention to his bowl of ramen. Logan had scrounged some crackers and cheese and was now munching them while leaning against the counter, which he offered to Charles. "Thank you, Logan." After giving a shrug, Logan turned back to Naruto and began to leave the kitchen. "Naruto, you can participate in a danger room exercise with the others tonight if you're feeling up to it. If you don't overdo it on your body or energy, you can watch for today," he suggested. "Fantastic." Naruto leapt from his chair, reminding Naruto, "Later, not now." Naruto grimly sat down again and said, "Right." Charles said, "See you later then, Naruto," and wheeled out of the kitchen as well. After using the bowl, Naruto went to the sink to wash it and placed it on the counter to dry. He thought, I'll take a little stroll around the mansion. Konoha. Office of the Hokage. Gamakichi showed up in Tsunade's empty office. "I wonder where everyone is." He peered out the window overlooking Konoha, where ninjas were engaged in combat against one another. Konohagakure was being attacked, but by whom? Fires were starting everywhere there was wood, and patients were being hurried into the hospital. If neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya are here, then something is wrong and they had to assist. I need to find someone quickly. Pushing open a window, Gamakichi leapt out onto the building's roof and searched for Jiraiya's white mane of hair in the midst of the battle, spotting it on one rooftop next to Tsunade's golden blonde hair. He moved swiftly toward them, dodging ninja and stray shuriken and kunai that were headed his way. "Tsunade. What's happening?" he inquired. "The Sound Ninja's hidden village has allied with Akatsuki, and they launched an unexpected attack. Is Naruto secure?" Tsunade clarified. "He's all right. Naruto has not been located wherever those two nin went." "Good, go back and keep an eye on him. We don't know if they have some way to get over there or not and I'd rather not take any chances." As she spoke, Jiraiya appeared equally sullen and was scowling at the battle, perhaps formulating a strategy for defeating the Sound Ninja. "Should I tell?" "No, telling Naruto about this when he is powerless to do anything would only cause more harm than good," Tsunade interrupted. "Now leave before you become entangled in the conflict as well. When the fight is over, I'll have Jiraiya send someone your way." Gamakichi gave a nod and vanished into the smoke, leaving behind a final image of two Sound Ninja attacking the two Sannin. He was shocked by the events in Konohagakure and had to gather himself before confronting Naruto. He knew Tsunade was correct, and that was the only thing preventing him from telling his friend the news, so he composed himself and muttered, "They can take care of themselves in the village." When he returned to the mansion's kitchen, no one was there to greet him. "They will be fine." "Who is going to be okay?" Logan entered the kitchen and said, "I thought I smelled you in here." Without responding, Gamakichi inquired, "Is Naruto present?" "Nah, he's in the control room watching the others in their danger room session." Gamakichi shifted uneasily. "Are you certain?" Logan reassured him, "Positive, just came from there." Gamakichi communicated that Konoha is under attack from the Akatsuki and another hidden village. You don't believe they'll succeed? With a curious expression on his face, Logan asked. I'm not sure. The battle could turn with them or against them, but against the Akatsuki in such force there's every possible chance that Konoha may not be there the next time Naruto or I lay eyes on it. I assume you don't want Naruto to be aware of this problem? Tsunade and Jiraiya don't want him to do anything rash, which is what he'll most likely do if he hears about his home being attacked. Gamakichi confirmed his statement. We can only hope that even if the village collapses, Konoha's people will live on. That's right, said Logan, bowing his head. Would you like to see Naruto? Yes, the two Akatsuki who were pursuing Naruto have also vanished, and it's possible that they found their way here. His voice carried fear from many of the recent events, and he feared that things would only get worse from now on. I'd like to stay as close to Naruto as possible for now just to be on the safe side, he said. Naruto stood by Charles's shoulder and watched as each team member used his or her powers to assist one another and make their way to a platform. Logan took Gamakichi into the control room, which had a view of the danger room that was now attempting to prevent the X-Men from completing their mission. Chuck, how is the training going? Charles sounded pleased. Everyone's doing very well, he said. Logan watched as Kurt teleported Rogue and Kitty out of danger while observing each person's movements without saying anything. Gamakichi's back, Logan informed them. I assume your vacation was restful? Gamakichi was asked by Charles. Yes, it was. Hey, these are good guys. Do you not agree? Naruto asked. Gamakichi smiled as he shifted to gaze out the window. Yeah, indeed, they're superior to you. He laughed at his own joke, and Naruto scowled and punched him in the arm. Is there something bothering you, Logan? Don't tell Naruto, but speak to Gamakichi. Charles asked the anxious Toad, what's wrong? The only question is where Naruto's pursuers are during this attack and whether they have managed to get here. Don't tell Naruto anything about this. Konoha is being attacked, and the Akatsuki are responsible. I know. I will remain silent. Thank you. How are you, Itachi? Itachi answered, I found the Kyuubi in another nest of possible nin. Where? Kisame asked with interest. In this place over the fence, and it's heavily guarded. Really, this place seems so laid back that I was beginning to get bored. Avoiding sensors, traps, and other defensive measures, Itachi led the way into the house and said, let's go. Where is he in this room, then? As they entered the building through the glass doors at the front, Kisame asked, surveying the area. Below. In the danger room, the simulation was stopped, and Charles was speaking to the team via the microphone, offering advice on various strategies they could have employed. Naruto was listening to the strategies, but he wasn't really understanding much of what the professor was saying yet. His attention was caught by the various button layouts, and he turned to look at the door of the control room where some water was slowly leaking. When he went to investigate, he discovered that the water was loaded with chakra. I don't think there is supposed to be water leaking through the door, he said. Hearing him, Gamakichi turned to see what he was talking about, and when he saw the water laden with chakra, he became terrified. Naruto, leave the door alone. What? Quickly turning to face him, Naruto said, you don't think it's that shark? It is. He did the exact same thing to Guy and his group when you were saving Gaara. Without a doubt, Pakun and I discussed it. Not good. Hello, Professor. I think the ninjas are inside the mansion, and there are some pretty nasty ones out there, Naruto cautioned. Charles turned back to the microphone as he and Logan turned to see the water spouting into the room. Kitty, phase through the door and see what's in the hall, he said. When Kitty noticed that water was leaking through the door, she tiptoed to the door, phased through, and returned with water spitting out. Professor, the hall is completely flooded. It's him all right, Gamakichi said. Stay with us, kid, Logan made the command. There are a few things about our situation that you should all be aware of. Two men can be seen outside. One is the one providing us with all of this water. He is brandishing a huge, bandaged sword. The X-Men were advised by Gamakichi to avoid making eye contact with the second man, who uses an eye technique known as Mangekyo Sharingan. Was he heard by all? Logan inquired. All of them nodded. This was the group that battled Magneto and his friends every day, and they were certain that they were prepared for this new task. They were prepared for anything, with the exception of ninjas, particularly Akatsuki. They quickly devised a plan. Naruto would create shadow clones and they would swim in different directions, disappearing if they saw Kisame to give them the advantage of a recon mission. The most obvious route would be used to evacuate the flooded areas and enter the mansion's upper levels. Logan stayed by Naruto's side, protecting him from any potential attacks, and helped Charles onto Gamakichi's back, where he would hold onto his vest, allowing Gamakichi to move freely and fight if necessary. Logan opened the door to the control room, and the four of them left that way, heading in the opposite direction from the others, after Naruto's clones returned from the water with nothing to report, so the group in the danger room opened the doors and moved into the hallways. They swam down the corridor and all the way up the stairs until they reached the ground floor and were able to stand again. Yet is the key word for this observation. Naruto held his breath and looked around. There was no sign of the Akatsuki yet. They usually try to take me out around this time so they can take me with them and unseal the 9 tails, but where are they? They waited until one of the shadow clones returned after Naruto sent them down each hallway once more. Naruto said, "Don't go that way," indicating the left. Itachi was holding one of Naruto's clones when Logan led the way to the right. Not at all. As Itachi released the clone and cut it with a kunai, Naruto cried out in disbelief. He pointed the Mangekyo Sharingan at the group with his eyes. Gamakichi reminded him not to look into his eyes. They all turned away from the ground when a wild laugh erupted behind them, and when Gamakichi and Naruto turned to see Kisame obstructing any sort of escape down that path, he held out his sword and pointed it at Naruto. "So," he clarified, "what will it be?" Kisame pointed his sword at Naruto and held it out. "So," he clarified, "what will it be?" "Over my lifeless body," Naruto yelled. Kisame said, "That can be arranged," eventually, with a gleeful laugh. "Multi-shadow clone jutsu," yelled Naruto. When the two Akatsuki tried to get past either of their guards, the shadow clones attacked them. Once they had both defeated the clones, they turned back to the group that had failed to defeat either ninja. With his claws out, Logan charged Itachi, making sure to keep his gaze on the ninja's hands and feet. He slashed at Itachi, escaping with black cloth as he ducked under the blades. Gamakichi remained in between, attempting to protect Charles from stray blades and avoid getting involved in either fight. When the Rasengan was ready, Naruto and one of his clones made a Rasengan in his hand, and the clone vanished and charged inside Kisame's defense, striking him in the gut. Kisame whirled the blade, scraping the walls around them and striking at the clones, finishing several in a stroke of his sword. Kisame was thrown back by the jutsu and into the wall down the way. Gamakichi. "Logan, this way down," Naruto called. Logan charged Itachi and threw him back as hard as he could, leaving Itachi to get up and follow Naruto and Gamakichi down the hall after Gamakichi passed Naruto on the way down. Logan yelled, "Follow me," and rushed forward, guiding them down the hall to the right, ahead of Kisame's hunched figure. "We must leave this place immediately." From Gamakichi's back, Charles cried out. Logan shouted back, "Chuck, I'm working on it. Where are Beast and Storm?" Charles said, "I'm going to give them a call now." Naruto said, "You guys get out of here," but he stopped. Naruto. Gamakichi yelled, "They're chasing you, and we have to make sure they don't get hold of you." "Exactly, that means if you all get away then I can use the Kyuubi's power to stop them." "There's still a barrier in the way, Naruto. We already know where their hideout is, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to find them or me. Then take it down. I need to use the 9 tails power to win this fight. Don't worry, I'll be alright. If not, Gamakichi can head them off by returning to Konoha and alerting the Hokage to what's happened." Charles begged Naruto, "Don't waste your life like this. What about your friends? Take it out or I'll fight without the 9 tails assistance and the additional chakra." "Okay, give me a minute." He entered Naruto and proceeded to the sealed gateway where the fox was waiting behind the mental barrier and his bars. Charles took down the barrier and was startled to hear Naruto behind him. Turning back to the sealed gates, Naruto paused beside him and nodded his gratitude. "Will you cooperate with me and lend me your strength?" he asked. "Yes, I will cooperate and give you my strength, but only because I will fight with you this time if you die." The fox came forward, revealing only its face. "I'll either make it with his help or I won't. You guys don't know how to fight alongside a chakra user, or for that matter one that might go out of control. I don't want to hurt anyone, and I've already done so twice while in the Kyuubi state. Thank you." Naruto turned back to Charles. "Now, get out of here." Charles said, "I will grant that wish," and he departed Naruto's thoughts. Gamakichi had already taken him and Logan away from Naruto when he returned, and he started to worry when he noticed that Naruto was cloaked in red energy. "I thought you placed a barrier in him, Chuck." "Yes, I did. At Naruto's request, I destroyed it, and the Kyuubi consented to fight with Naruto in order to support him," he said. "What did the Kyuubi do?" Gamakichi cried out. "He consented to fight with Naruto, just as I had stated." "What's wrong, and why?" "Well, you see, Everyone believed that the Kyuubi's massive amounts of chakra, combined with the fox's animosity toward ninjas, would make it impossible for any host to control it. Therefore, it is amazing that the Kyuubi is now voluntarily fighting with its host. But that also means we should leave this place. Gamakichi clarified, all the power from that chakra can have some devastating results. With a sigh of agreement, Logan said, let's leave now and reassemble with the other X-Men. I agree, Logan. Storm and Hank trailed closely behind the three as they left the mansion. Are you prepared, boy? I'm prepared. Are you? Remember, I'm just the source of power here. You are more than that, no. What is the intended meaning of that? I'm fighting this battle with you as a comrade. Avoid pushing it. Here they are, hee. Are you impacted by the Mangekyo Sharingan? Yes, so exercise caution. Yes, I will. The attack was accompanied by a fourth tail that grew into place alongside the three other tails. Kisame was blocking the attacks with his sword, which slowly sucked the chakra out of the cloak, and Itachi tried to meet his eyes in order to use the Sharingan, the only thing he knew to ever take control of the Kyuubi. This was the only way Madara was ever able to stage the attack of the 9 tails on Konoha. They attacked and dodged, creating the illusion of numerous mini-foxes attacking from all directions. What are you doing over there, Itachi? Have you not yet looked me in the eye? The Jinchuriki was caught as he passed in front of him at neck breaking speed, but Itachi ignored him and closed his eyes, calling forth the power of the Mangekyo, Amaterasu. When he opened his eyes, blood streaks were visible as he called forth the power to set anything in his line of sight on fire. When the Jinchuriki felt pain, he instinctively stopped and writhed to put out the fire, waiting for Kisame to get close enough to knock the host unconscious before he slashed down with his sword and swung it away, sucking away all the chakra that had created the cloak and more when it started to form a new one. You just don't know when to give up, do you? He said with a sly smile. Naruto retorted, that's okay, since I don't know what it means to give up. Unfortunately, we could have finished by now, but naturally, what fun is that? Kisame grinned. Kisame smiled eagerly, expecting the enjoyable battle he was about to have, but Naruto snarled and slashed at the sword, swiping it away from him before he swiftly pushed off the ground and landed on the other side of the room. What are you going to do, then? You understand that I won't let him take all of my chakra. Yes, I understand. I didn't intend to let him steal the chakra in the first place, so don't worry. However, I need more power because I won't win this way unless we both use all of our strength. This would be the ideal opportunity for me, so you're not scared that I might try to take over? If you're cool with that, I'll give you some more. I believe in you. In addition, don't you recall that we agreed to collaborate? Hey, and you don't think I would just leave you right away? All right. Naruto pulled out all 7 tails before the Kyuubi stopped feeding him power. That's only 7 tails, huh? If not, I'll give you the final 2. That should be all you need. All right. Naruto launched another attack. Xavier Institute, the mansion's back. After spending so much time in the water, they all gasped for breath as Kitty led them through the final wall and into the bright, sunlit air. Where are Logan and the professor? Did Bobby ask. I think they went with Naruto and that oversized frog, said Rogue. A loud crash was heard by the group, and they all turned to gaze at the mansion. Rogue noted, I think the battle has already started. Well, how do I combat ninjas? Kurt said, surveying the group, does anyone know? They all shook their heads, looking perplexed. I think we have to learn as we go on this one, Scott stated. Jean gave a nod. I agree, we've never had to fight ninjas before so none of us knows anything, not even the first thing there is to being a ninja. Bobby said, what are we waiting for then? The sooner we find out, the better. With a collective nod, they rushed around the building on both sides and, in Kurt's case, over, only to discover something unexpected on the other side. A man wearing a black coat with red clouds was slowly leaving with a large club-like object resting on his shoulder. Some of the bandages were torn, exposing purple scales that were filed to points. The front doors and the 20 feet surrounding them were blown into non-existence. And a red figure was getting back up on all 4 limbs in front of the fountain that was now flooding water onto the pathway. Where are you, X-Men? The professor yelled. Kitty answered, we're on either side of the building and we came out of the institute from the back. I'm on the roof looking down on the battle, Kurt continued. Logan and I are already in front of the garage. Regroup there. Good, I'm glad you're all safe and made it out okay. Scott replied, Roger that. Everyone left the battle in progress and made their way to the garage. After being kicked into the fountain and feeling a stone give way behind him, Naruto got back up and stood ready on all 4s, staring down at Kisame as he came toward him. Water poured out over him, soaking his clothes. What a time to do it, yes, without a doubt. Would you please give me a break? Giving a human body this much power is a bit taxing. Are you certain you can manage all that power? Sure, just hand it to me right now. We have to get this done. Make yourself comfortable. Naruto shivered as the Kyuubi used up all of his chakra reserves to form an 8th tail on him, and a 9th tail to complete the set. He used all of his willpower to control the power, shifting from foot to foot and hand to hand, spreading it evenly throughout his body, and then he pushed off from the ground, leaving the cement caved in, and pounced on Kisame, biting whatever flesh was visible, mostly the neck, with his claws until Kisame reacted and he leapt off again. Kisame swore as he looked down and rubbed a hand over the bite marks that had punctured the skin on his neck, causing blood to smear on his hand. Gosh darn you, Kisame yelled angrily, you won't get another chance like that again. Kisame threw his sword with lightning speed and caught Naruto's left leg as he dodged, and Naruto grimaced, not knowing how the Akatsuki's demeanor would change when he was angry at his opponent. Naruto had only ever faced the laughing Kisame. Ignoring the pain, Naruto balanced himself back on his feet and concentrated on his assailant, waiting for his next move. Naruto flipped through the air, landing with a crash, rolling to lessen the impact. His leg hurt, but his entire body was suffering from the chakra flowing around him to create the fox shape. As he arrived, Kisame charged him, his sword flying back to him. Naruto waited until the very last second, then ducked under the attack and dove back towards the fountain, rolling as he landed and stood up, turning to face Kisame. What are you doing? Go ahead and attack him. I have to find a way to permanently cut him off from his sword. You know how swords drain our energy each time they strike us. Yes, and that's precisely why you must murder him right away. Give me a chance, please. No, at the very least, eliminate our enemies right away so I don't have to spend too much time combining my chakra with yours if I'm going to put up with having a dumb human for a host. Willing cooperation. What happened to it? Get this fight over with, please. He said, all right, how about you fight? You really are going to trust me on this one, aren't you? The Kyuubi asked him, looking at him bewildered. As I previously stated, we are fighting alongside each other as comrades. Okay. I have to trust him to do this, Naruto thought to himself. Please don't let me be wrong. Unbelievably, Naruto approached the bars and put his hand inside to rest on the fox's paw while he sat there, entrusting the tailed beast with his life. Can you hear me, Naruto? Naruto? Who's there? Naruto, even though your body changed, it's finished. What is that supposed to mean? Changed? Hold on, I was in a fight and I allowed the Kyuubi to take over to finish the fight. Yes, Naruto, it's time to wake up. I also retract my earlier statement that you aren't such a useless host. With a start, Naruto opened his eyes. Was I dreaming? No, wake up. My strength and the mutants have helped your body heal, but now you must open your eyes and regain control of your body. Yes, I will do that. What took place to make this happen? As Naruto gradually regained consciousness, he started to hear voices. Is he alright? I don't know, but what's the... Shish, he's opening his eyes. When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw the X-Men's anxious faces peering down at him, and he recognized the lights of the infirmary above him once more. All right, everybody. Beast called to those gathered around him, give him some space. Beast leaned over and switched on a flashlight, shining it first in Naruto's left eye and then his right. After a few seconds, he put a hand on Naruto's forehead and took it off. How are you feeling? He inquired. Like I was hit with multiple Rasengans in a matter of a few seconds, said Naruto. Beast laughed as he recalled how he had yelled Rasengan when he had attacked with a blue ball of energy in his right hand. He said, try lifting your arms first. After giving up control to the Kyuubi, Naruto turned his head to the side to examine his right arm and slowly raised it, regaining control of his own body. His arm trembled with the effort required, and he scowled in frustration. With his right arm raised a little, he attempted to raise his left arm as well, but the effort proved too much, so he let them fall back down beside him in exhaustion. What did you do? Damn it. You have a lot of training ahead of you to get back in shape, but I believe that taking control of your body strained it to its limits, and you have also been unconscious for 2 weeks after the battle. I told them that I was the Kyuubi and that I was having trouble keeping you from dying, so they brought us here, and when I retreated back inside the seal, I kept you alive while they assisted me in healing your body. Do I not always? You have a point, hee. Do you want to get some fresh air and discuss the battle with the professor? Beast inquired. Sounds good, although I don't think I can manage to walk even a few feet at the moment, said Naruto. I'll put you in a wheelchair, so don't worry. In this manner, you can keep sleeping. Naruto was wheeled up in the elevator, then wheeled out into the restored entryway and toward the doors to wheel him outside after Beast had put him in the wheelchair and positioned him comfortably before they left for a conversation with the professor. "I apologize for the damage," Naruto said, scowling at the thought of what he had done to the room and fountain. "I hope fixing everything wasn't too much trouble." "Not a problem at all. Recall Naruto. Mutants can learn to control their abilities here. You wouldn't believe how often this occurs," Beast reminded them. "Oh, I see." He saw someone who looked exactly like him in the windows of the doors, but he had 9 red tails with white tips hanging limply next to him on either side of the wheelchair, and red fox ears with white tips in the middle of the blonde hair. He forgot about that. "Naruto?" the Beast inquired, a little worried that Naruto had overexerted himself. "Hold on, Beast." After examining the window, he raised one feeble arm to his head and Beast's side. Beast then guided his hand to his ears, where Naruto placed it. The ears were smooth, soft, and slightly sharp. He let his arm drop slowly and reached down to find a tail, and when he looked down and saw the tails, he placed his hand on one to confirm it was real. He realized, "What's happened to?" the Kyuubi had stated, "It's done, Naruto, even though your body changed." "When you mentioned that my body had changed, Kyuubi, did you mean this?" "Indeed." Beast touched his shoulder and said, "Naruto? Are you okay?" Yeah, let's go. Talk to the professor now," exclaimed Naruto, still in disbelief over his physical transformation. After Beast gave in, he wheeled Naruto outside into the professor, who was chatting with Logan, Storm, and Gamakichi as they watched a baseball game. Logan tapped Charles on the shoulder and gestured toward them. Gamakichi saw the gesture and looked too, and a big smile spread across his face as he saw Naruto. "Naruto." Gamakichi dialed. "Naruto, good afternoon. While we converse, Storm, would you go get Naruto something to eat?" "Just broth, okay?" she asked. "Yes," said Beast. "It will be around a week before we can give him anything substantial." The mention of only broth for a week quickly crushed Naruto's hopeful expression when he heard food. Storm laughed before departing. "Naruto, how are you?" Gamakichi inquired. "Weak and a little confused, but otherwise I think I'm fine," Naruto answered. "Did he notice them?" Charles inquired. From behind Naruto, Beast gave a silent nod, saying, "In the windows on the way out." "Naruto, as you can see, after you gave the Kyuubi control over your body during the battle, some physical changes started to manifest. Did it go up to all 9 tails for the first time, or was it because I allowed it to do that?" "Neither. This change could have been brought about by either of them. We are unaware of that. What we do know, Naruto, is that you are a mutant because you have acquired the X gene," Charles clarified. "A mutant? Hey, I mentioned that your body had changed, but I didn't say if it was a biological, physical, or both change. What is my mutant power?" Naruto closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, letting it out gradually. "It might just be a physical change, but I'm not positive yet." "What is my supposed power if I am a mutant?" "That's the problem," Logan informed him. "We're not totally sure if there is anything more than your outward appearance." Using a straw, Storm approached them from behind and held a cup of warm broth in front of his face. "Now have a drink. Just a tiny sip, nothing too much. After everything you've been through, we don't want you to get sick," she said amiably. Naruto complied and took a sip of the broth from the cup. Fortunately, the flavor didn't turn him off, as he wasn't planning on living off chicken broth for the next week. "So what transpired following the Kyuubi's takeover?" I asked, but it refused to tell. "That's probably because it wasn't sure what to tell you," Charles scowled. "It's difficult to explain because you had just switched when we arrived, and we assumed you were gone forever. Until the Kyuubi kept attacking Kisame and Itachi, we didn't know what to do. It was quite willing to stick with us since its host, you, would have a better chance of surviving than the Akatsuki, I discovered when I used my telepathy to try to reason with it. As it attacked them, we conversed and it described a strategy it had devised after determining our numbers and individual abilities. After that, we carried out the strategy and managed to drive the Akatsuki back. At least they haven't returned to kill us, even though we still don't know where they are. I believe we hurt them so severely that they were unable to risk getting hurt again by returning here. In particular, even after we washed you off, the Kyuubi had sharpened your teeth and claws to the point where they were stained red." Charles narrated the story succinctly. "You gave the 2 cuts that caused them a great deal of pain." "Wow," Naruto said, letting his head drop back. "I suppose I've mastered the art of fully regulating the Kyuubi's chakra within myself. Will we ever need to do that again, in your opinion? Use my chakra up to the 9th tail if you can, but if you think it's safe to switch controls, Talk to me first because you might die or I might lose control of you and you'd be lost forever. Excellent. Gamakichi, is there any new development regarding my return to Konoha? No, not that I've heard of since my last visit, he replied. After hearing the news, Naruto appeared dejected but soon became cheerful, saying, well, that means I can recover my strength and learn how to control any mutant powers I've acquired. Gamakichi remarked, there's the Naruto I know, and he laughed. He and Naruto both laughed and the 4 adult mutants joined in. He's right, you know. When I brought you back, I briefly feared that your spirit had abandoned you. That is not going to occur. Naruto, hurry up. To help you rest and heal, let's get you into a real bed. Take another sip of the broth before we depart, Beast said. After Storm put the straw to his mouth and took another mouthful of the warm liquid, Beast led him back inside, and the professor resumed the conversation that had been cut off when Beast and Naruto emerged. Gamakichi, then. Given how weak Naruto is right now, I think you're right that we shouldn't tell him just yet, but I'm sure Konoha is okay. We need to determine whether he has any powers at all and how he can control them, particularly if he has turned into a mutant. First, I believe it's time for us to see how Konoha is doing, he said. I concur. They haven't sent a message with another ninja dog or toad, which worries me. Gamakichi vanished, saying, I'll leave now and return when I understand what's happening. What do you suppose he'll discover? Did Storm ask. Who knows? Either the village is safe and recovering, or it could be destroyed. Logan responded, the only way we can learn is if Gamakichi visits there in person. Konoha Gamakichi got to Konoha with his eyes closed, terrified of what he might discover. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly before opening his eyes to look at the cliffside ground beneath him. He had appeared on the cliffside with the faces of the Hokage engraved on it, and he studied the ground for a moment longer, terrified of the worst that could have happened to Konoha. I'll be able to leave sooner if I finish it sooner. When he slowly raised his gaze to the village, he was shocked to see that not a single house remained. Everything had vanished, leaving only the faces of the Hokage carved into the cliff to guard a crater where the village once stood. Gods, what happened to make this happen? Could anyone be in the mountain's evacuation tunnels? Taking care to keep an eye out for any potential traps, he leapt onto the third Hokage's face to the hidden door in his eye and proceeded through the tunnel to the gathering point, which was a large cave in the center of the tunnel system, but there was not a single person there. I can't go back yet. If there's a chance that any are still alive, I need to find them. Did they leave? Were they all killed? No, they couldn't have been, or the bodies would be here unless they were all caught in the blast that made the crater outside. Where would Jiraiya or Tsunade lead the village to? Leaving the tunnels, he hopped down the remaining distance to the ground, watching for any remaining enemy fighters to kill anyone who came to look into the disappearance of a major hidden village. He saw a movement in his left eye, but recognized it as a bird. Hold on, aren't there any birds like that here, Sai? Sai? He shouted in that direction. At the sound, the bird leapt and flew over, confirming the inky marking Sai had made for his ink jutsu as it got closer. The bird then flew back into the forest, landing on a branch and waiting with its head cocked to the side and turned back over its shoulder. Gamakichi pursued it into the depths of the forest, but he halted when the bird waited on the ground and he saw Sai approaching him through the trees, followed by Yamato, Kakashi, and Jiraiya. Gamakichi, Jiraiya said, I'm glad you're alright. How is Naruto doing? We had a run-in with Itachi and Kisame, Gamakichi said. What happened? Kakashi inquired. We couldn't hold him off and then Naruto told us something that must have shocked everyone who heard him. What might have caused that? Jiraiya inquired. The Kyuubi agreed to cooperate willingly with Naruto and help him fight both Akatsuki, though there were some side effects. Yamato proposed, I think we should go back to the camp and inform Tsunade of this. After nodding in agreement, Kakashi and Jiraiya turned around to lead the way back, making their way quickly through the trees to a campsite with tents and ninja running around doing everything they could. They then proceeded to an area designated for the wounded where they discovered Sakura and Tsunade working together to heal a ninja whose left side was completely burned and blistering in an area free of infection. What transpired following my departure? Gamakichi questioned in disbelief. We were attacked after our conversation with you ended the last time we saw you. As the survivors made their way to the tunnels for evacuation, the Leaf Village's ninja were doing everything in their power to keep them safe. That day, we lost a lot of honorable and courageous nin. In any case, we engaged in a fierce 3-day battle before the invaders moved out of our line of sight from the wall. After those exhausting 3 days, we finally got a good night's sleep that night, but it was short-lived because when dawn arrived, they launched another attack, and this time the Akatsuki weren't just searching for Naruto. They were going all out. Unbeknownst to us, Deidara, an Akatsuki member, had been hovering over us, allowing the forces to evacuate in 30 seconds. Before we noticed a massive bomb descending into the village above us, we had no idea why they had left. Although the majority of people were able to leave, we were not able to do so without suffering many injuries. As soon as the bomb struck, the village was reduced to ashes. We were all close enough to feel the searing heat on our skin when the bomb went off, and many of us ended up just like him, Jiraiya said. If Akatsuki and the Sound Ninja are out here, then why did you move here? Yamamoto clarified, when the invaders figured out the nine-tailed Jinchuriki wasn't here, they decided to rid themselves of us with the clay bomb. Therefore we decided to stay close until everyone had healed from their burns with the help of the medical ninja we had and then leave Yamamoto and a squad of ninja to begin the reconstruction of Konoha while we take the villagers to safety, Kakashi stated. Gamakichi nodded as he processed all the information in his head. Naruto has turned into a mutant, Konoha has been destroyed, and many people have been hurt in the battle or explosion. Could it get any stranger? When she was done with the man in front of her, Tsunade got up and waved the three men and Gamakichi to follow. Sakura fell in behind, knowing full well that there was news about Naruto. They went to a tent near the wounded and she gestured for everyone to follow her inside, where they all sat down. What's new? She inquired. Itachi and Kisame attacked us in the X-Men's home about 2 weeks ago and since I hadn't heard anything from Konoha I decided it was time to check, Gamakichi said briefly. How is Naruto doing after that battle? Tsunade inquired. He is weak and woke up at noon today, but he should be well within the next week or so. I don't think the two Akatsuki will be bothering us anytime soon because of the damage he caused to them. How were they vanquished by Naruto and the X-Men? Here's the part you might not believe. After Naruto discussed their predicament with the Kyuubi, they voluntarily joined the fight against them. Only because he was unable to defeat his opponents and he trusted the Kyuubi not to take over his body while he let him out did Naruto go to all nine tails before giving up control to the Kyuubi. Gamakichi told them, there were side effects, and we don't yet know all of them. The image of Naruto with all nine tails and the idea that the Kyuubi might have taken control if he had any other emotions at all caused everyone to look horrified. Tsunade regained her composure to inquire, what are the negative consequences of all of this? Naruto now physically possesses all nine tails and red fox ears, which are known side effects. The other known consequence is that the X-Men can now be categorized as a mutant because something in the battle activated a gene that he possessed. We think that his decision to allow the Kyuubi to fight with his entire body and chakra, in addition to that gene, is partly responsible for his new look. Before anyone could respond, Sakura interrupted, asking, so, is he okay? Does he mind, aside from his new look? Gamakichi turned to her and said, he was a little taken aback when he saw the changes, but he is currently so weak that he really couldn't do anything, even if he wanted to. At the moment, he can hardly move and can only consume warm broth. It will be a long time before he is fully recovered. He would undoubtedly learn more after hearing about your worries, Sakura. The idea made her flush, and she excused herself by saying, I'll just go tell the others what's happened. I think that's a good idea, Sakura, and if anyone has thoughts on how we can possibly get over there and back let me know, Tsunade asked. She said, sure thing, and walked out of the tent. As Sakura made her way between tents to the makeshift practice area they were close to, she discovered that the rest of her classmates were all there, either conversing or sparring, and she went to the closest group, which included Neji, Shikamaru, Kiba, Akamaru, Hinata, and Choji. Choji was once again munching on a bag of chips while listening to the group discussion. Hey Sakura, how are you? Kiba inquired. Indeed, Gamakichi informed us that Naruto had been attacked by the Akatsuki approximately 2 weeks prior. The fight has changed him physically, Sakura replied. What physical alteration do you mean? Neji inquired. It appears that Naruto's inner nine-tailed beast consented to help him win the fight. To make matters worse, he risked allowing the Kyuubi to take control of his body by revealing all 9 tails on his fox cloak. As a result, his persona now features 9 foxtails and fox ears. What a drag, sighed Shikamaru. So Naruto and we were attacked by the Akatsuki. Seems that way, mentioned Kiba. However, is Naruto doing? Shyly, Hinata inquired. Yes, it appears that he only woke up today. He is quite weak and somewhat taken aback by his appearance, but other than that, he is fine. Naturally, that's not the only thing. Oh, and Tsunade wanted to know if any of you have any ideas as to how we can get to Naruto and back here, Sakura explained, adding, that whole X gene I told you about that the X-Men have. Well, Naruto now has it and so they're trying to find out whether Naruto has any special mutant power. They all looked shocked at the news. Shikamaru was the first to say, Gamakichi can travel to and from that world, correct? After they had all given it some thought. So what if someone, say Jiraiya, accompanied him when he left and then traveled to the other world? Sakura nodded. It's conceivable. I'm shocked that nobody has considered that yet, Sakura said. Well, didn't they want to discover which jutsu was initially used to teleport Naruto? Kiba made a point. Sakura nodded once more, saying, yeah, so they were discussing potential jutsus to use instead of a ninja toad. Great, I'll check to see if Gamakichi is still present. She returned to Tsunade's tent after leaving the group to discuss other options. Tsunade. Shikamaru had a thought, so she sat down close to the entrance after opening the tent flap. Yes, Sakura, what is it? Tsunade inquired. Shikamaru mentioned that Gamakichi might be able to bring a ninja along if he can travel through the dimensions. The three ninjas gave it some thought. Gamakichi, are you open to trying it with Jiraiya? Gamakichi pondered for a while before saying, yes, if Jiraiya tried it, there's a good chance it could succeed. Given that he is the only other individual with the ability to call forth a toad. Now let's give it a try. Jiraiya affirmed, at least Naruto will have a little more protection than he currently has if I can get over there. Then it's settled, Tsunade said, nodding. Unless I have Kakashi send Pakun a message saying that we need you, you two will go over and help protect Naruto. Once you are certain that any mutant powers are under control, you may return. Are you ready for Gamakichi now, or do you have anything more to say? Jiraiya inquired. No, let's go. With a puff of smoke, Jiraiya put a hand on Gamakichi's back and they both vanished. Good luck Jiraiya, says Tsunade. Between dimensions, Gamakichi woke up beside the statue at the X-Men's front driveway, where Charles was waiting for him to return, and when he looked to his right, he saw that Jiraiya was unquestionably still there. What made that feel more strange than normal? Jiraiya let out a moan. Maybe because we went to an entirely new world, Gamakichi proposed. Charles appeared a little taken aback by the Sanin's appearance. Gamakichi, welcome back. Who could this be? Charles asked. A pervert who likes to peek into bathhouses when girls are bathing, said Gamakichi. You little liar, it's called research for the best book series in our world. Make out tactics, Jiraiya said, punching Gamakichi away from him. Simply put, you and Naruto lack good taste. Gamakichi got back up and rubbed his arm while Charles arched an eyebrow at the two ninjas. That hurt, Jiraiya. Would you like to see Naruto or what? I want to see my star student, of course. Do you believe that my training was in vain? Then how about you introduce yourself and we'll go see the little fox? Gamakichi said. Jiraiya turned to Charles and bowed slightly, saying, hello, nice to meet you. Jiraiya nodded, sounds good. In addition to being Naruto's teacher, I am one of the legendary Sannin the Toad Sage. It's nice to meet you, huh? Professor Charles Xavier, substituted Charles, and it's nice to meet one of Naruto's teachers. Is Naruto here? Jiraiya asked abruptly and seriously. I'm a little worried about this Kyuubi business because the last time I saw him wearing the fox cloak, he almost killed me. As Charles said, yes, come inside and I'll show you the way. When he turned and saw them, Beast had just emerged from a door that Charles had led them to. Ah Charles, he's asleep, so don't wake him. He asked Jiraiya, are you one of Naruto's fellow ninjas? How is he? Jiraiya asked, nodding. He has fully recovered. He's currently very weak because his body has just taken a lot of strain. If you simply want to see him, I'll let you speak with him later. Beast said, go ahead, and he opened the door. After passing Charles and Beast, Jiraiya entered the room, paused at Naruto's bedside, and when he saw the fox ears that were now on Naruto's head, he reached out and gave one a gentle pat. You've made great progress. You have my admiration. In order to wait for Naruto to wake up again, he pulled up a chair and sat down by his bedside. Charles and Beast had observed the shinobi sit down next to Naruto and the two mutants outside the room, and Gamakichi had discreetly left the two alone. Beast said of the two while they were in the hospital, they must have a strong bond as a teacher and pupil. With a smile, Gamakichi said, you have no idea. Gamakichi, what do you mean? Charles inquired. Naruto has been training with Jiraiya for a little over 3 years since they met. Really? Beast inquired, and Gamakichi nodded while maintaining a smile. As Jiraiya stated up front, he has been working to teach Naruto how to control the Kyuubi's chakra so that he can use it for himself. The fact that Naruto has finally succeeded in doing so after all this time is a huge accomplishment. Gamakichi added, I think he's also relieved that the Kyuubi didn't kill or take over Naruto like it attempted to do when Naruto first put on the fox cloak. Man, so Naruto could have easily turned on us or been killed 2 weeks ago, Beast said. Yes, either way could have happened. When I sensed the Kyuubi's chakra beginning to seep out of his body, I became extremely concerned. The weakening of the seal that held the Kyuubi in Naruto has always been a warning sign to us. Now everything is beginning to make sense. Naturally, we were all taken aback by the Kyuubi's decision to cooperate, Charles remarked. Gamakichi laughed and said, yes, you could repeat that. Wake up, Naruto. You might want to check out your companion. Why won't you let me sleep? What's going on? Just have faith in me. When Naruto woke up from his slumber, he saw the ceiling of the room he was staying in, the opposite wall from the door, and there was nobody there. He turned to his other side and saw Jiraiya sitting there, grinning. Sage, are you a pervert? Naruto, good to see you again. Jiraiya jokingly said, I hear you've had some interesting adventures while you've been here. Yeah, no kidding, it's taking some getting used to with the Kyuubi talking to me now, Naruto laughed. The Kyuubi is speaking to you. Jiraiya scowled. Naruto said, yeah, it woke me up just now. Well, that is an interesting new feature along with your ears and the so-called tails of yet to see. As he pulled a tail out from under the covers to show Jiraiya, Naruto smiled and said, yeah, that's also taking a little getting used to. Jiraiya took it in his hand. That is the weirdest thing ever. With a nod of agreement, Naruto said, hey, could you give me that cup? Naruto sat up, leaning against the wall on his pillow, and drank some broth from the cup Jiraiya had picked up from the bedside table. You're not getting solid food yet, healer? Jiraiya inquired. Naruto said, as he continued to drink broth. I'm getting stronger with rest, but before I couldn't even lift my arm more than a few inches off the bed, he said, returning the cup to Jiraiya. I think I might be able to get up now and take a little stroll. When he threw off his covers, Jiraiya said, then how about you try, but hold onto my arm until you're sure your muscles can take it. After nodding, Naruto moved his feet and legs off the bed and onto the floor, taking his mentor's arm to help him stand up. He was a little unsteady at first, but once he got his feet under him, he reduced the weight on Jiraiya's arm. He took a step away from Jiraiya's arm, taking slow steps back and forth a couple of feet away, and then lowering himself onto his bed while grunting. Naruto sighed, that's still exhausting, I'm sure your strength will return with time, Jiraiya said with a smile. If the Kyuubi would indulge me with its thoughts, what would it say about all of this? Okay, so what are you tell him that although I still dislike being a human, I will work with you for the time being. I heard him. Is there anything else? No, Jiraiya heard Naruto repeat what the Kyuubi had said. Jiraiya sighed with relief. Well, that's better than I thought it would say, she said. What did you anticipate? I wasn't sure what to expect. Hey, how did you get here? I didn't ask before. Is there a way back, and how did you get here? Well, Shikamaru came up with the concept. When he came back here, he suggested that I go with Gamakichi, so we tried it and it worked, Jiraiya said, and here I am with you. How long have you been here? When the professor brought us to your room and the blue guy came out and told us you'd just fallen asleep, if that helps. Oh. Additionally, Beast, also known as Dr. Hank McCoy, is the blue man. Here, they refer to them as the doctor or healer. Oh, well. Jiraiya became solemn. At this point, Tsunade, Kakashi, Yamamoto, Gamakichi, and I agreed that you would remain here until we were certain that you possessed any mutant abilities and could control them. Okay? Any issues? Naruto remarked, not that I can think of. Well, what are you going to do while we're here? I'll help train you and protect you seeing as we are the only two ninjas here and the X-Men also need training on how to fight ninja, Jiraiya replied. All right, may I be of assistance? With eagerness, Naruto inquired. We'll discuss it after we've recovered, Jiraiya said with a laugh. All right, but I'll make sure I'm training in 3 days, moaned Naruto. If Itachi and Kisame return, I must be prepared to fight. Remember that I will participate in your training because you must accustom yourself to using both your own and my powers. Well, I'll let him know that. Kyuubi would like me to tell you that it is going to participate in my training to help me learn to use its powers, said Naruto. Jiraiya sighed. Just as long as it doesn't plan to turn on you or us later on, I would welcome its help with your training. He shouldn't be concerned because, even if the seal is broken, I doubt I could go anywhere, even if I wanted to, because I've essentially merged with you since that last battle. I've learned to trust my inner-tailed beast, so don't worry, unlike him. Did I just make you unable to speak? Indeed, you did. With a perplexed Jiraiya present, Naruto chuckled at the remark. What's so amusing? Naruto told him, oh, I struck Kyuubi speechless. Still looking perplexed, he remained silent and said, come on. Get back in bed before Dr. McCoy yells at me for letting you walk around. How does that relate to me? Beast entered. Nothing, lied Naruto. The beast laughed. I don't mind if you walk around a little as long as you don't tire yourself out too much. Apparently, he heard me, Jiraiya said. The beast laughed. That I did, and I would ask that neither of you starts up with the training until you are totally up to strength. All right, Naruto replied, but I can't promise what the Kyuubi will do. Try to control it, advised Beast. You've never been successful before, so good luck with that. You wouldn't? Who knows, I'm independent. Of course I wouldn't, not now that our abilities have essentially merged. Oh. Follow the doctor's advice and get some rest. If something comes up, I'll wake you. Promise? Yes, I swear. Sleep now. After Naruto swallowed the pill Beast gave him, he lay back in his bed and closed his eyes, using the Kyuubi and the pill to fall asleep. Beast dragged Jiraiya from the room once he was certain Naruto had dozed off. Yeah, I'll let him sleep for now, Jiraiya said with a nod. All right. Beast informed him, I understand that you two are close and that your only concern is for your student, but if he truly does have mutant powers, he's going to need our help. I recognize that, Dr. McCoy. Jiraiya grimaced, I'm not sure what to think given my experience with Naruto and the Fox Cloak. I'm just a little worried about Naruto and the Kyuubi working together. What are you saying? Beast inquired. With a sigh, Jiraiya detailed how he had attempted to assist Naruto in mastering the Kyuubi's chakra, using it as his own, and learning about the Fox Cloak and its destructive potential. Beast listened in horror as Jiraiya told his story. So the fact that Naruto can now, possibly, summon up the Fox Cloak makes you wonder whether this is temporary or permanent, the Beast said. That about sums it all up, as well as the fact that I need to find the Akatsuki and keep them away from Naruto and the Nine-Tailed Beast and if possible kill them or get them back to our world so they can't bother Naruto again. Will you allow us to assist you? Dealing with people with powers is our area of expertise? Yes I know, and yes I will teach you guys how to fight a ninja so you may be effective against the Akatsuki when they come looking again, Jiraiya replied to him. There's no reason to wait. Beast proposed. I'll have Charles call everyone together and introduce you to the team because Naruto is staying in bed until he gets enough rest. Sounds good. I get to train some newbies and have some fun, Jiraiya laughed. Beast laughed. How about we head out now? While Charles was speaking with Storm in the infirmary, Jiraiya trailed Beast. Charles, would you like to assemble the team? Jiraiya will demonstrate how to combat the Akatsuki for everyone. Charles remarked, I'll call the team now then. X. Men gather in the danger room, and Jiraiya was shocked when the mental message reached them all. Did you possess that mutant ability? Charles was asked by Jiraiya. Yes, I'm a telepath, he said. Jiraiya said, well, lead the way to this danger room. That will take some getting used to as well as everyone else's powers, she said. As the rest of the X-Men entered the room, Jiraiya waited with Gamakichi, Charles, Beast, and Storm, observing each one as they entered and taking note of their gaits and casual entrance. Logan entered and joined the Professor and Beast. They have never faced ninjas before, so this should be enjoyable. However, they will need to pick up the skills fast because it has already been too long since the last attack, and they will be arriving at any moment. As you have all noticed, we have a guest here. Good afternoon, everyone, the professor said. As some of you may know, Naruto only woke up today because the Akatsuki decided to attack 2 weeks ago. However, with some quick thinking, the Konoha residents were able to figure out a way to get someone here without causing any casualties. Thus, I'd like to present Jiraiya, your new instructor, to everyone. How about we have everyone introduce themselves before we get started, the Beast suggested. They all nodded, and he recognized Logan, Storm, and Beast. He introduced himself as Kitty, Shadowcat, Kurt, Nightcrawler, Bobby, Iceman, Scott, Cyclops, Jean, and Rogue. As everyone stepped forward, Jiraiya took another look around the group and said, could I get each of you to show me your mutant power so I know what I'm working with? He inquired. Rogue claimed that if she touched someone with her bare hand, she would absorb their memories, energy, and any powers they may have had. Logan showed him his claws and explained that he could control the weather. Kurt teleported in front of him and back to his spot. Bobby created an ice path and wall. Scott fired a beam at a target on the wall. Jean flew into the air and said she could also lift other things and was a telepath like the professor. Storm told him that she could control the weather. Beast informed him that his physical appearance was due to his mutant gene, and Jiraiya made mental notes about each power. All right everyone, one at a time I want you to attack me so I can see what we need to work on for the ninja training, he said. Following the sparring sessions, Jiraiya continued by explaining what a jutsu was and how a ninja would use it, bringing each X-Men down with little force. A ninja can perform jutsus that can do nearly anything, including creating clones of themselves, harming their opponents, protecting themselves, creating illusions, and even healing, by drawing on their chakra or energy source. Itachi now employs genjutsu, the art of illusion. If any of you find yourself in a situation where you are ensnared in a genjutsu, he will create an illusion that will prevent you from defending yourself. It must be broken by someone hurting that person, or I will assist you if I am present. If you find yourself stuck, keep in mind that illusions cannot harm you. Pain only occurs when you believe it does. Itachi's eyes are another noteworthy feature. They house a Kake Genkai known as a Sharingan. The Sharingan is divided into several levels. He uses the first, a red eye with a circle that contains 3 curved teardrops, and the second, the Mangekyo, to create a very realistic illusion in which time does not exist and you could be his prisoner for weeks, and when he releases you, time will still be the same. Be cautious and avoid looking him in the eyes because he may have other people that we are unaware of yet. In contrast, Kisame employs water jutsus, which are capable of a variety of actions. I know that he used the water that flooded this facility's lower levels to lure you out of this exact room. Jiraiya continued by summarizing all he knew about the 2 Akatsuki. He also carries a sword that will drain energy that would otherwise be used for attacking and defending, and that sword doesn't just slice, it shreds anything in its path. When he was done, he called forth several toads the size of Gamakichi. Will you guys assist me in instructing them on how to attack and defend themselves from ninja? All of the toads said, sure thing Jiraiya. Logan accompanied Jiraiya as he walked around observing each one of them engage in combat while they learned about the ninja. They benefit from this. It's been a long time since they faced difficulties like this. I know how you ninja fight because I trained with Naruto before the attack, but is it possible for me to observe how a master does it? Logan asked. All right, are you prepared? Always. Jiraiya produced kunai and hurled them at Logan, who managed to avoid them. To get a sense of how a ninja could do anything with taijutsu, genjutsu, or ninjutsu, the X-Men fought Jiraiya the following day. They fought well, and Jiraiya was happy with the outcome and went to speak with Naruto after the session. As he knocked on the door, he heard Naruto enter. Naruto said, "Hey, pervy sage," in greeting. Jiraiya's lips quirked in annoyance. Will you please stop referring to me like that? So you haven't yet snooped around in the girls' restrooms? Naruto inquired. Only because I still don't know where they are, he replied in a mumble. If I were you, I would exercise caution around this group, Naruto chuckled. You probably don't want to tamper with some of their abilities, particularly Rogue. It appears that she has a terrible amount of power. Jiraiya smirked and said, you would know with that jutsu of yours. I haven't used the sexy jutsu since I got here, protested Naruto. Sure, kid, teasingly said Jiraiya. Like you haven't peeked into a lady's bathhouse since I left Konoha, he said. That isn't the same. My research is that, Jiraiya thought. What about those books on makeout tactics? Naruto remarked. I don't see what you and Kakashi-sensei see in them. Just because your brain is too small to recognize the best parts of my books doesn't mean that they're bad, Jiraiya exclaimed. Perhaps you were too young to have read it. Oh, let me rest. Gamakichi interrupted, saying, will you two ever stop fighting? The two shinobi exchanged glances and responded, no. Gamakichi gave up and walked out of the room, but they were still arguing. Why is there so much noise inside? Beast questioned him. Let's just say Naruto is definitely feeling better if he's able to argue with Jiraiya about Jiraiya's makeout tactic series, Gamakichi said. Whoa. When Beast opened the door and saw the two facing each other with steam rising from their heads, he remarked, that's some heated argument. Don't worry, Gamakichi said with a laugh. There, see? They'll stop soon. The cacophony that had previously conducted war in the room subsided. They always get over it in a matter of minutes. When Beast turned to face the room again, he saw that Jiraiya was there instead of the two male ninjas, drooling and staring at a blonde woman with fox ears and tails, naked, and surrounded by clouds. He pulled away in embarrassment. That is something I never want to see again, Beast said, looking embarrassed. Gamakichi looked around the room, perplexed. Oh, he said, stepping back from the door, that is Naruto's sexy jutsu. It's actually a pretty effective jutsu when you're up against a male foe, and all you have to do is baffle him long enough to tie him up and knock him out. Naruto used the jutsu on a renegade ninja who had just stolen a scroll of forbidden jutsu, the first time he ever defended the village. The idea made Beast laugh out loud. Beast came to the conclusion that Naruto calls Jiraiya a pervy sage, because it's a good way to get him to stop talking. Gamakichi said with a nod, that's another good use for it sometimes. In order to find another room where they could discuss the strange things Jiraiya and Naruto did, Gamakichi and Beast left the strange scene in the bedroom. Naruto put on jeans and an orange t-shirt that he had been given because it seemed that the battle had ripped his clothes. The jeans felt strange in comparison to his usual loose, comfortable clothing, but he didn't mind the shirt. He walked out onto a tiny balcony that was attached to his room after opening the windowed balcony doors. "This is a nice place," Naruto said. "Yes, it is. Turn to your left. That white ball is being used by some children over there. Yes, I will go ask them if they would like to train with me. Wait. What? I nearly left my leg pouch behind." Returning inside, he put his leg patch on before making his way back to the balcony. In order to break his fall, he hopped off with a quick roll at the bottom after climbing onto the balcony rail. He got back on his feet and ran toward the trees, jumping from one branch to another until he reached one where he could see the mutants without being noticed, at which point he emerged to greet them. When Kisame and Itachi attacked, the same group was present in the danger room. Naruto was confused by the volleyball match they were playing. What are they doing? Instruction? I don't think it looks like training. Perhaps, however, they train differently than ninjas. Then, the training is really peculiar. It is, indeed. Well? What the heck? Instead of hiding here in the bushes and spying on them, won't you go introduce yourself appropriately? I guess. After leaping from the tree's branches, Naruto went to sit on a chair and bide his time until the training was over. Kurt was sitting on the opposite side of the court, not playing, when he turned to see Naruto and vanished. He came back beside him. "Hello Naruto," offered Kurt. Kurt, right? Ja. Did Dr. McCoy finally erlauben Sie Ihnen, sich zu bewegen? Huh? Did Dr. McCoy finally allow you to move around? Naruto pointed to the volleyball match and said, "Nope. I told Pervy Sage I'd be better within 3 days, so here I am all better and I'm ready to start training. By the way, what kind of training is this?" He chuckled. "Work like Naruto, Z's isn't training. It's a game called volleyball. Z are a lot of rules, but it's mainly, don't let Z ball hit Z ground on your side otherwise that is Z opponent team's point. Except you can only hit Z ball in 2 ways to get it over Z net or to another teammate who will get the ball over for you." Naruto remarked, "Sounds challenging," and Kurt nodded in agreement. "Can I try?" "I suppose. You may want to have one of Z others tell you all of Z rules and show you how to hit Z ball beforehand," he said. Naruto exclaimed, "Cool, so when is training?" with excitement. "Not until dinner time beforehand. Is the individual you refer to as Pervy Sage Jiraiya?" Naruto nodded and said, "Believe me, at this moment, he is most likely attempting to enter a girl's bathing house covertly. Vel only problem with that is, they don't have bathing houses here." "Really? How do you get clean, then?" Kurt clarified, "They take a shower or bath in Z bathroom." "Oh. What a strange place, and I wonder how different this place is." "Yes. Will you begin teaching me Kyuubi, or will we also practice in the danger room?" "Yes, I will assist you in your training and in honing the techniques Jiraiya teaches you to control my chakra." "Man, I really wanted to start training right away. Remember what I said earlier? Go meet some people." "Alright. So, who are all of you?" Naruto inquired. "Zat over Zir in Z red shades is Scott, and the girl next to him is Jean Grey. I assumed you met her when she assisted the professor in the danger room. Additionally, the one with the Vitae stripe in her hair is Rogue, who is also my half-sister. Kitty is the one with the pink shirt and ponytail, and Spike is on his skateboard over Zir," Kurt said, referring to a number of players in the game. Jean and Scott cheered as the ball struck the ground on Kitty's and Rogue's side. "What took place?" Naruto yelled and leapt to his feet. Kurt chuckled, "Calm down, dude. The game was just won by Scott and Jean." "Oh," said Naruto. "Hee. For what reason are you laughing?" Hee. You got excited about nothing. Stop talking. Trorig. However, what did I do?" Kurt inquired. "Oh. Not you, please. Was that really what I said out loud?" Naruto inquired. "Yeah. Hee. The Kyuubi was the one I was speaking to. It was mocking me," Naruto clarified. "Z-Red Glowy Zing Zat tried to take over you when we first met is making fun of you," Kurt said, raising an eyebrow. Naruto replied, "The Kyuubi has been very talkative since we teamed up against the Akatsuki." "Zat is strange," said Kurt. "I'll show him the odd one. He's not as familiar with you as I am, so don't try to break up one of the X-Men, Kyuubi." "Oh, all right. Well done, Kyuubi." The professor interrupted their conversation by asking, "Where are you, Naruto?" "Speaking with Kurt outside. Remain there." "Yes." When Naruto told Kurt, "I think they discovered I'm up and about. Here comes Jiraiya." When Naruto turned around, Jiraiya was indeed approaching them. "Hi, pervy sage!" Naruto yelled. "Naruto, didn't I tell you to stop calling me that already?" Jiraiya said as she approached them. "Not that I recall. Anyways, since you're up and about, would you like to begin training, as I'm sure that is why you snuck out of your room," Jiraiya replied. "I told you I'd be ready to go in 3 days," Naruto informed him. "You are," Jiraiya said with a nod, "so let's release some of your energy and see what you can do with both chakras. I want to see what the Kyuubi can do with you, so tell it that." "It heard you already," Naruto told his mentor. "The Kyuubi hears whatever you tell me." "That makes things much easier," Jiraiya said with a smile. "Would you like to come along, Kurt?" Kurt said, "Yeah," with excitement. Jiraiya located the professor to inform him that they would be in the danger room after the three entered. "A battle simulation. Do you want one?" Charles inquired. "No, I want to see what side effects there are in Naruto's fighting skills since the last battle." "Okay. I'll monitor you from above. I'm curious to see Naruto's fighting and possible mutant abilities." The three entered the danger room through the open door. "Naruto," Jiraiya said, "whenever you're ready." "Are you prepared?" "I am, of course. This is my chakra. Regards." He felt Jiraiya's eyes on him, and he waited until the two chakras were fully combined before beginning the battle. Naruto could feel the Kyuubi's chakra blending with his own and intermingling. His body was changing as the two chakras mixed, and his eyes turned red with cat-like pupil slits. His whiskers became more noticeable, and his nails became long, sharp claws. Jutsu Shadow Clone. Jiraiya was so preoccupied with protecting himself that he didn't realize the shuriken and kunai were approaching him until the very last second, when 20 shadow clones appeared and used taijutsu to attack him. Naruto's shadow clones were fighting relentlessly, with additional assistance from Naruto. The Kyuubi interrupted Naruto as he summoned another shadow clone to test out his Rasengan. "Try creating it without a shadow clone, please." "I can't do that, you know that. Remember that I'm also your teacher here, so just do it." "All right, if you say so." The Rasengan was now a red and blue ball of swirling energy, which Naruto took and ran forward towards Jiraiya after shrugging and placing his left hand over his right to form the swirling ball of chakra. Rasengan. Jiraiya was startled to see the red and blue mass of chakra entwined when he looked up, so he sidestepped and started another taijutsu battle with Naruto, each of whom used a shuriken and a kunai to exploit their opponent. Kurt was above the fight with the professor and was astounded by how quickly and precisely each blow was delivered. "Z's is incredible," he cried out. "Yes, it is," the professor said. "None of us ever imagined encountering ninja, or at least ninja as peculiar as these two, in my opinion. And we learn how to fight this type of battle with the two ninjas Jiraiya called Akatsuki." "That is correct," declared the professor. "What's going on in here?" asked Logan as he entered the control room. Charles remarked, "Naruto and Jiraiya seem to be having fun." "I see," Logan said, glancing out the window. "I believe Naruto has acquired additional physical characteristics." "Yes, I believe he mixed his chakra with the Kyuubi's and that is the result of Naruto's red eyes and claws," said Charles. Jiraiya struggled to get back up, but he was sufficiently pinned to the ground after Naruto, who was gaining the upper hand in their battle, created more shadow clones that tackled him and diverted him long enough for Naruto to enter the fray and bring Jiraiya down with a kunai at his throat and shadow clones holding his arms and legs down. Jiraiya burst out laughing, saying, "Naruto is excellent. I've never witnessed you fight so well, especially when your chakra was combined with the Kyuubi's." "Yes, Jiraiya is right. You did a great job. Whoa, just a good training session was exactly what I needed." "May I assist you today with the X-Men?" Naruto inquired. "I don't see why not," Jiraiya said with a smile. "Can I get up now?" "I apologize." After helping Jiraiya to his feet, Naruto dismounted from him and his clones vanished. "Let's go make ourselves some ramen, please. What are your thoughts?" Jiraiya proposed. "That sounds fantastic." Kurt joined them as they entered the elevator to return to the main floor, and Naruto bounded out of the danger room, his features returning to normal as the Kyuubi's chakra seeped back out of his own. Ramen. When they arrived in the kitchen, Naruto sobbed. He chuckled, "Don't forget you have to make Z ramen vor you can eat it." "Dude, where is Ichiraku when you need him?" complained Naruto. "I should call Gamakichi and ask him if he has any updates from Konoha." "Well, he certainly isn't here," Jiraiya joked. "That's right." "Who is Ichiraku?" Kurt inquired. Tearfully, Naruto replied, "He's Konohagakure's best ramen maker." "Really?" Kurt remarked, "I'd love to try his ramen sometime." As the two boys entered the kitchen, Jiraiya left them and went down a side hall out of sight of the kitchen door. He made the hand signals for the summoning jutsu, which called for Gamakichi, who materialized in front of him in a puff of smoke. Hey Jiraiya, I have to admit that I thought I was being summoned by Naruto, Gamakichi said. I bet you were, hee. Tell them that Naruto and the Kyuubi can combine their chakras to increase their power and that we haven't seen any indication of any additional mutant abilities. Listen, I need to know what's happening in Konoha. Do you really think you can accomplish all of that without telling Naruto when you return? I believe I can get past Naruto covertly, Gamakichi said. I'll see you in the professor's office in an hour. Nodding, Jiraiya said, excellent, I'll be present. He returned to the kitchen, where he helped prepare the ramen and conversed with them while they ate their soup. After a brief glance around to see if he could spot any ninja in the surrounding forest, Gamakichi emerged in the forest around the crater where Konohagakure used to stand and disappeared without a trace, heading toward the Konoha's tents and villagers. He introduced himself to a guard standing around the tents. Is Gamakichi you there? Tenten inquired. Hi Tenten. Could you let me know Tsunade's location? Over her shoulder, she gestured, still helping with the wounded. Thank you. Goodbye, he said, walking past her and into the campsite, where he saw the area where the wounded ninja had been taken and were being treated, as well as ninjas training the village's younger ninjas, who were either recently promoted to genin or academy ninja and had not yet participated in any kind of mission. He paused on the edge of the space, searching for the Hokage, and after spotting her, he cautiously approached wounded ninja and the healers who were attempting to treat as many of the ninja as they could, coming to stand behind Tsunade and Sakura. Sakura looked up and smiled at him wearily. Hello Gamakichi. It is pleasant to see you once more. Sakura, you need to relax. You appear worn out. Thank you. I'm simply worn out from fighting and attempting to save as many ninjas as I can. I'll be alright. Sakura. Someone else needs his wounds cleaned and healed over here. From the side of a man who was bleeding from a side wound, a medical ninja called. Sakura glanced over and said, Goodbye Gamakichi. I have to go help them. Tsunade completed the jutsu she was using on the ninja in front of her before turning to speak with Gamakichi, and Sakura quickly left. I think you were sent by Jiraiya? She inquired. Yes, he said. Come, I'll have someone bring Yamato and Kakashi to my tent to hear about Naruto. Gamakichi followed her as she left, and they entered her tent to wait for Kakashi to show up. What took place? I had assumed that once they realized Naruto wasn't present, they would have ceased their attacks. They did for a time, but they're still out there, of course. All we had to do was send backup to evacuate the survivors after a patrol ran into a group of them. Thankfully, no Akatsuki members have attacked us when we're vulnerable, Tsunade clarified. Sorry we're late, Kakashi said as he and Yamato entered. Tsunade told him, Kakashi, save it for the new genin. With a smile, Yamato took a seat and dragged Kakashi down with him before he could embarrass himself anymore. How is Naruto doing? Yamamoto inquired. He's okay, and aside from his ears and tails, they haven't noticed any indication that Naruto possesses any other mutant abilities. Additionally, he has mastered the art of combining his chakras with the Kyuubis. I assume this is due to the Kyuubi lending its support to Naruto's training, Gamakichi told them. All right. I assume he's still not aware of our predicament? Yes. Jiraiya and I will soon meet. Do you want me to tell him anything? Yes. Instruct him to ensure that the X-Men are fully knowledgeable about how to combat ninjas. Both Kakashi and Yamato listened to this conversation in silence. Very well. Go back and talk to Jiraiya, and also I'd like to know if the X-Men can come through the dimensions. I'm not entirely sure where the Akatsuki have gone, and I don't want any of us to find out the hard way. In this manner, we might be able to bring some of them over here so we can train more of them and perhaps even help with the injured if they have anyone with healing abilities. Tsunade dismissed it and departed the tent to assist with the medical jutsus for the injured. After saying their goodbyes, Kakashi and Yamato both left Gamakichi, and he vanished in another puff of smoke before resurfacing in the professor's office, where he discovered Jiraiya, Logan, and the professor conversing. Ah, looks like Gamakichi's back, Charles said with emotion. Jiraiya turned to Gamakichi and asked, how are things going for them? The only attack was the one that a patrol discovered and reported for reinforcements, and they still haven't been able to begin rebuilding. People are still being healed by that. Tsunade wants to know if it's acceptable to check if an X-Men member can make the trip from here to Konoha. If they can, we can send 2 individuals at a time to work with some of our teachers to ensure they can fight ninjas and accelerate progress. I'll carry it out. I have a better chance of surviving if I get hurt in the process, Logan remarked. Yes, that makes sense, Charles concurred. Logan, you'll accompany Gamakichi, and perhaps you'll get to meet Tsunade? I believe we can make that happen, Jiraiya remarked. it would be beneficial if one of the X-Men met the Hokage. Sounds good to me. That's resolved, then. Did Tsunade ask you any other questions? She would like to know if you have anyone with the powers to heal, to help with the multitude of injuries, and she wanted to let you know that in the last attack, the Akatsuki weren't present, so we should keep an eye out for them, Gamakichi said. How does this operate, then? Logan inquired. Just put your hand on my back and we'll be off. After Logan did so, they vanished in a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya said, I hope Logan doesn't mind getting a little woozy on the ride over. The professor laughed and said, I think he'll be alright. With Kurt, Storm, Evan, Bobby, Kitty, Hank, Rogue, Scott, and Jean in attendance, Naruto met his mentor in the danger room, prepared to assist in teaching the X-Men how to battle ninjas such as the Akatsuki. Jiraiya and Naruto stood poised in the middle, surrounded by a line of X-Men lining the wall. Start, said the professor. With the goal of containing the two ninja, the X-Men launched their attack. Shadow Clone Jutsu, exclaimed Naruto. With a shield around them, Jean flew above Cyclops, lifting him up and out of the way of the clones until they started jumping up at them, while Cyclops continued to fire at the clusters of clones surrounding each X-Man. The room was filled with Naruto's clones, and everyone focused on fighting them. Spike followed on his skateboard, eliminating clones one after another and even turning some of them into pincushions, while Iceman was on his ice, sliding around and freezing any clones he saw. Shadowcat stood where she was, yawning as clones attacked and fell through her, and then she moved into action, taking them out one by one as shuriken and kunai flew all over the room. Beast, who hadn't particularly wanted to participate in the exercise but understood how crucial it was to be able to fight a ninja, was destroying clones while apologizing. Clone lumps had piled up on Nightcrawler as he teleported, dropping them from higher altitudes before teleporting back down to the ground to pick up more. Carefully aiming away from any X-Men, Storm brewed up a storm and threw lightning at more of the shadow clones. With well-timed punches and occasionally skin contact to drain the clones, Rogue was destroying numerous clones with hand combat. The group divided into two teams, each taking a ninja, and soon the shadow clones were gone, leaving them all facing Jiraiya and Naruto again. Jiraiya was defeated by Storm, Iceman, Nightcrawler, and Shadowcat, while Naruto was defeated by Spike, Beast, Rogue, Cyclops, and Jean. Using taijutsu, Jiraiya tested his four opponents physically. Storm and Iceman were both in the air, so they weren't attacked in this manner until Jiraiya jumped up onto Iceman's ice path, and Iceman used his chakra to prevent himself from sliding, knocking him back off his ice with a punch to the gut. While Iceman was recovering from the blow, Nightcrawler teleported over to him and took him to a safer location. Jiraiya jumped up to Storm and nearly knocked her down when she flew higher, but Shadowcat took up position next to Nightcrawler in front of Iceman, blocking any shuriken or kunai thrown their way. Jiraiya began throwing the projectiles at each of them, and they gaped as each one lodged itself in the wall or floor. Naruto was blocking attacks from all over. Spike was shooting spikes out of his body, attempting to capture Naruto by pinning him. Cyclops was firing his eyes at Naruto, trying to hit him as he raced around them, hitting everyone with punches and kicks. He even flung shuriken at them and used his kunai for blocking, except for the occasional kunai with a paper bomb attached. Jean was blocking most of Naruto's attacks with her telekinetic shields. Rogue was trying to get close enough to knock him out with her powers and wasn't having much luck. Spike had now resorted to his bone staff, which he hit Naruto with, stopping him and throwing him backwards towards Cyclops, who fired off a ray. Naruto placed his right hand over his left and formed his red and blue Rasengan, which he aimed at Jean, who Cyclops had launched him towards. Jean put up another shield blocking the attack before he hit her. When his Rasengan disappeared, he quickly leapt up, using his speed and agility to confuse his opponents on where he was. Over you! Spike was yelled at by Cyclops. When Spike looked up, he saw that Naruto was holding a kunai a few inches above him. Spike tensed, feeling the sharp point, and he landed behind him, pressing the kunai into the small of his back. Cyclops then took advantage of the situation and fired another ray at Naruto, sending him flying into Jiraiya's battle. Jiraiya looked at him and saw that the two ninjas were being held down as they struggled to be freed, but the X-Men were unwielding and kept their hands apart, so they were unable to form any jutsus. Jiraiya stopped, looked around the group, and grinned. Very good, he said, congratulating the team. Although we don't have Akatsuki's jutsu, I believe you're now prepared to face ninja in combat. Just keep in mind that when you are fighting ninjas, your policy of not killing does not apply. To keep you down and out of their way, they will attempt to strike you with a lethal blow. Keep that in mind. Both Jiraiya and Naruto brushed themselves off, and Naruto's features returned to normal as the X-Men nodded and allowed the two Konoha ninjas to rise. I agree with Jiraiya, that wasn't half bad, Naruto said. Well done, X-Men, the professor said as the door to the danger room opened and he wheeled in to join the discussion. The next time the Akatsuki attack, we'll be prepared. Do you have anything to say? Yeah, actually, Naruto replied. Stop apologizing, Beast. It can cause a lot of headaches. I believe I had 50 clones return with your apology. Beast replied, my apologies, Naruto. Jiraiya continued, when Logan returns, I'd like to send 2 of you at a time to Konoha so you all get experience fighting other ninja besides us. Naruto shook his head and his tails and ears flicked in frustration. Who wants to take the lead? Jean and Cyclops offered to go first. Charles said, good, that's settled, then you can all go, dismissively. The crater and the cliffside with the 5 Hokage faces were visible in the forest where Logan and Gamakichi appeared. Logan sniffed at the crater. Did clay do this? He inquired. A significant amount of chakra combined with clay. This is the creation of Deidara, a member of Akatsuki. He has already been faced by Naruto a few times. Thus, a crater was created when the village was blown. That's unfortunate, Logan remarked. Gamakichi said, the village is camped over here. Come on, we always survive even if our homes don't. I simply assumed you would want to witness the destructive nature of the Akatsuki. With a grunt, Logan started to follow Gamakichi deeper into the forest, and they were almost at the sentries' positions when Gamakichi halted. What's wrong, Toad? Logan inquired. There's supposed to be a sentry here, unless they moved camp, Gamakichi said, looking around in confusion. Smelling, Logan said, we're not alone. That's certain. The pale figure dropped onto him from above, and Logan, his claws unsheathed for battle, looked up as it darted around him and ended behind him, one of Logan's arms in an awkward position behind his back. Who are you? The figure insisted. When Gamakichi recognized the figure in the dim light, he grinned and said, Neji, good to see you. Calm down, he's a friend. Good morning, Gamakichi, Neji said, looking up at him. Do you have this guy with you? When Gamakichi said, good morning, and yes he is. So, I take it you're taking him to camp to talk to the Hokage? Neji said, releasing Logan and taking a step back. With a nod, Gamakichi continued, are you aware of her location in the camp? Neji told them, she's on patrol right now, but she should be back soon. Thank you. Yeah, thanks bub, growled Logan. Neji turned to Gamakichi after glancing at Logan. Whispering, he's always that way, Gamakichi said. I can hear you, Toad, growled Logan, heh. After Logan and Gamakichi left Neji, they went into the camp, where Gamakichi inquired about Kakashi and Yamamoto and discovered them eating with a few other ninjas. Hi, Kakashi. Gamakichi said, Yamamoto. Hello Gamakichi, said Kakashi. I assume this is one of the X-Men. Yes, I'm Logan and yes, I'm a member of the X-Men as you guessed, Logan said while seated. I'm Yamamoto, and that's Kakashi. How is Naruto doing? Yamamoto inquired. He and Jiraiya were going to take on the X-Men in the danger room today for training sometime after we left, replied Gamakichi. Naruto's a good kid and has a great amount of determination, replied Logan. Well, smiled Kakashi, I should hope so. Before he became a ninja, he was a real troublemaker, but he has since matured and learned to channel his energy for more beneficial endeavors than pulling practical jokes on the village. He's also caused us many headaches along that way too, Yamamoto stated, and I only started working with him just recently. He laughed, he can be a handful at times, especially when he sneaks out of his room when he should be resting. Has he already completed that? Kakashi inquired. Yep, just this morning actually, Logan replied. Why am I not surprised? Kakashi asked with a smile and a headshake. Does he do that all the time? Logan asked, raising an eyebrow. Nodded. Because he is such a fast healer due to his hosting the Kyuubi, he tends to get restless after a while and will do stupid things even when he isn't at his best and gets bored with lying around. Don't worry, I'm sure he'll burn it off while fighting the team in training, Logan reassured them. That's good news, sighed Yamamoto. Kakashi glanced over Logan's shoulder and said, Tsunade's back, indicating a ninja group approaching them. Hi, Tsunade. Kakashi yelled. Tsunade walked over and plopped herself in their small circle after turning to the group and dismissing them. Did anything occur while I was away? She inquired. Shook his head, Kakashi said, nothing except Gamakichi came back with Logan. Welcome to what's left of the hidden village in the leaves Konohagakure, Tsunade said, turning to face Logan. Tsunade, I'm the Hokage. Come talk with me in my tent. They went to her tent and took their seats inside, and Tsunade killed 2 Anbu before taking a seat inside the tent herself. So, you're Logan. Could you tell us about your mutant power? Logan showed off his regeneration by lightly running one along his arm after he had fully exposed his claws to the blades. Whoa, that's fascinating. You would do better against Kisame, in my opinion, if you had to choose between Itachi and Kisame. His sword couldn't do you much harm because of your healing powers, and every time you struck him, your claws would hurt him. Does your team possess any additional mutant abilities? We have a number of abilities, but I'd prefer not to reveal them in case someone is hiding close by and can hear us. Logan responded, I've been in war zones before, and you don't want to vocalize a lot of hidden things. I assume that everyone is different in their abilities? Kakashi inquired. We do know of one who was genetically altered with my DNA, but there are others who have similar abilities, Logan said with a nod. The only issue is that we are unsure of her current location. Among them, an Anbu emerged. Report, ordered Tsunade. The Anbu reported, Hokage, we caught an intruder at the southern edge of the camp. Sound ninja spy? To be honest, we don't know. She says she has no idea where she is. Additionally, she demonstrated some jutsu skills that allowed blades to emerge from her hands and feet. Does she have straight brown hair and eyes? Logan asked, looking up with a hint of curiosity at the description. Tsunade nodded as the Anbu turned to face her. Yes. Are you acquainted with her? The Anbu inquired. Can we visit this individual? Yes, I would say, but I don't know how she could have gotten here, Logan said. Logan recognized the face of his genetic clone Bai.23 as they turned at the end of a tent, and 2 more Anbu applied a water jutsu that bound her in water. Like bonds. Tsunade nodded once more, and the Anbu led the way to the southern edge. Logan, she began, startled. Hey, it's been a while. How did you arrive here? He inquired. How am I supposed to know? I was sitting on a log when I suddenly found myself in a clearing in the forest, with no idea where I was. In any case, where are we? Laura glared at the 2 ninja as if they were offensive bugs, and Tsunade nodded to the Anbu to disperse the jutsu holding the mutant. The water vanished. Logan countered, we're in a different dimension. What? Then, how on earth did I get here? She inquired. How should I know? Shrugged Logan. I'll take you back with me, so hurry up. Tsunade observed the 2 and was amused by how similar their personalities were. She humped, muttered something under her breath, and folded her arms in a stubborn manner. Logan complained, rolling his eyes. Well, I'll send Kakashi with you to see everyone's abilities, so that you don't feel as though you're giving the enemy any information, Tsunade responded. You coming, kid? He acknowledged with a grunt. Obviously. And don't call me a child. Gamakichi if you would, Tsunade said, pointing to his entourage. Gamakichi told Laura and Kakashi, just put a hand on my back. After following instructions, the 3 vanished, leaving behind smoke. Bored and unable to find anyone with whom to spar, Naruto was aimlessly wandering around. If I don't train, I'm going to get soft. The Kyuubi smirked and remarked, after 3 days in bed, you're already soft. Hey, I'm not to blame, the training wasn't too bad earlier. Yes, you are to blame for allowing me to take over. Yes, but it's not like I had a lot of options. During the battle, you could have backed off and requested assistance from the X-Men. They're finally in fighting shape for fighting ninja now, unlike before, so I suppose I could have, but it's not like they would have been much help. If you had allowed them, they could still have been of assistance earlier. Yes, whatever. Gamakichi has returned. Well, how do you know? Dimwit, I'm using our nose. Hello, I'm curious about any updates from Konoha. Go find out, or do I have to take over again? Don't just stand there. Ignoring the final remark, Naruto made his way to the front entrance where you would meet Gamakichi. As he reached the entrance, he heard Logan's voice, but he also recognized another voice. Is Kakashi-sensei there? Naruto asked out loud. As he turned the corner, he saw Kakashi, Logan, Gamakichi, and an unfamiliar person who bore a striking resemblance to Logan. Kakashi-sensei. Hello, nice to meet you. Naruto gave a warm greeting. Hi, Naruto. Kakashi reprimanded mockingly, I hear you've been causing trouble again. You are aware of my personality, I'm fine on the second, so you can't keep me in bed for 3 days. Naruto objected. After Logan, Gamakichi, and Kakashi all laughed, Naruto scowled at them and said, want to meet the Kyuubi? Because he doesn't like that his host is being made fun of. Hey, why are you involving me in this? You should take responsibility for your actions because they are the cause of everything. Oh shut up, Kyuubi, rejoined Naruto. I knew you were getting along with the Kyuubi now, but I didn't realize how well, said Kakashi, raising an eyebrow. Oh yeah, you won't recognize me after all of the training I put in with the Kyuubi and Jiraiya, Naruto said with a smile. Well, then I'll have to be in on your next training session, although I already don't recognize you with your physical changes, replied Kakashi. Yeah, I no longer really notice them. Oh, hi there, Naruto waved to the girl. I'm Naruto, and he grinned. They simply became a part of me. Logan sighed and said, this is Laura, as the girl folded her arms tightly and remained silent. This is Naruto, Laura. To which Laura replied, yeah, whatever, Naruto said, nice to meet you. Logan watched as Laura left them standing and went outside, and he exhaled in relief when she sat down on the steps. What's wrong with her? Naruto inquired. She's had a troubled past, Logan said, turning to face him. She only has my DNA in order to make a weapon. Logan stopped there, but Naruto waited for more. The Kyuubi suggested that since you two had a difficult past, you might be able to assist her. We are similar in that we were both created to be weapons, and I was thinking the same thing. Just to warn you, she is extremely temperamental, so watch your tongue, Logan said as Naruto started to move around them. All right? Naruto smiled reassuringly at Logan and said, sure thing, Logan, you can count on me, before passing them outside to where Laura was seated. After sitting next to her and gazing up at the sky, Naruto remarked, so you were made to be a weapon too, huh? What matters to you? She yelled. Naruto softly remarked, I know what you went through. My village hated me because I carried the Kyuubi inside of me. They detested me for it, but since I was powerless to stop the Kyuubi from being locked inside of me, I bore the suffering and made amends by making friends with other people. Laura was now observing him with curiosity. You were also made to be a weapon? Yes, the day I was born, when the Kyuubi attacked my village, Naruto said, nodding. Many of the village elders see me as nothing more than a weapon to be used when necessary, and the fourth Hokage died sealing it inside me. After Naruto had just told her about his suffering, Laura was staring down at her feet, unsure of how to react. I was forced Logan's DNA in a tank. They forced me to fight in simulations every day after I had no other option. Other than fighting and doing crazy things for experiments, I was not permitted to do anything. One day, I fled with the hope that I would return and murder Hydra, the person who had shaped who I am today. I'm not sure what to do with my life now, even though I did kill her in the end. Why don't you remain here? Remain here and assist others. I must admit that during my time training with the X-Men, I have picked up a few new moves. They hold classes and training sessions, but you don't have to work through them until you're exhausted. You perform them for a certain amount of time. After what I did to them when we first met, do you think they would accept me here? Laura inquired. Naruto replied, I think they've already forgiven you. A wise man now, eh? Quit talking. After considering the situation, Laura grinned and said, I suppose I could give it a try. In return, Naruto grinned and said, that's all the X-Men ever asked of you. She accepted Naruto's hand as he stood up, and they walked inside together after he pulled her up. Never thought I'd see that girl do anything like that, said Logan, who whistled as Naruto and Laura entered the room hand in hand and disappeared from view. With a smile, Kakashi said, Naruto exudes an aura that makes it difficult for people to avoid becoming friends with him. This has occurred numerous times in the village. Well, I'm happy that it had an effect on her. She needs someone with whom she can discuss things. She never had a choice, but we were made the same way. I still don't know whether I had a choice. How do you not know? Kakashi asked, turning to face him. Chuck and I haven't been able to retrieve the memories that were lost at some point. It appears that something is preventing us from accessing those memories. Logan clarified, they've been returning, but very slowly. Memories can be a pain, you realize, said Kakashi. Yes, and occasionally they have caused more harm than good. Logan proposed that we go speak with Chuck. Logan pushed the door open and entered the professor's office after Kakashi nodded and followed him through the hallways, Gamakichi trailing behind. He said, welcome back, Logan, Gamakichi, before introducing himself to Kakashi. Hello, I'm Professor Charles Xavier. Kakashi, and it's a pleasure to meet you, he answered. I assume you're here to teach us how to defend Naruto? Charles inquired. Yes, and to see what each of you has for your powers so that I may work with you, replied Kakashi. Excellent. They've already trained with Jiraiya and Naruto today, but if you're interested in joining them tomorrow, you can do so, he said. Anything works, Kakashi said, nodding. How did the training go? It went really well. The X-Men were told to capture Jiraiya and Naruto in order to see if they could use a ninja's jutsus to get close enough to pin them. They succeeded admirably in doing so. Additionally, Naruto is becoming much more adept at combining his chakra with the Kyuubi's, Charles informed him. With a laugh, Kakashi said, Naruto is one who loves to train. Yes, I've definitely seen that characteristic in him, and it's probably because he's had such wonderful teachers that he's this enthusiastic about it. This is in addition to demonstrating to the village that he is not the Kyuubi, as his new look will trigger those memories. Although I'm glad that he and the Kyuubi have reconciled, I'm worried about what might occur if others saw him in this state. Do you know if it can be concealed in any way? I'm sure he could perform jutsu, but it would require energy to maintain throughout the day, and since he's a host, I don't want to deplete his energy in the event of an attack or challenge, Kakashi stated. I understand your feelings on this, but so far this mutation has only given him his physical appearance and nothing else has been spotted of happening around him, Charles said. It could very well be possible he has the power to do so, but just hasn't had the reason to use it yet. Very well, I'll keep my eye open to any other changes as well, Kakashi replied. We all will. Now if you'd like I can take you to Jiraiya and you can talk with him. He knows more about Naruto than I would, so he may have picked up on something. According to him, yes, that would be understandable. With his eyes closed, Charles reached out to locate Jiraiya, who was in the danger room with a few other students who wanted to practice more. He's in the danger room. Logan, can you show him down? Sure, Chuck, was his response. Logan guided them to the control room in the danger room so they could observe the action. Kakashi peered down at Jiraiya and a few of the X-Men through the glass. While some of the younger X-Men watched from a distance and avoided any stray kunai, Cyclops and Jean were working with Jiraiya. They observed until Jiraiya halted, at which point both of them relaxed. Come on. While they're not doing anything we can go in, Logan replied. He guided them to the door and led them through. Jiraiya grinned as she looked up to see them. Kakashi. How about you give these two a try with your Sharingan, he said. Shrugging, Kakashi said, if you think that's okay, then sure. Kakashi and Jiraiya switched places. Kakashi waited for the two X-Men to initiate contact before pulling his headband up to show his Sharingan. As he studied them, they waited and watched weary, and then Cyclops blasted him, covering Jean, who had flown up and was now using her telekinesis to protect herself from the stars that were hurling themselves at her. After making hand gestures, Kakashi vanished from view. With the exception of Jiraiya, who maintained his focus on the battlefield, everyone looked around. Where did he go? Yelled Cyclops. Jean's head snapped up toward the control room as she focused. She indicated the partitions enclosing the windows. He's on the barriers. Kakashi jumped down and summoned a genjutsu, performing another jutsu. Pay close attention you guys, Jiraiya instructed the students who were accompanying him on the sidelines. Once more, Kakashi was out of sight, and Cyclops turned to face Jean. Jean shrugged. She didn't know where he was or what had caused him to vanish from her awareness. Jiraiya called out, Jean, Cyclops, yes? They all said at once. Jiraiya gave instructions, saying, this is called a genjutsu and this is Itachi's best weapon against you. Cyclops remarked, but nothing's changed except that he's gone. Genjutsu is used to create an illusion. If only one of you is caught in it, then you can sneak up behind your attacker and disrupt them. But we're both caught in it, so what can we do? Asked Jean, looking perplexed. Remember that anything you see isn't real and the only reason it hurts is because you believe it hurts. As long as you can remember that, you'll still be functional until someone can break the genjutsu user's focus, Jiraiya said. Jean said, okay, so can we still attack him? Not necessarily. Most of whatever you see when you're caught in a genjutsu is an illusion, and if you do see your opponent attacking you, then you may think you hit them, but in reality you haven't touched a hair on them. Cyclops sighed, that's helpful. Then we just have to make it through and wait for someone to take away their focus like you said? Jiraiya replied, that's it, unless Kakashi, Naruto, or I are around to disrupt your chakra flow, then yes. Wonderful, he said, rolling his eyes, would you mind doing that right now? Sure, said Jiraiya. In order to show that it was actually Kakashi releasing Cyclops from the genjutsu, he moved forward, put a hand on his shoulder, and sent chakra into him. Then Kakashi also let Jean go. After studying the ninja, the two X-Men absorbed the lesson. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction that both of them understood what Kakashi could have done in a real battle. When Kakashi released the genjutsu from them all, the others gasped and turned their attention from Jiraiya to Jean and Cyclops, who were standing next to Kakashi. Kakashi gave the two mutants some pointers, then turned and walked back toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya gave a nod, and they left the students with Logan as they left the danger room. With a whisper, Jiraiya inquired, how's Konoha? We're not doing too well. The sound ninja have managed to keep us bottled up in the one area with the Akatsuki also surrounding us. Kakashi retorted in the same subdued tone. That's not good, but haven't they realized at this point that Naruto isn't with the citizens of Konoha at the moment? That's the funny thing. They drew back for a while and only recently have they drawn back in closer, replied Kakashi. I'm not sure if it's that they are hoping Naruto will return or they are hoping to take someone close to Naruto hostage to force him out. Have you had any news on Itachi or Kisame? They haven't been spotted since they attacked us last time and I haven't been able to track them either. They were standing on the balcony with a view of the front yard and Naruto's balcony, which was the next room over, after Jiraiya had shown them to his room. Kakashi scanned the mansion's foliage, taking note of any movement or shadows. Kakashi questioned, do you think they'll attack anytime soon? Jiraiya shrugged, following his eyes around the room. At this point I'm surprised they haven't tried again since the last time, but they could be biding their time or waiting for their wounds to heal. From what I heard, Naruto and the Kyuubi managed to hit them hard when they switched minds for a time. With a nod, Kakashi silently surveyed the games being played by the younger mutants. In order to score the ball into the opponent's net and prevent their own from being scored upon, he closely examined the game to determine its objective. Then we should be cautious. Itachi and Kisame are not ones to give up on their mission, Kakashi said. I agree. Laura gave Naruto a tense look. Although she wasn't sure how she felt about him, she was certain that she could trust him. Naruto inquired, so you don't live here usually? Laura nodded. Nah. I like to move around. I feel like I'm in danger when I stay in one spot for too long at a time. You don't have a home to go back to? No, I've never really had a place to call home before. What are you doing? Fox, stop talking. She has Logan's scent. What the heck? Remember, she was given his DNA. That must be one of the adverse effects. I recall. Geez, I don't have a bad memory like you do. You are truly making me go crazy. Excellent. I'm going to stop talking to you now. Alright. I suppose I'll spend some time talking to myself. That's what you do. Yes, I will. Uncertain, she said, Naruto? With his tails twitching and his eyes searching his surroundings, Naruto laughed and said, sorry, Kyuubi had something to say and couldn't wait. By the way, what is this Kyuubi you keep talking about? The Kyuubi is a tailed beast with 9 tails. I guess the best way to describe the Kyuubi is a large 9-tailed fox with immense power, he said. The Kyuubi attacked my village the day I was born and the 4th Hokage sealed it inside me. Until recently the Kyuubi tried to take over as often as possible, but when Itachi and Kisame attacked me here and I was nearly beat, the Kyuubi saved my life by taking over and fighting. I was always regarded in my village when I was younger as a demon because I was the Kyuubi's host, but I never let that get me down. Instead I decided to be the best I could be and become the next Hokage of my village to prove them all wrong about me. When the word village was mentioned, she looked up. Did Logan happen to go to that village to bring back that ninja earlier? Yeah, why? Because I never saw a village while I was over there. All I saw was a large crater below a bunch of carved faces on a cliffside, replied Laura. A crater? Are you sure? Naruto asked, stunned. Positive. I believe that some information about the village has been withheld from us by the others. I'm starting to believe that. Come on. We need to find Kakashi, Sensei and Jiraiya, Naruto replied. Laura trailed behind him as he started toward the danger room. Wait. Make use of your nose. Naruto, neither of them is present at the moment. Naruto paused and took a whiff of the air. Yes, you are correct. After following the scent, he found the 2 ninjas in Jiraiya's room. Naruto knocked on the door when they arrived. Come in, called Jiraiya. After pushing the door open, Naruto entered. A little anxious, Laura followed him inside. Naruto went to Jiraiya and Kakashi after spotting them on the balcony. Kakashi questioned, is something wrong, Naruto? As Naruto put it, I just have one question for you. Have you actually been visiting the village or have you been only visiting the people? Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged a quick look. Uncertain of what Naruto knew, Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair. Kakashi only looked at Naruto's face to gauge his true level of knowledge. Jiraiya inquired, what do you mean, Naruto? Naruto, he's trying to act foolish. Unfortunately for him, I am aware that they have not been telling me the truth, even though I know he is. The fact that there is a crater where Konohagakure used to be, Naruto said. Jiraiya and Kakashi both grimaced and looked at one another again. How much do you know? Inquired Kakashi. Naruto responded, not much more than that, but I would like to know what you have been hiding from me. Very well. I know you don't like having things kept from you, but we decided that it was the best way to keep you here and safe, Jiraiya said. Why do they think this place is safer than the one back there? Apparently. Next, find out why they believe this. The Kyuubi and I would both like to know how you believe we're safer here rather than back in our own world. When the Kyuubi was brought up, Kakashi arched an eyebrow. The fact that Naruto could actively communicate with the tailed beast was still new to him. We believe this, Naruto, because the ninjas of Konoha are surrounded by the Akatsuki and the ninjas from the hidden village of the Sound. How did the village get turned into a crater? Naruto asked, taking a step back in shock. It was Deidara. He used a heavily loaded chakra clay bomb that it wiped out the village, replied Jiraiya. Uncertain if he truly wanted to know, Naruto asked, who made it out? We were able to get everyone out due to the fact that all the villagers had been evacuated during the earlier fights and all those who were left were the ninja who could fight, replied Kakashi. Mainly there are just many wounded. We were apparently kept from a lot. I know why. They are aware that even if my presence led to a full-scale conflict for you, I would quickly return and attempt to save the village. To be honest, I don't believe they could remove me from my host at this time. What makes you believe that? You've changed physically since our last battle with those two Akatsuki. I've come to feel that you and I are practically one because of how well we've bonded. I never considered that, and if it's true, we don't need to be concerned about the Akatsuki attempting to kidnap me and killing me in the process. Naruto, Laura said in a whisper. Sorry, I got caught up on an internal conversation, Naruto said with a smile as he glanced at her. Jiraiya questioned, what does the Kyuubi have to say about all this? He thinks that because of the physical changes that I have had since the fight that it may be impossible to separate us from each other. He thinks we've bonded into one entity rather than a host and a seal. Interesting. Do you mean to say that the Kyuubi could come out at any time? Yeah, do you want to talk to the Kyuubi? Jiraiya replied, I'd like to test it out and see what you both can do. With a shrug, Naruto turned inward. Do you wish to speak with them? I think it sounds good, but be careful not to nod off completely like you did the last time. I don't want to drag you back once more. I apologize, but we wouldn't have been in that mess if you had stepped in sooner. Oh, please stop talking and let me go now. All right, then go ahead. Naruto stepped aside to give the transformation permission after sensing the Kyuubi's mind and will rising to take its place. He took a seat where the Kyuubi had been and listened to what was being said while observing. After the transformation was finished, Naruto's features resembled those of a fox and he looked around. Well, this is interesting, said the Kyuubi. Kakashi and Jiraiya examined the metamorphosis together. Jiraiya said, I assume we're speaking with the Kyuubi. Yes, you are. Kakashi responded, is there anything that has you concerned about all of this? Yes, as Naruto already pointed out, I believe that we are bonded together and that is why we can do this whole switcheroo and not take over the other entity entirely. Don't worry, Naruto is safe and he is listening to us. Listening? Like how you listen through Naruto at what is going on around you? Precisely, Kyuubi said, nodding. Kakashi asked, and he can take back control at any point? Kyuubi raised his eyebrows. Yes, this is his body and so I can only take over if he willingly lets me now. Before I could try and take over while he was angered or frustrated, but now I can't do that. That is why I believe we have this bond between us, not to mention the fact that he has my ears and tails. Laura questioned suspiciously, so, you're still Naruto, but you're the tailed beast he said was sealed inside of him? Kyuubi nodded as he turned to face her, saying, by the way, ouch, Naruto. You dare not. What? You should not even consider it. Okay. Just don't repeat that. Laura appeared perplexed by the sentence's halt, and the two ninjas were giving him odd looks. Jiraiya glanced at Laura before turning back to the Kyuubi. He grinned and gestured to Kakashi. When the Kyuubi returned to their conversation, the two ninjas appeared to be about to lose their temper. Never mind, kid, says Kyuubi. What did Naruto have to say? Nothing. He just decided to cause me a little grief, the prankster. Before turning back, the two exchanged a sly smile and glanced at one another. How about this? Jiraiya suggested. Kakashi and I will take you back to Konoha for a short time, so you can see what has happened. Just a warning, it's not all that pretty. Sounds good to me, Kyuubi uttered. Naruto? Yes. Okay. I also think it sounds good, Kyuubi said. Naruto agrees, to them. Anything you'd like to ask before I relinquish control? No, Naruto regained control of his body after Kyuubi nodded and merged with him again. Naruto's arms were extended. That feels good to be back in control. Man, it feels weird when you're in the backseat of your body. Well, if you're done talking to these two, then let's get some food. I'm starved, Laura said. In agreement, Naruto said, let's go then. I could use a bowl of ramen. When the door closed, the other two ninja burst out laughing as the two departed the room. Well, Jiraiya, it looks as if our pupil has fallen in love. Jiraiya laughed and slapped his hand on the balcony railing. You could say that again, he said. They're massing, an Anbu said on a short wave radio. Yeah, said an individual, go back to the Hokage and report. I'll stay here and see if anything new turns up. Yes, sir. He pivoted and stealthily slipped out of his hiding place. Over the radio, the voice said, hold on, again. Yes, sir? The Anbu said as it stopped. Someone is among the sound ninja. Akatsuki. No. The person is in a red armor with a purple cape. I can't see his face, he has some sort of helmet. What the, my kanai? Sir, are you there? Get out of here. After turning off his radio, the Anbu vanished from his hiding place. Are you sure it's safe enough to take Naruto back to your world at this time? Replied Logan. Kakashi and Jiraiya both nodded. It is best to do this now rather than later. Otherwise Naruto could get restless, and now that the Kyuubi is working with him, I don't want to imagine what the two could do, Jiraiya said. With a nod of agreement, Kakashi continued, plus the Akatsuki will not expect him to be taken within their line of fire. I believe he'll be safe enough with these two, Logan. Alright, Chuck. Do you want me to go along? No, I believe it would be better for you to remain here. Good, Jiraiya replied. Now since that is taken care of, we'll go round up Naruto and summon a toad to bring us to Konoha. Charles remarked, you'll find him out front talking to Laura. With a nod, the two ninjas departed through the open window. As they approached the fountain, Naruto was in fact conversing with Laura beside it. When they arrived, Naruto glanced up and gave a friendly wave. A few feet away, the two ninja came to a halt and approached them. Hey, I take it we're going to Konoha? Yep, Jiraiya said. Now are you sure you want to do this? You may not like what you see. I'm sure. Naruto called upon Gamakichi to demonstrate his resolve. You all ready? Inquired Gamakichi. The ninjas vanished in a puff of smoke after placing their hand on Gamakichi's back. They resurfaced in the same location as before. Naruto turned to face the crater that was now Konoha after taking a quick look around at the trees. Who did that? Deidara, the pair replied. Gamakichi said, come on Naruto, there's nothing left. Gamakichi led Naruto farther into the forest. Another voice said, Kakashi? Jiraiya? It's us, said Jiraiya. When Sakura emerged from hiding, she also saw Naruto. Naruto. She cried out. Hey Sakura. How've you been? Naruto said with a smile. I've been better, but then so has the village. What are you doing back here? I thought these two were keeping secrets from you. Laughed. Yeah, they were until Laura let me in on it, not realizing what she was saying, and then I went and punched out the truth from these two. It took the Kyuubi to talk to them as well. Sakura said, you really have become one with the Kyuubi, after noticing his tails and ears. Yeah. If you want to meet it, just tell me and I'll let the fox take over for a little bit. At that statement, she appeared perplexed. What do you mean let the fox take over? Like you take a backseat and the Kyuubi can use your body? Yep, like this, answered Naruto. As his eyes turned red and his whiskers became more noticeable, his body started to exhibit more indications of the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi took command. The Kyuubi said, hello, I'm the Kyuubi. Is Naruto okay? Sakura asked, her eyes wide with concern. As the fox said, oh yeah, he's perfectly fine. Kyuubi, don't you dare do anything foolish, you don't believe me? Not all the time. Naruto, that's harsh. Well, forget about it. I might just do something foolish for that. Don't you even consider, roughly, it. So shall we? Inquired the Kyuubi. Kyuubi, it might be better if Naruto was himself when we enter the camp. There are still many ninja who hate you and would attack you, reminded Kakashi. Fine. All right Naruto, your turn. Naruto appeared to be debating with himself when he returned through the bond. You stupid fox, you had me worried there for a second, he replied. Stop talking to yourself, please. Even you might seem a little strange to the others. From me, too? What is the intended meaning of that? What? Are you ignoring me now? All right, keep quiet, I don't really give a damn. He glanced up at Sakura, who appeared amused by the change. Naruto glanced at the others as his ears and tails flicked in exasperation. He began to pass Sakura and asked, are we going or what? Sakura asked him about the X-Men and his thoughts on them while giggling and walking beside him. When the two teammates reunited, the other three ninjas simply grinned and followed. Logan discovered Laura gazing up at the stars from the mansion's roof. Quietly, hey Logan, she said. With a raised eyebrow, Logan jumped off the balcony railing and landed on the edge of the roof. "Did I take Laura home or some other girl?" asked he. Laura gave him a quick glare before returning her attention to the stars. After climbing the roof, Logan took a seat and rested his hands back. He allowed silence to envelop him as he looked up at the stars. "What do you want, Logan?" Laura sighed after a few minutes of silence. She became impatient with Logan's delayed response and reverted to her previous behavior. "If you're not going to say anything about why you're bugging me, then I'm going to go back inside," she said to him. Logan grinned while continuing to look at the stars. After giving her a quick glance, he said, "That's the girl I remember." She yelled, "What were you expecting?" When asked, "I'm not sure actually," he replied. "Naruto was getting you to do some surprising things." "He's my age and he understands what I'm feeling," she responded. "That's all there is to it." Logan smiled and got to his feet. Prior to jumping off, he said, "I think there's more to it between you guys. Don't dismiss him like the others, Laura. He truly does understand you better than many of the people living here." He had walked down the roof to the edge. He leapt from the roof, leaving her stunned and staring after him. "Damn," she swore. "Why did I get dragged into all of this? And what the hell did he mean there's more between us?" Once more, she reclined on the roof and spent the night reflecting on her feelings and thoughts. Naruto yelled, "Hey Granny, outside the tent, you got some explaining to do." Sakura exclaimed, "Naruto," in a reprimanding manner. "Come in, Naruto," instructed Tsunade. Sakura trailed closely behind Naruto as he entered the tent. With maps that showed where they knew the enemy was last and markers all over them, Tsunade was by herself in the tent. The pair of ninjas took their places on the ground. Tsunade inquired, "When did you find out?" "After Logan, Kakashi, and Laura came back." "I don't think Laura was let in on the whole secret of the fact that I wasn't supposed to know about the fighting," Naruto clarified. Tsunade gave a wink. "How did I know that girl would be trouble? Ah well, can't change what's happened. Nice look by the way." Uncontrollably, Naruto's tails flicked, and Tsunade couldn't contain her laughter at the sound. Naruto's tails dropped to the ground and he scowled in exasperation. "Stupid tails," he whispered to himself. "Hello. Avoid making fun of the tails, they're very beautiful. Perhaps in your view, they seem to me to be nothing more than a bother. One day, you won't think that. Furthermore, what does that mean?" Tsunade gave Naruto a curious look, which must have indicated that he was annoyed by the Kyuubi. "Only, I've got a critic," Naruto said. Tsunade grinned with laughter. "How has it been since you've been on speaking terms with the Kyuubi?" "Good and bad. My training has been progressing, but Fox is full of remarks and obnoxious opinions." "What? Have you said anything?" Naruto dismissed the observation and replied, "Granny, I know I'm impulsive sometimes, but isn't that what has saved my life and others many times? I would rather know next time. For now I'll stay with the X-Men, but in the future I would like a decision in the situation." Tsunade sat there thinking without responding. Naruto suppressed his impatience as he awaited her response. Sakura waited for the response as well, but she did so patiently while observing Naruto, who was trying hard not to show his impatience. An Anbu Black Ops ninja was visible in front of them after a puff of smoke appeared and dissipated. "Report," instructed Tsunade. "Sound ninja are massing for an assault once again and they have someone new with them. My partner saw him and described a man wearing red armor with a purple cape and with a red helmet. He was taken down after that. Tell Jiraiya to mass our ninjas and then come back here," she said. "Yes, Hokage." Once again, the Anbu vanished in smoke. "Sakura, stay with Naruto here and don't do anything stupid, Naruto," she asked. The two were left alone when Tsunade ripped out of the tent. Naruto turned to face Sakura and inquired, "So how many attacks have you guys had?" Following a pause, Sakura said, "At least 14 attacks so far." He said, "Don't try to stop me, Sakura," and stood up. "Naruto, you're their target and we can't risk letting them getting their hands on the Kyuubi." Naruto grinned at her and stopped her in her tracks, saying, "They can't beat me and the Kyuubi combined. This time I have the Kyuubi on my side and I've learned a few tricks from the old fox." As he slipped out of the tent, Sakura said, "Naruto, please don't. What would happen to Konoha if you were taken? Ooh, I'm going to kill you, Naruto." "Wait until after the battle," Naruto said externally. Naruto drove off in the same direction as Tsunade. He would no longer be excluded from the fighting. With the Kyuubi on his side, the Akatsuki and Sound Ninja were here to help him, and they would give it their all. Naruto drove off in the same direction as Tsunade. He would no longer be excluded from the fighting. With the Kyuubi on his side, the Akatsuki and Sound Ninja were here to help him, and they would give it their all. Are you considering this? Do you want to know if I have a plan? Because that would be a no if that were the case. As usual, you're a fool. Do you want to enjoy yourself? Do you mean to give me an opportunity to fight? Indeed. I would, of course. I would adore getting our enemy's blood on my claws. Please don't make me spend 3 days in bed. That's what happened when I took control for the first time and used your body in ways you've never used it before. Then, when we spot the enemy, we'll come out. Naruto grinned when he saw Jiraiya and Kakashi engaged in combat with Sound Ninja. Are you ready? Always. Let me go now. Naruto stepped aside to make room for the Kyuubi. Unlike the last time they had fought together, Naruto knew everything that had happened this time. His round pupils turned into slits, his eyes turned crimson red, and his claws and whiskers grew more noticeable. The nearest enemy was spotted by the Kyuubi, who practically flew at him, launching a fierce attack. The Sound Ninja surrounding the victim of their recent attack took note of his ears and tails and surrounded him. To eliminate more of the enemy at once, Kyuubi produced hundreds of shadow clones. While the Kyuubi left them to their duties and hid in the trees to observe the Sound Ninja's techniques, the Sound Ninja started attacking any clones that were closest to them. Remember that they can break eardrums with high-pitched sounds. Yes, I do recall your Chunin tests. Excellent. The bodies started to accumulate in the area after they defeated a number of Sound Ninja who were aiming at them. Sakura was the only one who had finally caught up with them, so they didn't worry about the new scent that hit the wind. Naruto, you idiot. You weren't supposed to, not Naruto at the moment, Pinky, Kyuubi gave back. Oh great, so now you're getting your bloodlust satisfied? You could say that, or you could say that I'm helping Naruto defend his village and those he cares about, the Kyuubi explained. Sakura appeared to be about to respond, but she refrained. You're doing that for him? Kyuubi inquired. Why else do you think? I made that decision when I chose to save Naruto from the Akatsuki and risk a bond between us rather than just a seal. I never thought that you and Naruto would get this close. From all the stories I've heard about you and the other tailed beasts, it has always led me to believe that you cared for no one except yourself, and whatever was in your way you would wipe out for good. Hey, yeah, I seem to have unintentionally created quite the reputation for myself, duck. A huge shuriken sailed over the two ninjas, where their heads had just been, and they fell to the ground. Around them, the shuriken and kunai that were on the ground rose into the air. When Sakura realized this, she let out a startled gasp. But, how is this possible? There are no chakra strings on any of the blades, said Sakura. With a sniff, the Kyuubi answered, no duh, Pinky, it's a mutant, and how the hell did a mutant get here? Are you certain? Naruto, I am aware of the smell of mutants. For what length of time have we shared a home with a whole group of mutants? Alright, so I tend to forget small details. Tsunade and the others must be warned. I will identify the person and attempt to remove them. I think that sounds good, come on, let's do it. Sakura looked at the old fox in confusion as the Kyuubi laughed. Naruto and I have decided. Whether or not you come is up to you, but to be honest, we could probably finish this person off on our own. Oh, like I'm totally going to let you two go somewhere in this war alone. Really, do you know how many times Tsunade would kill me and then bring me back just to kill me again? Is she capable of doing that? How am I supposed to know? It is you who possesses all the wisdom and chakra. Would you mind telling me? Brash pipsqueak. Quit talking and listen. You're fighting with my body, do not forget. Yes, indeed. The Kyuubi squatted on the limb of the tree. He was parallel to the ground, and as soon as he could see where their assailant was hiding, he leapt from the branch and raced toward a man dressed in red and purple. Sakura couldn't keep up and followed more slowly. Without the man realizing he was there, Kyuubi landed in a tree above him. Why are you dressed up? Who knows? Since all of the X-Men are dressed normally, it could be Magneto or one of his thugs, or it could be one of the Brotherhoods with whom they have quarreled. Okay, I understand that the purpose of the outfit is to scare his opponents. I have no idea. You're not really helpful, quit talking. Kyuubi sidestepped a kunai that sped toward him from the man. We may have been spotted. Following the initial knife, Kyuubi had to dodge all of them by circling to where the man could see us from the inside of his helmet. Ah, you must be Naruto, the host of the Kyuubi. The Akatsuki would so like to get their hands on you, and seeing as that's my only way out of this primitive hellhole. Behind them, a kunai exploded, and Magneto sent another one toward Kyuubi while he was preoccupied, and it lodged itself in his right shoulder. He said to no one in particular, G. Damn, that hurt. What is up with this kunai? But he did observe that the man was grinning slightly. With a single motion, he extracted it and inhaled the blade's scent. He glanced at his wound as his eyes grew wide. He swore, "Damn. What's the matter? Someone has poisoned us. The blade had some poison on it, but I'm not sure what kind." Travel to Sakura. Why Pinky? Because she can keep those freaks away from us and will know what to do. As Naruto dragged himself out of the backseat and hurried back toward the location where he had left Sakura, Kyuubi stiffened. "Ah!" exclaimed Naruto. Despite the excruciating pain, he was able to push off the branch and return to Sakura's direction, away from his assailant. His strategy was successful because just a few seconds ago, he collided with Sakura while holding the poisoned kunai tightly. "Naruto?" she exclaimed, startled. "Are you okay?" After raising his arm as high as he could, Naruto cried out in agony once more and curled into a fetal position. "You idiot! You got yourself poisoned, didn't you?" she yelled. She exhaled, lifted him, and carried him out of the area where he had been fighting. After returning to the tents, she took him right away to the medical area and laid him down on a blanket while she worked on him, attempting to determine what poison had entered his body. To her surprise, the poisoned wound had not healed when she removed his shirt. It appeared to be trying to heal Naruto as red chakra was oozing from the wound. As she turned, she noticed a ninja who was there to guard the injured. She commanded, "Get Tsunade and Yamamoto." With a nod, the ninja departed. After biting her lip and turning back to Naruto, she picked up a bowl of water from a table and started working. She attempted to extract the first bit of poison, but it came out dragging something blue in tiny lumps. What in the world? Naruto could only see a black background with white dots. There was nothing else he could see. "Kyuubi?" Nobody responded. "Kyuubi? Are you present? I'm trying to mend that wound, but it's not getting better." "Hush, fool. What's causing this pain? I am unable to see or hear." "For the time being, Naruto, please be patient. If we don't combat this and assist your friend in healing your body, we might both perish." "Lady Tsunade. Sakura says you need to come quickly. Have you seen Yamamoto around?" The ninja nodded. "Naruto? Find Yamamoto and bring him back as fast as possible." The pair of nin took off in different directions. Tsunade asked herself, "What have you done to get yourself in trouble this time, Naruto?" By the time Tsunade arrived, Sakura had stopped perspiring, so she took over to give her a rest. Tsunade inquired, "What happened?" Sakura responded by shaking her head. "I'm not sure. The Kyuubi was helping Naruto kill Sound Ninja when kunai without chakra strings attacked us and began to rise into the air. Kyuubi said something about a mutant and then left in a blink of an eye. I was following after them when he collided with me and collapsed in my arms. I think a kunai struck him and there was poison along the blade. Here's the blade." He was clutching it in his hand when he ran into me. Tsunade examined the blade after raising the kunai to eye level. The kunai was covered in a sticky liquid substance that was barely visible along the knife's edge. She shook her head and asked, "Have you been able to get any out of him? Has Naruto been healing by himself at all?" Tsunade scowled. "That's the weird thing. You can see re-chakra spilling out of the wound, but nothing is healing and he is still racked in pain from what I can tell. You said he left you to attack a mutant and came back poisoned, correct?" "Yes," she said. Yamato nodded softly. "Yamato, do you know where Jiraiya is? Get him and bring him here. We need to find out if the X-Men know of anything to counter this poison." After a single nod, Yamato vanished in search of the Toad Sage. "Hang on, Naruto," muttered Sakura. Sakura felt a glimmer of hope as Naruto stirred at the mention of his name. Zetsu showed up beside the mutant on a tree. "Was the poison administered?" "Yes," Magneto said. "I have done what you asked me to do. Now get me out of this hellhole." In Zetsu's words, "You did half of what was asked. We told you to administer the poison and bring the Nine Tails Jinchuriki back to us. Well, use the advantage that I got the poison inside the boy's body and attack wherever they are holding him and take him. Your organization is all about power, right? So go do your own dirty work for once." "Look who's talking." Zetsu's black half sneered. "We know that you are a leader of a mutant organization back in your dimension, so maybe you should take your own advice and follow orders and then we'll take you back." Zetsu left Magneto and vanished back into the tree just as he was about to protest. He looked back the way he had come after striking the orange-clad boy with the poisoned kunai and he had escaped. "Damn Akatsuki, but the X-Men are in league with the other ninja and most likely won't be too happy to help me out, especially when I just injured one of the nin village's own. Well, I've got a choice, but I need to think of which one would be to my advantage." "Naruto, wait. This wound hurts like hell, but I'm trying. Just wait until they discover the remedy. Sakura and Tsunade are working on us together." "Do you think I'm unaware of that?" "You certainly do, so I just wanted to remind you. How near is healing for us?" Tell me, Kyuubi. The poison simply infiltrates the new cells and burrows deeper than before each time I attempt to heal the surrounding cells and expel it. I'm leaving it to the others because they are currently more successful than I am at healing the wound. Okay. Keep me from leaving, Kyuubi. You dare not let me go. When I manage to pull myself into consciousness, I hope to be able to thank Sakura. Additionally, since I forewarned you not to put me in bed again, you will have a lot to answer for if I end up in bed as a result of this. What? Just lie still and conserve your strength. You are not yet bedridden. You are merely receiving treatment. I'll try to help you heal this wound by adding mine to yours. Alright. Sakura and Tsunade were taken aback when Naruto smiled while displaying some pain. Regards, Kyuubi. After discovering Jiraiya, Yamato was about to head back when they were confronted by an unfamiliar Akatsuki member. What do you want, Tobi? Oh, you already know what I want, so why bother asking? He responded. Yamato and Jiraiya exchanged sidelong glances with one another. Oh fine. You two are no fun. The Akatsuki would like to pass on the message, hand over the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya questioned, what makes you think we'll comply? Because Naruto has a poison in him that you won't have a cure for and you could lose him forever if you don't. Toba's eye appeared through the hole in his mask before he spoke in a deadly tone. He then brightened up and exclaimed, you have 1 hour to meet us at the ruins of Konoha and before it is too late to reverse the effects of the poison. See ya, before vanishing into the forest. Yamato whispered, that doesn't sound good. Jiraiya merely gazed at Toba's location before rushing off to assist his wounded student in surviving this survival test. Sakura and Tsunade were crouching on either side of Naruto, their hands pressed to his right shoulder, and a lot of chakra encircling their hands together as they approached the medical area and navigated through the wounded nin. Jiraiya and Yamato approached them discreetly, waited patiently for them to pause, and inquired about their needs. Tsunade glanced up and responded, summon a toad and go to the X-Men. You said Hank is their medic? Bring him this kunai, careful there is poison coating it and ask if he knows of any antidote or can come up with one. Sakura and I are doing all we can to keep him alive and it seems the Kyuubi's chakra has stopped trying to heal the wound after it kept getting deeper. Now go and if we can stabilize him enough to get him to the X-Men where you will be out of the battlefield and safe I would be less worried about him. Jiraiya gave a nod. He took the kunai from Tsunade, called forth a toad, and vanished with a puff of smoke, saying, Yamato tell her what Tobi approached us about while I go. Jiraiya ran in the direction of the mansion as soon as he could see his surroundings. Baseball, soccer, volleyball, and other sports were being played all around the mansion, and it was still daylight. Jiraiya mentally called out to Charles, who heard and answered. Jiraiya, what are you in need of? I would prefer to meet with Hank in his laboratory. He must identify a poison for me. He's down there already. You're aware of the path. Soon, I'll be down there. I assume that Naruto is involved in this. Indeed. Jiraiya ran through the corridors, paused, and inhaled deeply as he descended the elevator. Naruto will be okay. I just need to relax, the kid always pulls through. There won't be anything different this time, I hope. When Jiraiya got to Hank's door, it opened to let him in. The professor told me you needed me, he said. Jiraiya replied, Naruto has been injured by this kunai and the blade is covered in poison. Naruto hasn't healed on his own and our Hokage and her pupil are struggling to heal, close the wound, and keep him alive at the same time. He turned to Hank and asked, do you recognize the poison? Hank pulled out a microscope and placed a slide with a tiny amount of the poison on it. I don't recognize some of the chemistry of the poison, but I can recognize smaller poisons in its bonding. As he watched Hank go about removing chemicals and formulas from cabinets, pouring different amounts in, and using a dropper to place a single drop onto the poison slide before putting it back under the microscope for examination, Jiraiya felt a glimmer of hope. Jiraiya felt Charles enter the lab as he heard the door open. I listened into the conversation through Hank. We'll do our best to help Naruto in any way possible. For now, is it safe enough to bring him here and out of the battlefield? I would have brought him with me, but he is too unstable and we didn't want to risk it. Sitting quietly, Charles considered the situation using the limited information at their disposal. I've got something that will temporarily stop the poison for long enough for your people to heal him or stable enough to bring him here, said Hank. I don't know. It's a possibility. If it doesn't work then I will try and bring him here and we'll work from there. The Akatsuki have gotten more aggressive in this matter lately. Also the ninja with Naruto mentioned that Naruto smelled a mutant and then he charged towards the mutant then came flying back at her injured and he fell unconscious because of the poison. She also mentioned that anything metal was flying around with no chakra strings or anything attached. Do you know a mutant who can do that? Charles jerked his head upward in surprise. The metal was being controlled by the mutant? Jiraiya's response was merely a rigid nod. This is worse than I thought. Jiraiya said, so you know who the other mutant is? Charles rested his head on his hands and replied, yes, his name is Magneto and he is against all non-mutants. If he was teleported to your world like Laura was, then he must have made a pact with the Akatsuki in return for bringing him back to our world. I think it is time for the X-Men to help Konoha out. I'll assemble the team and we'll come with you when you return. Without saying anything, Jiraiya nodded slightly in agreement and grinned slightly in gratitude. After a few more minutes of silent waiting, Hank withdrew from the mixture he had created. He filled a glass vial with the liquid, sealed it with a cork, and gave it to Jiraiya. This won't stop it for long, but it should help in their struggle to keep him alive and you can decide from there, said Hank. After glancing at the vial, Jiraiya gently clenched his hand around it before turning back to face Hank. Thank you, he said, turning to face Charles, for everything. To which Hank replied, it is our pleasure to help a friend. Jiraiya quickly vanished after calling forth a toad. Gamakichi returned to the lab a few minutes later. He remarked mockingly, but with a trace of concern on his face, well, it looks like Naruto has gone and gotten himself into trouble once again. The three of them departed to gather the X-Men and explain the situation after Hank and the professor exchanged a smile. Tsunade was approaching the moment when Sakura broke out in perspiration. The poison was slowly leaking through his body along his blood vessels, but the muscles and fibers were starting to heal. Tsunade snarled, come on, Naruto, hang in there. In response, Naruto grimaced and clenched his right hand into a fist, his nails nearly penetrating his palm's flesh. Taking that hand, a different medic carefully removed the fingers from the palm. How is he? Sakura noticed the toad Sanin standing behind Tsunade when she looked up. He exuded a serenity that didn't seem appropriate at the time. Sakura glanced down at him, unsure of how to respond without destroying all hope. The muscle and the skin are finally healing over. The only problem now is getting the poison out. What did the X-Men have to say about it? Tsunade responded to her coworker. When Gamakichi has finished taking a more permanent antidote, which should hopefully rid his body of the poison, he will bring Beast. Give this to Naruto for the time being, he said. Jiraiya held out a small bottle that was half full of a thick liquid. Sakura reached up and took the bottle from Jiraiya, taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. Jiraiya knelt down and gently sat Naruto up, making sure not to hurt him. Naruto grunted a little, but remained silent after that. Sakura then removed the lid and gave him a sip at a time, allowing his gag reflex to allow him to drink the liquid. Sakura's hope that it would be sufficient was dashed when Naruto swallowed the liquid and his eyelids briefly flickered but remained closed. How is he doing now? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and asked. As they waited patiently, Tsunade covered Naruto's injured shoulder with her hands once more and muttered to herself. For the time being, he is stable. Since the X-Men can currently protect him, we should ask them for assistance in keeping the Akatsuki away from him after he is removed from this world and brought to them. Jiraiya nodded, then wrapped his arms around Naruto's shoulders and legs, lifting him up while ensuring that his head rested on his shoulder before making his way to a toad that was waiting a short distance away. You ought to accompany him, Sakura. You are more than qualified for the position if they require assistance in any way. When we get back, Tsunade, I'll be taking the X-Men with me. They have volunteered to help in the conflict. Sakura turned to face her friend, mentor and nodded firmly. She got up and went after Jiraiya. After she touched the toad, they were swept out of the forest where the fight was still going on. Sakura was shocked to see a blue furry person waiting for the three nin when they arrived on the Institute's front lawn. She said, Jiraiya, who is that? In response, he said, that is Hank McCoy, the X-Men's medic. Jiraiya began to move. She ignored the differences between herself and Hank and just followed. According to Hank, how is he doing? Well, the poison slowed when I gave him that medicine you told me to make him drink and it seems the wound is healing of its own accord with Naruto's and the Kyuubi's power. This is definitely better than before. Hank glanced at Naruto's unconscious body in Jiraiya's arms and nodded. Sakura caught his attention, and he examined her. You are one of the medics who were helping Naruto? Replied the doctor. Sakura gave a nod. I'm Sakura, a friend of Naruto and part of his team. Hank nodded. I'm happy to see Naruto has such a good friend by his side. Few mutants are given that chance when they come into their powers. Sakura was shocked by the remark because it reminded her of Naruto's early years, and she lowered her head a little in embarrassment that no one in the village had assisted him prior to his transformation into a genin. However, by becoming his friends, we were able to help him maintain his will to live, and as a result, we have made amends, and he has repeatedly saved the village and those around him. Yes, sir, she said, smiling and lifting her head. I understand what you mean. Hank looked at her in surprise, but he didn't ask any more questions. Like the rest of us, I suppose Naruto has had a challenging life. They came to a halt before a door opened, and Jiraiya went inside, making her way to one of the beds. He sat in a chair beside him and laid Naruto on it gently. Hank extracted Naruto's blood using a needle and a slide. He applied a few drops to the slide and used a microscope to examine it. Sakura, Jiraiya answered the phone. You should continue to work on Naruto and see if we can expel this poison from his system. Sakura rushed to Naruto after nodding. She put her hands on his chest and kept trying to help Naruto get better. What's happening? Did you manage to halt the poison, Kyuubi? Nothing is being done by me. Someone must have given us an antidote. We must exercise caution, though, as I don't believe the poison has been entirely eradicated. While I attempt to heal the wound, you rest. Okay. When it's gone, wake me up. Naruto, just calm down. I'm going to investigate the situation. I will temporarily take control of your body, but I will not change our current situation. All right. The Kyuubi stepped forward, causing his host's eyes to open. Naruto, exclaimed Sakura, startled. Hello, Pinky. Unfortunately, I'm not Naruto. He's resting right now. I don't know what you gave us, but it's working for the time being. I'm putting my energy into healing the wound right now, but I appreciate the assistance, Pinky. Would you stop calling me that? Sakura asked, controlling her irritation. Normally, she would have punched him, but the wound itself was painful and she didn't want to heal any more than necessary. Sakura focused the chakra by clenching a hand into a fist as Naruto's face lit up with a smirk. Jiraiya separated the two nin by grabbing her wrist. Sakura, now's not the time, and Kyuubi, please refrain from provoking Sakura in your state. Now if you are done, can you tell us if you were able to heal Naruto with your chakra or if you were only able to do parts of it? What does it seem like I've been trying to do this entire time? If I had been able to heal the wound and rid our body of the poison, I would have done so already. Every time I've tried to heal the muscles and the tissue surrounding the wound, the poison sped up its progress and destroyed more tissue than was originally destroyed. That is why I pulled my healing chakra out of the wound and didn't do anything in the way of helping Pinky and the old lady. Jiraiya started giggling. Sakura gave him a perplexed glance. What are you laughing at, Jiraiya? The Kyuubi is so similar to Naruto, it's hilarious. Sakura scowled at the older ninja's immaturity and criticized him, saying, don't encourage him. Sakura glared at Hank as he laughed to himself at the sight of the three nin. Oh, lighten up, child, said Hank. It's always a good thing when the wounded is able to joke around even with the simple use of nicknames. Hey, I guess you're right, Sakura said, rubbing her neck. The Kyuubi shouted over them, can someone get rid of this poison? Kyuubi, can you tell me how much of the poison is still left in your system and where it might be? After giving Hank a quick glance, Kyuubi closed his eyes for a few minutes before opening them. There is still about 3/4 of the poison left, which is dispersed throughout our left side and moving in the direction of our heart. Is there anything else? I must take some time to rest and assist in our body's healing. No, that should be it, thank you. With the blood sample still beneath the microscope, Hank turned back to it. Kyuubi closed Naruto's eyes and entered his host's deeper subconscious. Okay. We have returned to the X-Men's mansion, where Hank, Jiraiya, and Sakura are present. Hank is making every effort to heal us. Now, rest up. I'll do my best to heal us before the poison starts to weaken our muscles once more. Sounds good. I'll get some sleep. Good luck. So, is the drill understood by all? You mentioned that we needed to touch those toads, right? Kitty inquired. Sighing, Jiraiya said, yes, Kitty, I did. The others gave a nod of approval and moved forward, touching the toads in front of them. Before everyone leaves, please stay here, Rogue and Laura, the professor said. Jiraiya nodded at his decision to keep one person as a defense against Itachi and Kisame in case they attacked, and the two nodded and moved to stand by his side as the others left. Now, as soon as we arrive, take cover, Jiraiya said, surveying the area. I don't want any casualties on the first trip because I just left a battleground. Is everyone prepared? He looked around, studying each person's face. Let's go. Only the three remained in the room after they all disappeared in smoke. So, what will we do now? Did Rogue ask. You are going to help defend this mansion and Naruto if Itachi and Kisame realize that most of the X-Men have left and decide to take advantage. Why me? Laura arched an eyebrow. Wouldn't a battlefield be a better place for me? As he left the two girls in the room, he said, no, I think you'll fight better here for reasons I'm sure you already know. What is the intended meaning of that? Laura sneered as she asked. The professor's always got his reasons for doing things, Rogue said, shrugging half-heartedly. Yes, sometimes you just have to trust him. When the X-Men emerged in a forest, they all swam for the closest cover they could find. They could hear the metallic clash of weapons in the trees, and the trees around them swayed in a wind that didn't exist. Cyclops said in a whisper over their radio, Jiraiya, you're leading the way. Jiraiya emerged from his hiding spot and fled into the trees, followed by the others. They arrived at the location of the village's survivors a short while later. Jiraiya. You are wanted by the Hokage. She is aiding in the healing of the injured. An Anbu ninja rushed in and yelled. Many thanks. When he saw Tsunade, he led the X-Men straight to her and swiftly to the medical area. Tsunade. The X-Men have arrived and are prepared for deployment. The idea of sending these teenagers into battle made Tsunade grimace inwardly, but since so many of Konoha's younger generations have already fought in the conflicts, there isn't really anything that can be done to stop it, and to be honest, we need all the assistance we can get. All right, Jiraiya, where would you place them in the fight since you are the one who knows their advantages and disadvantages the best? She asked. I would keep them around the injured as a defensive line or as a last resort. If that previous mutant resurfaces, we will probably need them the most. Since the majority of our weapons are made of metal, we might run into serious problems if we didn't have another form of self-defense besides taijutsu. The person who eliminated Naruto. Yeah, apparently he's not too popular with their team or the humans in their world. All right, who is your team leader among you? Tsunade pursed her lips. I am. My name's Cyclops. Organize your group in this area. If you see the mutant, I'll send you a ninja. Cyclops glanced around at his team and nodded. All right, everyone, form a defensive perimeter and stay within each other's sights, he instructed. To ensure they could see a teammate on each side, the X-Men divided up and moved to different spots around the medical area. Together, Nightcrawler and Shadowcat took their places, and Shadowcat asked Nightcrawler in a bewildered whisper, what is taijutsu? With a shrug, he said, something else they use. He then went to stand between Iceman and Shadowcat. No freaking way, she said, rolling her eyes, I never would have guessed. She flinched every time she heard the clash of metal and occasionally the sound of metal striking flesh as she turned her eyes to the forest and even caught a terrified look from one of her friends. We've never encountered anything with as much bloodlust as this adversary. These ninja are serious. She looked anxiously at her teammates, asking, how many of us will survive this? Will we all die defending these people? Hank said, how's he looking, Sakura? Everything is back in place, including the muscles, and the wound is closed. Removing the toxins from his body is the only issue at hand. Have you got anything yet for that? Hank gave a headshake. Sakura chewed on her bottom lip as she thought, then she took out a scroll, opened it, and spread it out on the table beside Naruto in one fluid motion, flattening it out and taking out a kunai. She then placed her hand with the healing jutsu back on Naruto and moved it around, pricked his chest with the kunai, and let the blood drip onto the scroll. Hank, are there any medicinal herbs in your possession? Only a few, but Aurora should have anything you should need in her greenery. I think Sakura has an idea, Professor. Tell Aurora to collect any medicinal herbs she has in her greenery and bring them down to the infirmary. She will arrive soon. Aurora's on the way with all the healing herbs we have here. Sakura nodded, picked up an empty bowl from a counter, and filled it with water. Aurora entered the infirmary with a little wind, carrying all the plants and herbs, and she put them all on the floor. Sakura examined each plant, taking what she needed, and then she put a leaf and some seeds in a bowl and began grinding them into a thin, flaky powder. Sakura, take what you can get, even though the fresh leaves aren't always the best. Aurora watched in disbelief as Sakura made her way to one of the plants with the tweezers and kunai, paused to examine the leaf, and shook her head after looking at the leaves she had collected and then turning back to the plants gathered around the infirmary and spotting the one she wanted. Do you have another plant with a leaf like that, Aurora? Sakura inquired as she peered at the other plants. Yes, but the other plant is a poison, Aurora exclaimed. With that plant, you would only cause him far more trouble than good. Sakura turned to Aurora and said, clearly, your world hasn't discovered the plant's medicinal qualities. In our world, the leaf's medicinal properties alone can be utilized to neutralize the poison when used properly. Aurora nodded after making a grimace. Excellent. Provided that you are aware of what you are doing. Sakura gave a nod, and Aurora swiftly returned with the plant she had requested. Sakura thanked him and took the tweezers, holding the leaf as she carefully cut off the tough stem. Sakura put her kunai back in the pouch and put her hand to the leaf with the healing chakra surrounding it. countering the poison and causing the leaf to shrivel up in her hand as she held it up close to her eyes with the light shining behind it. Aurora watched with curiosity as Sakura held the shriveling leaf above the bowl of crushed herbs and leaves. She placed the tweezers on the table and combined the leaves with water to create a liquid mixture, and as she continued to cover the leaf with the healing chakra, it crumbled into the bowl. After taking the bowl with the liquid and setting it next to the bowl with water in it, Sakura unzipped Naruto's jacket and carefully removed it from him, then removed his shirt to reveal his bare skin. "Can you restrain him, Aurora?" Sakura asked. Hank came over and held down Naruto's legs, and Aurora went around to the other side of the table and put her hands on his arms. Sakura nodded and brought the healing chakra to the mixture, pulling some of the liquid out of the bowl and over Naruto's body. The healing chakra touched Naruto's skin, and she moved her right hand from the chakra across his chest to the other side and upward, threading through his body as her hand rose, bringing up the poison itself but not the liquid. "It's working," Sakura said with a slight smile, "just like I thought it would. Take that, Akatsuki." She stopped smiling. What's the matter?" Hank inquired. Hank and Aurora watched in fear as Sakura spread the poison, and what remained of the poison that hadn't returned to Naruto fell into the bowl. To their dismay, it wasn't much. At most, it was a teaspoon's worth of the poison that was currently in his body. The poison began dripping from the healing chakra and entering Naruto's body once more. Sakura gasped and moved the healing chakra with as much of the poison as she could over the bowl of just water. "Something isn't right," stated Sakura. "Like what?" Aurora asked. "I don't know, but usually that leaf mixed in that concoction is enough to destroy even the more powerful poisons," Sakura said, shaking her head. "I'm not sure what will get the poison out of his body if that doesn't." The two adults exchanged worried glances, with Hank breaking the eye contact first and turning to face the motionless ninja on the table. "Is there any way to get him or the Kyuubi to wake up so they can discuss and work together on what just happened?" Hank proposed. "I honestly don't know any more than you do what those two are capable of," Sakura shrugged. "You've actually seen those two working together more than I have. Naturally, Naruto doesn't give up easily. With the Kyuubi's assistance, he might successfully defeat this poison, in which case we won't be required at all." Aurora remarked, "Then all we can do is ease the pain and watch over him." Aurora put her hand on the younger girl's shoulder and moved to her side as the female medic ninja nodded, her face displaying her misery. "Don't be concerned. We'll keep trying to assist him," she comforted him, "even if it's just being by his side. I promised myself that after Sasuke turned from the village and all I could do was cry and beg Naruto to bring him back, I would get stronger," Sakura said, laughing briefly and wiping a tear from her eye before it could fall. "It hasn't helped at all, but I have gotten stronger so far. Even though I've saved a lot of lives, Sasuke is still missing, and I may lose another teammate in the future, and there's nothing I can do about it." Sakura turned from her teammate's prone body and placed herself into Aurora's body, crying as the Weather Witch held her trembling body. Aurora pulled Sakura from her body after a few minutes and gazed into her eyes as Hank and Aurora listened to her thoughtfully. "I doubt Naruto would hold you accountable for this. You've taken every possible action. We'll figure out what we're missing, which is simply something." Sakura nodded and wiped away her tears before stepping out of Aurora's grasp, taking a deep breath, and slapping herself. Both mutants stared at the action with disdain, but they did nothing when she showed no signs of repeating it. With a determined expression on her face, she raised her head and said, "I'm ready." Aurora and Hank exchanged a smile before she turned away from the two and began to work on the plants and herbs surrounding her. Tsunade passed among the wounded ninja, looking at each one to see if there were any serious wounds that needed to be treated. And Anbu reminded her, "Lady Tsunade, the hour is near. Have someone change into Naruto and wait in one of the medical tents." She nodded in response. "I would rather listen to their opinions than lose them because they thought Naruto would be with us but he isn't." With a sharp nod, the Anbu vanished. She sighed that it was not that easy. "Naruto, get through this as soon as possible. I would feel better knowing that you are awake with the Kyuubi's protection against their tricks." She turned her gaze to the darkening sky. "It would be very unfortunate if you were to fall into their hands at the moment. That's the last thing we need." Tsunade turned a determined gaze into the trees, imagining one of the Akatsuki members sitting on a branch that she could stare down until they gave in and left her village in peace to rebuild their home. "Tsunade, the preparations are complete." Tsunade looked at her old teammate, who smiled at her calmly and encouragingly. He extended a hand, which she took, squeezed, and then let go. "You ready for this?" Jiraiya inquired. Tsunade laughed briefly and said, "When will we ever be ready? Let's see if this works, then." "He's a tough kid," Jiraiya said, nodding. "He has overcome numerous obstacles that no one ever believed he would overcome. In addition, He now has the Kyuubi working for him. Tsunade smiled at him gratefully. I understand. However, I'm concerned that the village hidden in the leaves may come to an end if he doesn't get better. Many people consider him the village hero because he has saved us so many times. If he were to disappear and our village was to disappear, what would be left to fight for? What's left to fight for is love and friends, and to go down without a fight is disgraceful, Jiraiya said, taking her hand once more and whispering her response. We will bring as many of those Sound Village ninja and Akatsuki with us if the village hidden in the leaves is to be destroyed. Go to hell and damn them all. At his reply, Tsunade grinned and said, well, Jiraiya. That wasn't exactly what I expected, but I guess that's to be expected. Despite how annoying he is most of the time, we all respect the brat. With an amused smile, she turned toward the medical area while still holding Jiraiya's hand, and Jiraiya followed without protest, just as eager as she was to save his pupil. With the exception of an Anbu ninja standing alertly beside her, Tsunade stood alone at the edge of the forest. Jiraiya and the ninja who had changed into Naruto were concealed in the nearby bushes, as was the X-Men member Shadowcat, who was supposed to warn them before she released her powers and shield them from projectiles in the encroaching darkness by rendering them all intangible with her touch for as long as she could. An Akatsuki member, Zetsu, who had brought Tobi with him, emerged from the ground in the center of the crater where Konohagakure once stood. It's time, Jiraiya. Tsunade stepped forward in front of the group, remaining composed, while the two Akatsuki members waited for them. Jiraiya picked up the fake Naruto and walked out into the open, Shadowcat trailing closely behind. As they got closer, Tobi cocked his head and giggled briefly. Now, Hokage. This will not do, he said savagely. Tsunade froze in place, staring at him bewilderedly. What are you talking about? Naruto is here with us. You could have an ambush waiting for us instead of just the two of you, so do you really think I'll bring him without any protection? Again laughing, Tobi said, that isn't the Jinchuriki. That's not what I meant, Hokage. He gestured to the phony Naruto. That's just a random ninja. No, I retract that. It's actually an ANBU that has been altered to resemble our prize. No Jinchuriki, no antidote, bye-bye Jinchuriki, he said, wriggling an accusing finger in front of them. This won't do, Hokage. Tsunade's eyes and mind flashed with anger, thinking, damn, he saw through our plan. She knew that their mission might fail, but she never imagined that he would find out about their fake so fast. Let's go, Zetsu, Tobi said, laughing now at their seeming annoyance. Obviously, we won't need them for anything tonight. They will have to accept their error. Go to the institute right away, Jiraiya. Tsunade gave an order in a low voice. Jiraiya left after calling forth a toad. Tsunade turned and walked past the phony Naruto, who had changed back into the dog, masked Anbu. I apologize, Kakashi. As she went by, she muttered, I wish we had at least succeeded in this mission. So do I. He pivoted and trailed her back into the forest, out of the crater, and toward their camp. Laura sat with Rogue on the other side of the couch as she sat back and watched television, paging through the channels. Do we know whether those two Akatsuki are still present in our dimension, then? Laura inquired. Who knows, shrugged Rogue. But the last time, we could hardly push them back. They were only halted because Naruto surrendered to the Kyuubi for those brief moments. As it was, Naruto almost died as a result. When Naruto's name was mentioned, Laura shifted and gave the other mutant girl a questioning glance. How did it occur? How did Naruto and the Kyuubi become one during the battle? Laura inquired, and Rogue turned to face her bewildered. Well, Rogue began, I'm not really sure what happened, but Naruto told us that this time he let the Kyuubi take control of his body instead of just borrowing its chakra like he had in the past. Instead of one being sealed inside the other, they somehow bonded together during the process. Laura stood up and walked out of the room, looking down at her hands as she did so. As she passed a window that overlooked the darkness outside the mansion, she opened it, letting the cool night air wash over her. She closed her eyes and inhaled the air, but then she tensed at a strange smell she smelled on the wind, so she opened her eyes and looked suspiciously into the darkness. Moving from the window and back down the hall to where she left Rogue, she entered the room and moved to the only window, being careful to stay out of sight. The scent she smelled carried old blood on the wind and a bloodlust. Laura, what's the matter? Did Rogue ask? Laura motioned for her to stop talking, and Rogue nodded before stepping off the couch and out of the window's line of sight. What's happening? She repeated her question. There is bloodlust and blood on the wind, Laura snarled. I believe they have returned. Professor, Rogue nodded. What's wrong, Rogue? I'm here. I believe it's that shark guy, Kisame, because Laura smells what she believes to be the Akatsuki, at the very least, bloodlust. I'll warn the three down with Naruto. All right, you two stay alert. Yes, we will keep an eye out for their assault. After exchanging a single nod, Rogue and Laura left the room and proceeded to the outside light control panel, where she turned the lights on and turned to face Laura. Are you ready? She inquired. For what purpose? We will go out there and converse while acting as though we are unaware of their existence. Remain vigilant, but also let your body relax. Are you prepared, then? With a nod, Laura followed Rogue out into the illuminated night, and they looked at each other, studying the night without seeming to, and started talking about the boys around the institute. They whirled when they heard a laugh behind them. They think we don't know what they are doing, Itachi, said a voice. It pisses me off. With his bandaged sword in hand, Kisame emerged from the shadows and into the light, laughing gleefully as the two girls shifted into combat positions. You two already know that won't work on me, don't you? He asked. There they are, Professor. I understand. Sakura and Storm are on their way to assist you. Yes, one is in front of us, and the other hasn't shown himself yet. A deep, throated growl rumbled menacingly from Laura as her knives slid from between her knuckles. We have a tough little cat here, huh? Itachi, I'll take these two. You receive the Jinchuriki, Kisame remarked with a laugh. Rogue turned to pursue the figure after something flashed past them, but a wall of water stopped her. You're fighting me. The wind around them picked up, kicking up leaves and dust, and Rogue turned to the older man. Kisame looked up at the sky, and he grinned when he saw Storm amidst the storm clouds, with lightning encircling them. Akatsuki, get away from them! Sakura yelled. The water vanished and the night vanished, and Kisame laughed as vines grew out of the ground and encircled him. She made a hand gesture that neither mutant could comprehend the benefits of. Little girl, who do you think I spend my entire day with? He inquired. The scene vanished, and when the two mutant girls turned around, they saw Sakura holding a kunai to her throat. The Jinchuriki. Now, I will never allow you to take him, Sakura growled. Not like Sasuke was taken by Orochimaru. You're not going to touch him. She snatched a kunai from her pouch and swung it behind her head, but the knife did not slip through the air. Itachi went back to Kisame. Will you be able to manage them? Itachi inquired. Of course I can, said Kisame with a grin. Without your assistance, I could have defeated the girl's genjutsu. Itachi nodded slightly and walked away. Hey Laura, Sakura cautioned. Laura jumped, clawing at the air with her knives out. After landing behind them, Itachi ran toward the house, dodging all the lightning that rained down on him and making it into the institute. From the infirmary where he monitored his patient, Hank watched the security cameras. Despite the pain he must have been experiencing, Naruto remained motionless, and not even the Kyuubi had roused him to investigate the situation. One of the Akatsuki had managed to get inside and was now somewhere in the building, but the four girls had kept the other one outside, according to the security camera pointed outside. Can you identify the other ninja, Charles? He's moving quickly and is headed your way, but I can only see a few fleeting glimpses of him. I'm prepared. Hank turned toward the door, glanced at the young ninja, and lifted Naruto into his arms before running away with the boy through a secret door in the wall. The door closed, and he heard a screech of metal on metal coming from behind it. It's Itachi, Hank. His Sharingan allows him to see you through the wall. With a grimace, Hank rushed down the tunnel away from the door. Gamakichi. Where are you? He's with me here. Are you going to his dimension? Right now, there's a full-fledged conflict. Since we don't have anyone to protect him, I don't think we have much of an option. Either we take him to his dimension where he will be protected, or he gets taken by these two ninja. The latter is likely to happen soon, and I can assure you that neither the X-Men nor Naruto's friends will be pleased about that. Glancing over his shoulder, Hank saw that the scene had returned to the infirmary. I am trapped in a delusion, Professor? Could it be that the illusion is preventing the telepathy? Hank moved Naruto around so that he was holding him in one arm. Exhibit yourself. Hank yelled. Hank looked around desperately as ravens flew out of thin air from all directions and circled in one place to form a black cloak with red clouds and a man with crimson red eyes. What can I do in this situation? Jiraiya clarified that you need someone else to wake you up in order to break one of these illusions, but I'm the only one down here. With a command, hand over the Jinchuriki. I don't think so. Itachi vowed, I won't ask again. Give him over. I'm sorry, but could you just let me go on my way? Hank glared at him. I'm really not a violent person, Hank asked. Itachi shook his head and vanished once more in a swarm of ravens. Hank glanced around, sniffing in the hopes that he might be able to detect Itachi's scent from wherever he was coming from. His arm felt light, too light, as the surroundings returned to the tunnel. No, Naruto wasn't there. Professor, are you listening? Yes. What's the matter? Itachi took Naruto while he had me in a delusion, and I'm not sure where he went. Laura is searching for him on my behalf. Well, I should get out of this tunnel and see if I can't help the others outside at all, Hank said, rubbing his head and growling in frustration. Laura took a whiff of the air in the mansion. She was certain that she would detect even the slightest hint of Naruto's scent. There, she whispered in her mind. She dashed toward the scent of him. Before her, water rushed. She slid to a stop. She whirled to growl at Kisame. You aren't going anywhere, girl, he said, grinning. She grinned. Try me, she said. He made a hand gesture while laughing. He dipped his hand into the surrounding water. A shark-like shape was formed by the water. The water made a path wherever the shark went after it left Kisame. Laura swore. She slid out her knives. She growled angrily. You asked for it. Kisame jumped and grinned. Above the water shark. He held his sword in front of him, covered. She fell on it, tearing her shoes as she went. The sword sliced the soles of her feet, and she cursed once more. She landed in front of him after pushing off the sword. She struck him in the face with her knives. He kicked her away after dodging. I think I'll enjoy myself for a while. Go ahead, Itachi, he yelled. Laura jumped over Kisame's head to Itachi, who was holding Naruto. He grabbed her foot but released it as he shot skyward. Beast had entered the battle. Kisame was now restrained beneath his bulky frame. Get Naruto. Laura pushed off with one foot while circling on the other. She landed on the grass Itachi had been standing on after a flash of smoke-filled light. Then she cried out, damn it! Jiraiya whispered, Tsunade, from behind. She faced him. Yes, we just got word from the Professor Charles Xavier. What word? Tsunade asked, searching his face for a response. Itachi and Kisame attacked, but this time they were successful in taking Naruto, Jiraiya admitted. Frustrated, Tsunade bit her lip. Damn, do you think the Kyuubi is right when he said they were bonded together to well for the Akatsuki to pull the Kyuubi out? Jiraiya thought about what might happen. Yes, I'm confident that everything the Kyuubi said was true. Let's just hope that the Akatsuki don't figure that out until after we can get Naruto out of there. Tsunade gave him a scowl. And who do we have to go on this rescue mission? As Nightcrawler emerged, the air was heavy with the stench of sulfur. Trorig to barge in Hokage, but I happened to overhear your conversation. ZX Men would be happy to help Naruto if you don't have anybody else to do so. Tsunade gave the mutant a warm smile. Thank you. It was Nightcrawler. Nice to meet you, he said. Thank you, Nightcrawler. If your team is confident that they can help out, then we would welcome the help. I'll have Jiraiya, Yamato, and Kakashi along with you. They know Naruto and can track the Akatsuki. Nightcrawler smiled and vanished once more in the sulphurous cloud. Jiraiya laughed. What? Inquired Tsunade. They're so full of energy. I'm not surprised they all got along with Naruto so well the first time they met. Of course they're most like them out of all of us here. They understand the pain and persecution that he's been through, having been through it themselves. Pain said, Itachi, you have the 9 tails? In front of the organization, Itachi let his burden fall to the hard ground. Toby searched for the former Hidden Mist 7 swordsman and exclaimed, Hey, you got him. It took you too long enough. But where is Kisame? Did he not make it back? Shut your mouth, Toby, growled Kisame. Oh, Kisame, you made it. Shut up, Toby, declared Pain. Straight up, Toby said, yes, sir. Itachi. Kisame. Stand on your posts. Let's get this started, Pain said. To remove Kyuubi no Kitsune's chakra from Naruto's prone body, the 6 remaining Akatsuki members all made the same hand gesture and used their chakra. Jiraiya introduced the Anbu ninja to the X-Men, saying, all right, everyone, this is Yamato. He took over Kakashi's team for the time he was injured and hospitalized. As Jiraiya reviewed the strategy they had devised, Kakashi identified each mutant and explained their abilities to him. The 3 ninjas, Nightcrawler, Cyclops, Jean, Shadowcat, Iceman, Wolverine, and Spike made up the team. As soon as they could, Sakura, Rogue, Laura, Beast, and Storm joined them, and now they rushed to their aid. Kakashi said, good, we're all here, summon Pakun then, Jiraiya recommended. Hopefully he can pick up Naruto's scent. With a nod, Kakashi executed the summoning jutsu. How ya doing? Asked Pakun. What's happening, Kakashi? Naruto's been taken by the Akatsuki. Pakun let out a moan. I knew it was only a matter of time. The fool, well I won't ask what happened. I take it you need me to track him? Yes, and we need you to make sure no one is coming upon us without our awareness and that we don't run into any unfriendly people along the way. Pakun sniffed the sky and started to move around the clearing on all sides of them in search of a scent on the wind. Sounds good. Let's get started, he said. I've got him. The mutants caught Kakashi's attention. Are you all ready? We're going to be traveling fast through the trees. We'll manage, said Wolverine. With the X-Men in pursuit, Pakun, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Sakura, and Yamato jumped into the trees and moved swiftly. Wow, Nightcrawler exclaimed. Zay can move quickly. Wolverine yelled, Elf, don't lag. Keep going. Shadowcat phased through everything in her path as she ran along the ground with Rogue and Cyclops. When necessary, which Laura did most of the time, Wolverine and Laura simply pushed through and followed the trees like ninjas. Jean, Storm, and Iceman moved through the trees with ease. With his skateboard in hand, Spike was currently navigating through the trees and jumping bushes. Beast easily kept up with the ninja as it swung through the branches. They went silently and swiftly. After pushing the fast pace for an hour in order to regain their strength, they stopped. Kakashi questioned, Pakun, have you smelled any sound ninja at all? Pakun gave a headshake. Not a single fresh scent, which is strange considering you have been fighting them for some time now. Did the Akatsuki by perchance call them off now that they have Naruto? Logan put forward. The ninja gave the idea some thought. I don't think so. If anything, that would encourage sound ninjas to continue their attacks, so we're too busy to try to organize a rescue party. A rough voice said, what if the sound ninja have all been executed? In an instant, the X-Men were on high alert, searching for the enigmatic individual who had managed to ambush them. Kakashi turned to face Pakun. Relax, it's Gaara with Tamari and Konkaru. Confused, Shadowcat turned to face the ninja dog. Who? Allies and close friends of Naruto's, Jiraiya clarified. Jiraiya said, we apologize for not informing you of the situation, Cage, but as you can probably imagine, we were isolated from the outside world for a while. Did you also mention that the sound ninja are no longer there? Gaara said, yes, we got rid of them, and you didn't have time to call for assistance with these things. I have been Naruto's person. He made every effort to keep me safe. It's time for me to save his life and pay him back. Sakura smiled and turned to face the more experienced ninjas who were with them. We need all the assistance we can get, especially your assistance. Naruto will be delighted to see you once more. Gaara smiled slightly and nodded. Have any of you had any sleep? Konkaru questioned them. For the Hidden Leaf Nin, Yamato replied, we're fine. Is it time for the X-Men to go? He turned to the team of mutants. Cyclops turned back to Yamato and nodded affirmatively as he looked around at his team, who all looked back calmly and resolutely. All right, he said to the Sand Nin, let's start now. Each member of the rescue crew set off in their own manner in the same direction. What's happening? What is preventing the beast from emerging? Pain. Why does this not work? As the jutsu disintegrated and Itachi leapt down to inspect Naruto, the Akatsuki all quarreled. Did any of the other Jinchuriki possess the tailed beast's physical characteristics? He inquired. Why, of course not, silly, Toby grumbled. They are only hosts for their beasts. So why does he have fox ears and tails? Itachi asked, standing with a hand on the back of Naruto's shirt, supporting him. How did this occur? Pain inquired. Kisame, Itachi, did the boy have these characteristics the last time you saw him before you caught him? Zetsu inquired. No, said Itachi. Then something happened in that other world between the time you saw him last and the present when you caught him, Conan said. Of course, but why isn't the jutsu working? What about the host's transfer to the Biju? Kisame insisted. Calm yourself, Kisame, Itachi cautioned. Do you know how to get rid of the Kyuubi? Pain inquired. All of the Akatsuki looked at him, waiting for a response. Toby jumped from his position to take a position in the middle of the group. I might have an idea. Naturally, few of you would have guessed that I would possess this talent. How much farther? As they raced forward, Wolverine asked. Smelling the air once more, Pakun said, just beyond the trees. To alert his team to what was about to happen, Wolverine nodded and lifted his fist in the air while slicing his knives out. Are they going to have a barrier like they did the last time? Kakashi was asked by Jiraiya. Kakashi turned to face him and said, I don't know, however, it would be a wise move. I wouldn't be overly shocked. They came to a halt at the edge of the trees, where there was a wide grassy field. They dispersed and looked around the field until one of them discovered a small, flat boulder 3/4 of the way down. Is a seal present? Kakashi inquired. Nightcrawler shook his head, unable to find anything on the boulder. Sakura grinned as she looked at the big boulder between her and Naruto and rejoicing in silence. They clearly didn't take the required precautions this time. Everyone, get out of the way. The X-Men all stared at her in awe as Sakura charged at the boulder, jumped into the air, and punched downward with her fist, causing it to blow to pieces and explode outward while collapsing inward. Spike remarked, "Wow," to the others' approval. They all looked into the cavern beneath the boulder, which was mostly dark except for the shaft of light that came in through the hole, and someone wearing an orange mask and a black cloak with red clouds walked into that shaft of light. "Are you brave?" With a low, menacing growl, he asked. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Yamato drew back in surprise. "Whoa! Down there is the whole Akatsuki organization," Yamato cautioned. "What?" Sakura cried out. After Tobi and Itachi flew through the hole, the Nin and X-Men jumped back, and as soon as they were out, both Akatsuki launched an attack. Kakashi caught Shadowcat's arm and dragged her back as she jumped at Tobi. "You can't strike him. Everyone just gets through it," he told her. "So he can slip through objects and people too?" Smirked Shadowcat. "For example, this ought to be fascinating." She managed to escape Kakashi's hold and continued to use her mutant ability while attacking Tobi. She threw her fist at Tobi, who looked down at the spot where her fist struck his stomach and paused with a gurgle after laughing in amusement. "No one can hit you, huh?" said Shadowcat with a smile. "You're a bitch," Tobi yelled angrily. After he slapped her hand away, she stepped back out of reach, grinned tauntingly, and gestured for him to approach. When the others saw that Itachi was the only one capable of defeating the orange, spiral, masked ninja, they all turned to her. Jiraiya surveyed the scene, glanced at those present, and then stopped to study Laura. "Laura," he said, motioning for her to approach him, "you have a strong sense of smell, don't you?" "Yes. There were others down in that cavern besides these two. Kisame, the shark, and others are present." "How many more?" "6, including Naruto." Jiraiya grimaced. "What?" Laura inquired. "The entire organization is that. We're going to have a difficult battle," he said. Laura said, "I'm going in," to him. He looked up at her. "Can you handle them?" "I have his DNA and my skills," Laura said with a sly smile, gesturing to Wolverine. "I believe I'll be all right." With a nod, Jiraiya said, "I'm going in with you. If I were you, I wouldn't act in that manner. I blend in very well, especially in caves that are dark. They won't anticipate me. Except when you crawl in through the hole you'll cast a shadow for all to see, then they'll know you're in there," Jiraiya said. "All right," Laura growled. "You enter, and I'll enter as your shadow." With a nod, Jiraiya said, "Let's go." Without drawing Itachi's or Toba's attention, they moved as fast as they could between the fights. Jiraiya leapt through the hole, followed by Laura, who then gently pushed off from his back out of sight after they had cleared the edge. 5 Akatsuki remained in the cavern, huddled around Naruto, and several of them sneered as they looked up. Well, the Kyuubi was right, they're too closely bonded to absorb the chakra of the 9 tails. "Good day, gentlemen," he said. "I don't believe we have all been introduced." Conan. "Yes, Pain." The paper on her cloak peeled off and swirled around the cavern as the lone female Akatsuki member stepped forward and gestured. "Conan?" Jiraiya inquired. She said, "Hello, Jiraiya. It's time for you to pass away." "I never expected you to," Jiraiya said, lowering his gaze. Laura rolled her eyes and said, "Don't do anything dumb now, old man. If you knew her before, I can assume that she's changed. Get the others away from Naruto, damn you, old man." Jiraiya either heard her or thought the same thing because he made a series of hand signals, paused, and then his hair grew and bristled. He said, "I'm sorry, Conan," in a whisper. As his hair grew around him, more bristling spikes emerged, scattering the Akatsuki. "Jutsu Shadow Clone," he yelled. The clone's hair was all bristling, and 4 Jiraiyas appeared around the original. "You're done, Jiraiya," she whispered, "get them a little farther." "And who are you?" Something said behind her. She turned, and a man with a plant around his head was standing behind her. Now, she pushed off the ground in Naruto's direction, sprinted ahead, slipped past the other Akatsuki, and embraced Naruto. "Go, Laura!" Jiraiya yelled. "Get out of here," as a clone hid behind her. "Now." Paper Origami trailed behind her as she grabbed the edge of the hole leading into the cavern, nodding and pushing off from the ground. Rogue was able to get up behind Itachi at that precise moment, and she touched him with her finger. Itachi's eyes widened before he fell to the ground. Another clone speared the paper with a kunai, and Laura shifted Naruto in her grasp and threw him over the edge. She pulled herself up and onto the dirt before the field of grass, looking around at the other battles. Toby was busy dealing with Shadowcat, and Itachi was busy with the others. With a hand on his throat, Wolverine nodded when he sensed a pulse, followed by a choked gasp, and they turned to see Rogue looking horrified. "Rogue? What's the matter?" Cyclops inquired. Jean took her by the shoulders while kneeling in front of her. That man," said Rogue. "He killed his entire clan and his family, except his brother." With a slow, shaky push, Itachi said, "Don't you dare," in a menacing tone. "How could you do that?" Rogue asked, looking him in the eye. "How could you harm your own brother like that?" Wolverine noticed Laura and Naruto together. "Let's go," commanding. After knocking Itachi unconscious by striking him in the back of the head, Yamato withdrew a piece of wire and wrapped it tightly around Itachi's hands behind his back, pulling him onto his back. Kakashi then took Naruto from Laura and placed him on his back. "Where is Jiraiya?" Sakura inquired. "He said to get going," Laura said, pointing to the hole. "Once we're clear, I think he'll follow." "Jean," Wolverine motioned, "assist Jiraiya. From up here, I'm sure you could accomplish something." "Sure." Shadowcat paused in her attack on Toby as he doubled over, and a moment later all the Akatsuki were doubled over, unable to see, hear, or even think. She moved to the side of the hole and closed her eyes. She turned to face the group and saw Jean. Nightcrawler reappeared with Jiraiya after teleporting into the cavern. He remarked, "I take it we're all ready." Sighing, Wolverine drew Rogue into his embrace and said, "Yes. Let's leave this place." Jean waited a few more seconds before launching a piercing mental volley at the group, making sure the Akatsuki were all down before heading out and trailing the others back to the ruins of Konoha. When they returned to the campsite, they placed Itachi in a big tent with an Anbu Black Ops guard to keep him unconscious and contained. An Anbu Nin who specialized in mind. Delving also arrived and was trying to do the same with Itachi Uchiha. Naruto was brought to the medical area by Kakashi and Sakura, where the medical team and Sakura worked on finding an antidote while the X-Men, with the exception of Logan and Rogue, waited in a circle around Naruto to keep the medical team at bay. Rogue was struggling to make sense of all the terrible memories she now carried inside her from that one touch, and Logan was beside a tent as he consoled her. Tsunade had approached the girl to check on her, saying, "Rogue, how are you feeling?" Logan growled and drew her in, being careful not to touch her skin. Tsunade nodded, and Rogue shook her head. "I know from your teammates that you have the ability to see memories and absorb powers from people you come into contact with. I wanted to know if you had a memory of Itachi that contained the necessary antidote. We now know that Naruto is not fatally affected by what they gave him. All it does is keep him unconscious. The antidote has yet to be discovered. Are you able to assist us?" Gently, she inquired. Rogue took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and prepared to go through each memory, looking up at Tsunade and then back at the ground. With a worried expression on his face, Logan watched her do this. Rogue shook her head, opened her eyes, and looked up at the Hokage. "I apologize. Ah remembers what you said about the poison only making you comatose, not dead. Other than that, Ah has nothing else." "Thank you." Tsunade smiled back at her. "I apologize for forcing you to endure those memories, but I had to make sure." Rogue closed her eyes in fatigue and shook her head, saying, "Ah understand. If anyone else on our team had believed Ah might have the solution, that is what they would have done." Her face was filled with surprise as she glanced back up at the Hokage. "I didn't believe it was possible," she cried out. "What?" did Rogue ask. Tsunade produced a pocket mirror, typically used for coded light messages, and gave it to the mutant. Rogue looked at her face, finding nothing, then looked directly into her eyes, dropping the mirror in surprise at how red they were. "What is this?" she inquired. "It's what we call the Sharingan," Tsunade said, picking up the mirror and putting it back in her pocket. "It enables the bearer to see through genjutsu and copy any taijutsu or ninjutsu. I'll forward Kakashi. He is the only person without the Sharingan who is not a member of the Uchiha clan." When Logan saw the Sharingan, his eyes widened and he gently turned her to face him. Tsunade left the two of them and went in search of Kakashi. Sakura moaned in exasperation as the medical team attempted to remove the toxin from Naruto's body again, but their efforts were yielding the same lackluster result as before. She surveyed her belongings and mentally reviewed their previous attempts. She held out a hand and said, "Let me see his charts again." After holding the clipboard in her open hand, she looked over the data, her eyes shifting to each significant detail until she saw the hard diagnosis. Her eyes brightened, and she pushed the clipboard at the closest medic before moving to a clear table along the side of the tent and starting to pull more plants and healing herbs into view. Around a small fire, Tsunade discovered Neji, Tenten, Kiba, and Akamaru eating. "Do any of you know where Kakashi is?" she asked. Akamaru sniffed the air and snarled at Kiba, and the three shook their heads. Kiba laughed. Akamaru says Kakashi is down a couple tents with Jiraiya. Thanks, Akamaru. The two nin were discussing minor issues that had been settled the previous day when Tsunade ran down along the tents. Jiraiya. Kakashi, Tsunade said, would you mind visiting the X-Men if you have a moment? In addition to memories, Rogue appears to have absorbed Itachi's Sharingan ability. Well, that is an interesting predicament, Kakashi said, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I'll now go assist the girl. He went off to assist Rogue, leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade alone. How is Naruto doing? The Toad Sage's face was filled with worry as he asked. Tsunade laughed. He'll live in a comatose state until we discover and give him the antidote. We were lucky, said Jiraiya. Yes, we were. The Kyuubi might as well have been mistaken. A completely new issue might have arisen if he had been dragged out into the Biju. Jiraiya gave a nod of approval. Gaara's gravelly voice assured them, don't worry about Naruto, as he approached. Gaara, considering everything that has been happening, I haven't had time to express my gratitude, Tsunade remarked. We got Naruto back, and he didn't have to go through what I went through, Gaara said, shaking his head. I am appreciative of that. Lady Tsunade. A medic was sprinting toward them. Sakura has succeeded. She's taking the rest of the drug out of Naruto's body. You've trained one hell of medic there, Tsunade, Jiraiya said with a smile. A smile of satisfaction flickered up the corner of Tsunade's mouth as she said, I knew she would be able to find the antidote. During their final exchange of words, Gaara stalked off, and the two Sannin followed. Naruto Kyuubi, Pinky finally discovered the remedy. Really? Yes, but I'll go tell them it worked, and I want you to take a short break. Alright. After finishing, Sakura sat victorious in a chair beside the bed Naruto was using when Jiraiya, Gaara, and her mentor entered. How is he? Tsunade inquired. With a smile, Sakura said, he's just resting now. Naruto said softly, yes, he is, filling the tent. Kyuubi? Jiraiya inquired. Naruto opened his eyes and said, yes. I came out to give the all. Clear while Naruto was sleeping. Well done, Pinky. Sakura silently screamed at the Kyuubi's moniker for her while Naruto's eyes closed and he became quiet. That was the 9. Tail within Naruto? Gaara asked, raising an eyebrow. The others chuckled, forgetting that they had never disclosed Naruto's fate to the Kamikaze. When Sakura said, yes, Gaara, she meant the Kyuubi. When those two finally collaborated, Naruto's new appearance was probably invisible to you. Gaara was taken aback when she pointed to the ears and lifted the blanket to reveal the blonde's 9 tails protruding from beneath him. Jiraiya laughed as she said, didn't expect to see that, did you? No, but their collaboration is commendable. I'm pleased for him. Gaara turned and walked away from the tent, giving a curt nod to those who were staring at him before heading out, observing the X-Men outside who had assisted both himself and the Leaf Ninjas in rescuing the blonde nin inside. When her mentor, Hokage, insisted that she take a break, Sakura left the tent and discovered Logan still holding a distraught Rogue. It was Itachi's memories, she said, seeking confirmation. Logan nodded. Rogue, I'm available if you want to discuss it. Itachi's younger brother was someone I knew. Prior to departing with Orochimaru and going missing, he was a member of both Naruto's and my team. Did you know what the bastard did to that brother? Rogue asked, her eyes clouded with tears as she looked up. Sakura said, shaking her head, he would never discuss it. All I know is that Sasuke was mentally scarred by Itachi's slaughter of his entire clan, which only left his brother alive. Perhaps I could assist Sasuke if I knew the precise reason behind Itachi's actions. He's left for good most likely if he left at all, said Logan. You can't go back on such an important decision. Scowling. That may be true, but Naruto, Kakashi, and I have worked so hard to one day bring him back that I can't imagine what would happen if we were to fail. Before it hardened in anger, Rogue gave Sakura a gentle glance. The bastard killed his clan because they were conspiring against Konohagakure, Rogue said. He slaughtered everyone and was meant to murder his brother as well, but he was unable to do so. Even worse, when Sasuke entered the room where he had murdered their parents, he informed him that he had killed everyone. For power, he even killed his own friend. He then instructed him to despise him and to feed that hatred each day until they reconnected and engaged in combat. It's unbelievable that he would do that. Sakura gave a nod, saying, Sasuke has fulfilled his request. In his pursuit of power, he turned to Orochimaru, who will probably transform him into his next body in order to achieve immortality. When I last saw Sasuke, I believed he understood that, but I don't believe he does now. I understand why, said Rogue, nodding. He's so furious that he's not thinking straight. Do you now feel better? Sakura inquired. Yes, said Rogue, nodding. Thank you, Sakura. You're a fantastic medic, Nin. Thank you for the advice, and tell Kakashi the next time you see him. Sakura was blushing. I've had a good teacher and I'll tell Kakashi. Sensei for ya. Sakura didn't want to add to the mutant's suffering with all of her horrible life mistakes, so the girls grinned at one another and slipped into each other's arms for a hug, being careful not to rub skin against skin. Logan went inside the tent where Naruto was and left the two alone as they soothed each other's discomforts. Have I heard him speak in here recently? He questioned the people inside. Naruto's eyes were open, but they had a slightly glassy appearance. Yeah, I'm awake, he replied. But Kyuubi's still finishing the final healing within now that the poison is gone. It's good to see you awake again, Brighty, said Logan, nodding. Shut up, said Naruto. Logan had given their friend a nickname, which made the others laugh. A voice said, it's better than what he calls me, as the room filled with the pungent odor of sulfur. And what's that? Inquired Naruto. Go back outside, elf. Logan reprimanded, you don't need to stink up the place. Smirking, Kurt said, see. As he vanished, the sulfurous odor returned to the atmosphere. With a, can you help me up? Naruto said. Jiraiya and Tsunade both grimaced in frustration at the younger Nin's nervousness, but they were wise enough not to argue. Before Tsunade took him and assisted him in standing up, they slid their arms behind his back and helped him sit up. Do you feel lightheaded or anything else? She asked. Shaking his head, Naruto said, no, I'm fine. Tsunade gradually removed her hands from his arm and back so that he could stand alone. Naruto grinned and started to leave the tent slowly but steadily, his eyes less glassy. When the X-Men saw him outside, they all yelled greetings and reprimanded him for rising too early. Naruto responded to the team with a smile. Naruto. Laura rushed over to give him a hug. Laura had just shown all of the X-Men such affection that their jaws dropped to their mouths. Logan was the only one who was not taken aback, and he observed from behind them with a wry smile. He whispered, about time, I take it you've known about this for a while then, Tsunade said, turning to face him. You could say that I saw the signs in her that she didn't understand it, he said with another smirk. As part of her heritage, I felt obligated to steer her in the proper direction. She is your daughter, right? Tsunade inquired. No, regrettably, the same group of people who had been experimenting on me managed to keep some blood samples and produce my DNA inside her, Logan said, shaking his head. Before her, there were 22, but I've heard they're all dead. They created her in the hopes of developing a weapon for humans. Naturally, they were unaware of my stubbornness and how it affected her as well. Tsunade. When her name was called, the Hokage spun around. We've got a strange person on the outskirts, Kiba dispatched from his Akamaru ride. I'm coming, she called back. Want to join me? She questioned Jiraiya and Logan. Both of them nodded, and the three of them started to follow Kiba and Akamaru through the forest. Seated against the end of his bed, Naruto gazed down at the weight in his lap, surprised that Laura felt such a strong affection for him. Sakura had always rejected his advances, but he smiled, wanting to go out with her. The next question for him was whether he felt the same way about Laura, who was now practically screaming that she was in love with him. You overlooked the fact that she is from a different dimension. Would she be content in our dimension or would you be content in hers? A soft smile spread across Naruto's face as he put a hand on her head and caressed her hair. In addition to being able to move between locations at any time, I would be content in either location. Would you be willing to sacrifice all of that for missions, for your ambition to become Hokage? According to what she told me and what Logan said, she has never had a place to call home, so I guess I can give her that option. Perhaps Konohagakure can be her home. If the Akatsuki is destroyed, since we are unable to be apart, I believe that the Akatsuki's dream is over. Even if they are unable to separate us, they will keep hunting you until that organization is destroyed. By the time they do leave us alone, they will have exhausted us both. After all, with my abilities and your strength and speed, we could easily outrun them if they can catch us. The Kyuubi laughed. You know that the way you think can get you into some serious trouble, which is why I've had to pull you out of some of the most ridiculous situations. I don't run when I have something to protect, even if the fight could kill me. That's my ninja way, Naruto said, beaming broadly at the memories of his first mission outside the village before being transported to another dimension. That's right. That's right. All right. I'll be watching you closely as you decide on this. Logan, Tsunade, and Jiraiya chased after the Kiba and Akamaru as they ran through the forest. 3 people were waiting in a clearing when the 5 of them skidded to a stop. The Anbu said, "Lady Hokage," without looking away from the man in front of them. The stranger in front of them was examined by the Hokage. "Who are you?" "I can answer that," Logan growled. "Magneto, why are you here?" Curtly nodding toward them, Magneto said, "Logan, I did not expect you to be here." Logan pulled out his claws and held them up menacingly, saying, "I can say the same for you, bub." "You can put those away," said Magneto with a sly smile. "I have no intention of fighting. I wanted to negotiate with the ninja village leader." "Is that the Hokage?" "I've been stuck in this dimension since the Akatsuki broke their agreement with me. I would be happy to do something in exchange for a ride home if you would listen to me." Jiraiya. "Yeah," he replied, biting his thumb and making the appropriate hand gestures before slamming his hand to the floor and causing Gamakichi and a cloud of smoke to appear. "Hey, how may I help you? Transport this individual to another dimension." Jiraiya told him to leave him somewhere other than the Xavier Institute. Tsunade gave a contented nod. Magneto appeared taken aback. "I don't want you anywhere near the village that I am in charge of," Tsunade scowled. "Return home. Simply express gratitude that Naruto is unharmed. Otherwise, you and the metal on your body would be a scrap heap." The mutant's expression was one of surprise, but he said nothing. "Thank why?" "Give us a break, Magneto," Logan growled. "Just put your hand on the toad and get out of here." "Sure, why not?" Magneto shrugged. "You want me to stay here, but I don't want to anymore." Gamakichi told them, "Just put your hand on my back." The toads vanished into the white cloud of smoke after Magneto nodded and calmly put his hand on their back. "Let's return." Tsunade proposed, "Should we, boys?" Anbu, finish patrolling." Without saying anything, the 2 Anbu departed. With a bowl of food in her hands, Rogue sat on a stump, staring at it and pushing it around every now and then, without taking many bites. "We have both learned to survive in harsh environments where one mistake frequently results in death or injury, and Naruto's life was twice as bad as everyone else's. How could he do it? How could he find the strength to kill his own kin? Is that how life is in this village? Is that how Naruto grew up? How did all of these ninja grow up? But why did Itachi kill his family members? I know they were planning an attack on the village, but did they really need to do it that way, in a way that would have left a child of Sasuke's age with such severe mental scarring?" "Rogue?" Scott was the one who broke through her thoughts as she jumped up, startled, the bowl slipping from her hands and spilling its contents at her feet. "How are you feeling?" he inquired. Pulling a lock of hair back behind her ear, Rogue said nervously, "Yeah, I'm fine. I appreciate you asking." After picking up the bowl on his knees, Scott said, "I'll go get you some more food. I was to blame for you spilling it." "No, it's all right. And they need the rations for the villagers here," she added, adding that she wasn't particularly hungry anyhow. Scott took another look at her face, and she snatched the bowl from him and walked off. "You shouldn't be up yet, Naruto." After Sakura had taken out the last of the poison, Scott looked at the tent where Naruto had been staying. Sakura pushed her bowl into his hands as he turned to face her after hearing a sigh behind him. She politely asked, "Could you please hold this for a moment?" She walked right by him. "Nah. Ru. 2. The blonde ninja flew into the air, landing in front of the tent he had just left, as Sakura's fist struck his chin. "Sakura," he complained. "No, you're going to bed again and return to that tent for another day." If appearances could kill, she was just as angry about Naruto as ever, and she had stalked up to him and stood over him. Scott smiled and shook his head as Laura watched, half amused and half afraid of the pink-haired ninja. The things he does. With a friend like that, it's amazing he's made it this far. "What is going on here?" Kakashi asked as he approached Scott. "Just Naruto being himself." Scott grinned. Under his mask, Kakashi appeared to smile. "What's up with Rogue?" he inquired. "She seems to be preoccupied with something," Scott said with a smile. "I'm not sure if Itachi's memories are related to it or if it's something else." He shook his head and shrugged. "With girls, I can never tell." "That is typically the case," Kakashi said, nodding. "Sakura used to be pretty predictable there. In some circumstances, like this one, she still is, but in others, well, I'm happy to be on her side." Tsunade made herself into a younger clone. "The Hokage? She must be much older than Sakura," Scott inquired. Kakashi's one visible eye lit up with amusement. "When it comes to ninja, don't always rely on appearances." He cautioned, "Tsunade and Jiraiya are about the same age, so it could be your downfall." Gaping, Scott said, "Really? Are you serious?" "No, of course not," Kakashi said, appearing even more amused by his remark than before. "I appreciate the warning." Kakashi grabbed the bowl out of his hand, and Scott looked down to see that Kakashi had done so. Go ahead and have some food. When Sakura is finished with Naruto, I'll see to it that she gets this back. Scott said, sure. He moved away from the white-haired leaf ninja and sat with Jean and a few other mutants in a circle around a big flat rock that served as a grade table. Instead of intervening, Kakashi shrugged and took out the notorious Ichi book he always carried with him, continuing to observe the scene between his two students. Sakura said, Naruto, you should really go back inside and rest. But Sakura, pouted Naruto. No buts. This was the first thing that got you in trouble. Not to mention that I was unable to stop you from endangering yourself because of the Kyuubi. She yelled at Naruto's ever-shrinking, huddled mass. All right, Sakura geez. You don't need to yell. Sakura's head appeared as though it would blow up at any moment. I am not screaming. Yeah, Pinky. In reality, you are, the Kyuubi said, gaining control to add a remark to the one-sided yelling match he had to put up with. Kyuubi. You're not helping here, cried Naruto in shock. Sakura was literally steaming and appeared prepared to begin hammering him with her chakra-charged fists, which would lead to him spending another day or two in bed. Sakura, huh? He didn't mean it, please. Yes I did. In protest of Naruto's falsehoods, the Kyuubi had once more forced their way to the surface. He's just not thinking straight right now. Are you saying that I'm dim? I really don't want to be put back in bed right now, Naruto said. I need to stretch my legs. Hey, Naruto. His face brightened with a thought, wow, you're really pathetic. This is the voice of your conscience. Strike yourself. Naruto became so irritated that he mentally retaliated against the Kyuubi, making him stop talking and keep his distance. Sakura's expression gradually changed from one of rage to one of giggling. With a look of bewilderment on his face, Naruto stood up slowly, alert, and watching her closely to see if she would still punch him. The humor of Kyuubi no Kitsune is something I never would have imagined. I always thought that you two would be at odds for the rest of your lives, but now you are joking around with each other. Sakura, huh? With caution, Naruto inquired, are you feeling alright? She felt fine, but she kept laughing hysterically, so he reached out and touched her forehead. Naruto looked around for assistance, meeting the faces of those nearby, who were equally perplexed by the range of emotions the pink-haired ninja displayed. She's lost it. No, she hasn't. The man who spent the majority of his life liking her says. Quit talking. In the hopes that no one would notice, Naruto flushed deeply. I think we should go get some food, Laura, he said. We should let Sakura recover herself. Laura managed to avoid the swing that whipped around from the still-laughing Sakura, but Naruto was not so fortunate. He attempted to sneak past her and head for the food. He recoiled from the food as the fist struck him squarely in the gut. Return inside and bide your time. Fool, I'll get you some food. Sakura repressed her laughter and told Laura to keep him in his bed, even if it meant skewering his arms and legs down. I'm leaving, Naruto yelled as he stumbled back to the tent. Laura shrugged and followed. Where's the Kyuubi at the moment? Tobi questioned Zetsu. In the center of their campsite, Zetsu grinned. At the moment, he is surrounded by those mutants, his team, and one of the Sannin. Reaching him won't be simple unless the Akatsuki launches a violent attack. Following Zetsu's information, Tobi nodded once more after giving it some thought. Bring the Akatsuki together. After tonight, the Jinchuriki won't be an issue anymore. Tsunade had set the list of sentinels for that night, and they all knew how long they had to wait before relieving those on duty. The night air was crisp and cool, but there was a warm breeze blowing through the camp. Several of the other sentinels were on high alert in the dark, unable to shake the feeling that it had been too long since the Akatsuki and Sound Nin had tried anything, while Kiba and Akamaru walked through the darkness, sniffing the air constantly for any changes in the wind or the scents of the forest. Laura returned to the tent where Sakura and Naruto were sitting quietly on Naruto's bed. Sakura had her hands on Naruto's shoulder, where the poison had first entered his body, and she ran them along before taking them off with a smile. You're all clear, Sakura declared, but for a day or two, please refrain from any reckless behavior. Your unusual healing time doesn't matter to me. Naruto protested by whimpering, Sakura, you are really cruel. The sight of his puppy dog eyes made Laura laugh. Never let him out of your sight when he has that look on his face, Sakura said with a smile to the mutant girl. It indicates that he is working on something. With a moan, Naruto said, it doesn't. Sakura gave him a back pat and said, sure. Then she walked out of the tent, leaving the two of them alone. Tsunade moaned in frustration as she stood up and made her way to the stream that ran through the camp close to the cooking area. She had been lying peacefully, grabbing at as much sleep as she could get while everything was quiet, when she reached over to a cup that had held water an hour earlier but was now empty. The snap of a twig made her body naturally tense until she realized the source was simply a small gray fox that ran by in the bushes, staying out of sight and sticking close to the shadows. She let herself unwind while listening to the crickets chirping and the wind rustling through the leaves. Tsunade knelt down, still alert, and picked up a cup of water, making sure there was no poison in it by running her hand around it before taking a sip. Tsunade surveyed the forest suspiciously as the crickets' chirping abruptly stopped. Otomatsu. Yamato. Yes, Lady Tsunade, they said, bowing down in front of her. Go to each sentinel and check in. Right now, I want them all to be twice as vigilant. I want you both to watch Naruto after you're finished with that. You remain in the tent with him, Yamato. You remain alert outside, Otomatsu. Simply inform the X-Men that you are there per my instructions if they spot you, she said. Yes, ma'am. She was left alone after the two Anbu vanished in a cloud of smoke. After capturing the west side of the camp, Yamato proceeded to each sentinel there, starting with Kiba and Akamaru. When he emerged, the Inuzuka turned toward him. How is Captain Yamato doing? Kiba inquired. Tsunade desires for everyone to be twice as vigilant. Something in the air doesn't seem to appeal to her at the moment. With Akamaru's affirmative bark, Kiba nodded. If the Hokage suspected something so serious, they would both be extra careful. Yamato brushed past the tent flap as he landed at Naruto's tent's front entrance. He observed Sakura and Laura conversing with him while seated next to his bed. When Yamato walked in, the conversation had stopped. Sakura and Naruto said, Captain Yamato, in greeting. Laura also gave a greeting nod. Sakura scowled at Yamato's solemn demeanor. She asked, is something wrong? Yamato said to Naruto, oh no, I was just checking in on Naruto. How are you feeling? Naruto was beaming. I feel great, but Sakura won't let me get up and do anything. Sakura gave an eye roll. That's because you always hurt yourself again. I'd like to not have to be healing you again at the moment. Plus you need to stay somewhere where the Akatsuki can't get to you in case they return. Whimpering, Naruto said, but Sakura yelled, no, as she rose above the blonde mutant ninja. Naruto recoiled from her stare. Okay, Sakura, geez, I just wanted to get up and move around a bit. No, she said emphatically again. Yamato proposed, Sakura, why don't you let Naruto get some rest? Sakura sighed in frustration and leaned back. Fine, come on Laura, let's leave Naruto to his sleep. After giving Sakura a nod, Laura quietly followed her outside. Yamato glared at Naruto as he turned to face him. Yamato gave the order, you are to stay in bed until I say otherwise. Under his ominous gaze, Naruto shrank in fear. Yes, sir. Naruto's head reappeared on the pillow as he slipped beneath the covers. After giving a nod, Yamato went back outside to observe the surroundings. Naruto looked through the sheets. He's concealing something. Of course not. I'm not as stupid as you. Hello, reverse that. He could only be concealing something related to the Akatsuki. Even so, I concur with Pinky. We must rest and remain where we are. Humph. Yes, indeed. All right. Now that the Akatsuki are aware that we cannot be separated, what do you think they will do, Kyuubi? Kyuubi? Naruto awaited a response. Take life. What? They'll probably kill you. I'm not going down without a fight, I'm sure of it. No, Kyuubi laughed, I'm positive you won't. Do you believe Yamato fears an impending attack? That might be the case, I was thinking. His orders to remain where they are until he says otherwise would also make sense in that context. Naruto gave a nod of agreement. Naruto? Naruto heard a faint whisper. The sound made his ears perk up. Laura? Naruto pushed himself up to ask. Laura was standing by the doorway, having returned inside. Naruto grinned. What are you doing over there? Come sit down. Laura sat on his bed at his feet rather than taking one of the chairs by the bed's side. Naruto, don't force her to ask, Naruto frantically asked himself, what should I say? Anything at all. Before interrupting, Naruto tensed, saying, Laura, I'd like to ask if, well, I guess ask isn't really the right word. With all the telltale signs visible through his face, hands, ears, and tail, he looked down at his hands. I've had a growing feeling inside me since we met and well I just wanted to know, I'm in love with you. He finally let out. His gaze was now fixed on hers, forcing his emotions in front of her. Laura's mouth dropped open. She looked down as her face began to heat up. That's good, because I feel the same, though I didn't really realize what it was until Logan mentioned it. Naruto gently moved her face to meet his, placing his index finger beneath her chin. She was taken aback by the intensity of his smile, which extended from his mouth to his nearly sparkling eyes. She surprised both herself and Naruto by being the first to advance, pressing closer and embracing each other tightly. They both had the happiest smiles on their red faces when they parted ways to catch their breath. Laura withdrew from his hug. "I should let you get to sleep. I think tomorrow's going to be a busy day with preparations." Before abandoning him in the tent, she leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. "Look. Oh, please stop talking. A backseat matchmaker is not necessary for me." All the Kyuubi could do was laugh. "There's going to be something." "Huh? What do you say? Naruto, wake up, right now." Naruto leapt from his bed and headed for the doorway. Just a second ago, a kunai was embedded where his chest was. Beside the bed, a white zetsu protruded from the earth. "Well, you're quick, aren't you?" Naruto's ears and tails twitched in rage as he growled. He yelled, "What the hell are you doing here, Naruto?" yelled Yamato as he rushed through the door, kunai ready. Behind Yamato, Sakura, Kiba, Akamaru, and Laura hurried in. Before confronting the enemy, Laura pushed through to Naruto's side and checked him over, ensuring that he was okay. She drew her blades from her fists and snarled as she faced Zetsu. Zetsu raised his hands in the air and grinned. "Do you honestly think you could kill me, let alone catch me?" Naruto's face became even more snarly. In front of Naruto, Yamato extended a hand. "You aren't taking Naruto. Who said anything about taking the brat?" Zetsu grinned. What? What on earth is that meant to mean? He did attempt to murder me. Instead, could they be attempting to physically separate us? In any case, I doubt it will succeed. He shifted uneasily inside Naruto. They're working on something, but I'm not sure if their plan is any better than it was. Behind his back, Yamato gave Sakura a signal. She took Naruto's arm after nodding. She pulled him out of the tent and away. Outside, the other Anbu stood watch for any additional Akatsuki infiltrators. The Anbu remarked, "I've already called Lady Tsunade." Naruto nodded without saying anything. When a voice emerged from the shadows just beyond the light, they both turned to look around. A black cloak with red clouds on it appeared, followed by an orange mask. Naruto asked, "What do you want, Tobi?" Tobi said, "Oh, a little of this and a little of that. Mostly I want what's inside of you," with a casual tone that quickly became serious, or should I say a part of you. Naruto yelled, "You aren't getting the Kyuubi, so give it up." Naruto felt a little uneasy when Toba's one eye appeared to smile in an unsettling manner. "You and the Kyuubi will be coming whether you want to or not," Tobi yelled. With a curious smile, Naruto asked, "And how are you going to manage that?" He was rendered unconscious by Toba's unexpected appearance behind the Anbu until the Anbu vanished into a log. The Anbu reappeared to attack, but Tobi did nothing. He slipped his kunai and hand through his body. Tobi spun around and used his own kunai to strike the Anbu in the face. Swiping the kunai through his neck, he disarmed the Anbu. Tobi turned to Naruto as the Anbu fell. Even though he knew it wouldn't do much, Naruto kept a kunai out in case he felt the need to defend himself. Reaching up, Tobi removed the mask from his face. He ignited his Sharingan. The Mangekyo was the one it changed to. Toba's Mangekyo Sharingan paralyzed Naruto before he could turn away. See, the thing about becoming a part of the Kyuubi makes it that much easier to control you. You do know that, right? The Kyuubi's features became more noticeable as the two shared control, and Naruto and the Kyuubi both growled in warning. Tobi put his mask on again. Laura exploded into the open, flinging open the tent flap. "Naruto!" She cried out. Naruto was unable to respond. All he could do was stare at her with rage in his eyes. She took the hint, apparently. "What the hell did you do to him?" Tobi laughed. "You all made this too simple. It's time to leave, Naruto and Kyuubi." Yamato. Laura abruptly returned to the tent. Yamato hurried outside to observe the scene and exclaimed, "What the?" As Toba's transportation jutsu began to take shape, Naruto followed him into the jutsu spiral. Just as Yamato and Tsunade vanished, Tsunade appeared beside them. "Gosh!" Tsunade swore. Laura let out a frustrated groan, and Tsunade knelt beside the fallen Anbu. She let out a sigh that was much more composed than Laura's, reflecting her frustration. "Yamato, gather together the Chunin and the Jonin," she said. "Laura, I need you to gather the X-Men." Laura's eyes remained where Naruto had vanished to, and Yamato nodded before vanishing from view. Tsunade got back up and walked over to her. "I can appreciate how frustrated you are right now, Laura. but we must move quickly to catch up to them. Tsunade gazed at the back of Laura's head and said, "The Akatsuki who just attempted to kill Naruto says that Tobi is Madara Uchiha. Naruto is currently at Toba's mercy. Laura, I want to clarify something for you." Tsunade now had Laura's undivided attention. "If we don't get Naruto out as soon as possible, Madara could turn him into a living weapon just like he did 16 years ago. The night Naruto was born, Madara controlled the Kyuubi and forced him to attack Konoha. You get it?" Laura nodded sharply, then turned and ran to the tent that was handed to the X-Men. As she left, Tsunade observed, "Well, we are searching the perimeters now and a rescue team headed by Captain Yamato," she said as 3 Anbu touched down beside her. "All right." She gave them instructions to leave as soon as they were prepared. "Yes, Hokage." Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru were left in the clearing with Tsunade after the 3 Anbu vanished. When Tsunade said, "Sakura, take Kiba and help the medic Nin get ready." Tsunade was standing outside the tent when the 3 left her, and Kakashi came up behind her. "Why does Naruto always seem to be in some kind of dilemma when I turn around?" Tsunade inquired. Laughing, Kakashi said, "And yet he manages to get out every time." "But how can he do that this time?" Tsunade turned against him. "Kakashi, he's under Madara's Mangekyo. He was stuck even with the Kyuubi on his side." She was embraced by Kakashi, who said, "It's Naruto. While he's doing that, he will figure something out. We will lend him our faith and support in order to assist him from our end." "You make it sound so easy," Tsunade said, pushing herself from his embrace. "Even though it always ends up that way, I feel like it's never been that simple. I could have saved them back then, so why now?" Her eyes flashed over the faces of all her deceased loved ones, with Jiraiya's lingering the longest before blending in with the throng. "There are moments when I wish it had been that simple, but then where would we be today?" Kakashi nodded. Would Naruto still be the fearless and resolute ninja he has grown into? Would Sakura have developed her current level of skill? Would retaliation have caused Sasuke to become so deranged? Although we can only speculate about these things, the past is behind us. It is now time to shape the future. "You just know exactly what to say and when," Tsunade said with a smile, "do you not?" Kakashi returned the smile, saying, "No, not at all. Sometimes I just follow my instincts." In a cave somewhere, Naruto spun back into position. "Where are we?" "I have no idea, but Madara isn't present. At the very least, I can move." Naruto surveyed the cave. "But there are no exits. What do you think? Really? Why was I confined to such a stupid vessel?" Kyuubi grinned. "Hello. We have work to do, so don't fight now." "What work? We don't know where we are, and there's no way out." Kyuubi said, "Actually, try touching the wall." "I'm sorry. Simply do it." All right, touchy." Naruto put a hand on the wall after reaching out. "It's damp, but that would imply Kyuubi came to the conclusion that we were beneath a body of water." "Hey, I was just going to say that." "Oh, please stop talking." Before pushing the flap aside, Laura paused in front of the tents and inhaled deeply. "Come on, everyone, Akatsuki took Naruto, and things are going to get ugly," she yelled. She dares anyone not to get up right away as her eyes dangerously flared, reflecting the roiling anger inside of her. The other X-Men appeared shocked by the rage she appeared to feel at Naruto's abduction, and Logan gazed at her, wondering if something had happened for Laura to care so much for the blonde ninja. Jean said, Laura, are you okay? How am I supposed to know?" Laura stormed back outside after snapping. Logan trailed behind, gesturing for the others to prepare. Laura had taken a seat on a nearby tree stump outside, and Logan shifted slightly enough to let her hear what he was saying without anyone else hearing. "Laura, do you now understand how you feel? Is that the cause of your agitation?" he inquired. Laura gave him a fierce look and said, "Why at this time?" Logan said with a hard expression, "Because you are letting your emotions rule you." Her face reddened. "What if we discussed it? We shouldn't be concerned about that at the moment." Logan raised his eyebrows. "If you can't control your emotions, then I will personally see to it that you don't come with us." She retorted obstinately, "My emotions have always been in check." "No, they haven't," Logan said, adding that you've allowed them to control you on numerous occasions, endangering others in the process. Any action you take while acting out of emotion has the potential to cause harm or even death to another person. In an effort to control her roiling emotions and prevent him from witnessing her collapse, Laura turned to face the darkness. Rather, he turned her to face him while holding her chin in his hand. "Don't worry, Laura. Release all of your feelings now to prevent them from overwhelming you later." She threw herself into his arms and he gave her a chance to vent the stress and pain of losing Naruto right after they had both confessed. Laura was at her breaking point, and she was flushed bright red with embarrassment as the tears spilled over uncontrollably. She cursed her weakness, but it was too late.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.